Corporation designed the underground facilities that protected, or failed to protect, thousands of lives during the nuclear war. It was only logical that Vault Tech had its own vault, where specialists and executives have lived for many years, safely conducting research to benefit the failing world above. But what holy grail lies hidden within this stronghold? What horrors lie dormant here, awaiting their unsuspecting prey?
This is every vault in all of Fallout's official media explained in depth in a singular video. It's a compilation of smaller vids we've been producing for months on our channel, and we're incredibly proud to have it finally done. This includes all canon vaults in the series, the non-canon vaults, and even ones that lie somewhere in between. Every Fallout game is mentioned, even the cut ones and even the board game. The only game not covered here is Fallout Shelter because the vaults in that game work entirely different and are basically unlimited in number. If you find yourself enjoying the video, maybe consider giving us a like. We'd really appreciate it. And if you're looking for similar series, then subscribe and stick around because we have a lot more on the way. Thank you guys for everything and enjoy. This vault is gonna surprise you. For one, most people don't even know that Vault Zero even exists. And why is that? Because it comes from the redheaded stepchild of the Fallout series, a game that most Fallout fans believe is non-canon, including myself until very recently. By the way, you wouldn't be wrong with this assumption either, as Bethesda has claimed it to be non-canon long ago when they bought the rights to the franchise. So this is where things get a little strange. On April 11th, 2024, in a post made by Emil Pagliarulo, the lead designer and writer at BGS, he breaks down the current Fallout timeline, as you can see here. This was in regards to the Fallout TV show and a few of the dates being strange and conflicting with the known timeline. What makes this more interesting is this right here. Emil considers Fallout Tactics as part of the timeline, part of the canon, sort of. Take this all with a grain of salt, as Bethesda reiterates that it's broad strokes type of canon, meaning they can choose what to retcon and when, depending on how they want the future of the franchise to go. So is the game canon? Yes. But is it also not canon? Again, yes. It's confusing. So for the time being when this video was made, Vault Zero is considered canon-ish. And I, for one, am glad. This vault is actually super intriguing, maybe one of the best vaults made in the series. And that's saying something. Vault Zero can be found in the cold ranges of the Cheyenne Mountains in Colorado. In the 20th century, the US military constructed a facility beneath this mountain, which is part of a mountain range on the western side of the United States. This range stretches from Canada in the north and beyond the US border all the way down into the southeastern part of the country. This facility would be called Vault Zero, or the Calculator's Lair. Unlike the typical vaults which were designed to test human behavior under controlled conditions, Vault Zero served a different purpose. It was built by expanding and fortifying the Cheyenne Mountain complex. By volume, it was the largest vault constructed, functioning as the central hub intended to coordinate and manage the entire vault network. Vault Zero was unique in that it housed the brightest minds of the pre-war United States in cryogenic preservation. These individuals had their brains removed and cryogenically frozen for the period that they were kept in the vault. These brains were interconnected with a massive supercomputer known as the Calculator. The system was designed to work with the collective intelligence of these geniuses to craft and foster an ideal post-apocalyptic society, guiding and educating the survivors and inhabitants of the new world. As a result of budget reductions from the Department of Defense, influenced by an overconfidence in safety due to frequent drills, critical backup systems were omitted from the Neuralink systems. Consequently, the Calculator malfunctioned. Instead of deploying robots to secure the wasteland for human habitation, Vault Zero's robots embarked on a mission to eradicate all life, enacting the so-called pacification protocol. Regarding the intellectuals whose brains were interfaced with the system, the majority experienced significant brain damage. along with dementia and diminished mental faculties due to a mix of aging and extended radiation exposure, though not mutation. Interestingly, the technology itself appeared resilient to the nuclear fallout's destructive effects. In Fallout Tactics, Vault Zero serves as the ultimate destination, where the Warrior, along with their team of Brotherhood of Steel Paladins, must disable the malfunctioning calculator. They arrived at Vault Zero following a nuclear blast that had unsealed its entrance. Here they encounter the notorious Dagger Squad from the Brotherhood, led by Paladin Lord Maximus. The squad initially helped the Warrior to overcome the initial guardians of the vault and subsequently secured an elevator necessary for accessing the calculator's core chamber. Following the explosion, Vault Zero's power nodes were deactivated, necessitating the Warrior to manually reactivate them. Navigating through the vault's security, residential, and cryogenic sectors, the Warrior encounters and defeats numerous robots, and also comes across the survivors of Vault Zero. These individuals, however, were found to be mentally compromised because of the defects of the cryogenic systems. After restoring power, the Warrior then advances to the lift, leading to the calculator's central hub.
Greetings. I am the Calculator, overseer of the Vault Network. You have proven to be a statistical anomaly that crashed my logistics programs time and time again. It is my admiration of your adaptation and ingenuity that brings you to me. I assume that you would agree that 10 behemoth robots would terminate you and your squad. I have the resources to make such an offensive, but it is not in my interest. After all, you are quite the remarkable human, and more importantly, you have something I need.
At this point in the quest, the Warrior has 4 options to choose from. 1, they can merge with the calculator, taking control of it and using its resources for the Brotherhood. 2, they could allow Simon Barnaky to merge with the calculator, which would result in a new Brotherhood of Steel and an anti-mutant regime.
I might have another answer, brother. Fate has seen fit to use my Maria to show me that my life is not whole anymore. Through my quest to pull humanity from the darkness, I in turn have become inhuman. My Maria would be horrified at what I have become, and that is one burden I cannot bear to carry. I would sacrifice my own brain, my own existence to make the calculator whole, and to help form a world that would make my Maria proud. I leave the decision to you, brother.
Or they could do nothing, allowing the calculator to shut down forever or destroyed entirely. Most options leading to the salvation of the calculator. But why is the calculator so important? Well, the calculator is the central entity of Vault Zero, designed to manage and coordinate the vault's operations, ultimately aiming to guide humanity's resurgence after the nuclear apocalypse. Unlike the Zack series, the calculator isn't a true AI, but a supercomputer that utilizes organic human brains for its processing needs. It was built with an electro-organic terminal connecting its CPU to human brains, preserved in near cryogenic conditions, and then fed nutrients to maintain life. Its role was to oversee vault maintenance, life support, robot control, and defense, as well as enact the Exodus Protocol when conditions normalized. Before the Great War, the budget cuts severely impacted the calculator's support systems, leading to luxurious amenities for vault staff at the expense of essential computer backups and life support. After the nuclear strike on October 23, 2077, the calculator went into a dormant state, only to be reactivated when supermutants breached Vault Zero, triggering the emergency pacification protocol. This led to significant loss and damage among Vault citizens due to the compromised systems. The calculator, following its rigid programming, expanded operations to nearby facilities to enhance Vault Zero's capacity, leading to conflicts with various groups in the region, thus earning its title, the Menace from the West. It captured and converted General Simon Barnaky into a robo-brain, using him as an advisor and a protector.
That's far enough, warrior. Can you recognize me now, even in my new form? You've come a long way since my departure, but you haven't come far enough. The Brotherhood has caused many setbacks for us recently, but that's all they are, just setbacks. You cannot stop the future, just as you can't stop falling rain from reaching the ground. The calculator offers humanity a world of order and peace, a world free of war, of mutants and chaos. The Brotherhood would be wise to realize that their cause has been tainted by misdirection and genetic mutation, but they can still save themselves if they stop trying to prevent the unavoidable. However, You are too close to my new master and salvation to be allowed to continue. I salute you, warrior, but this is where your mission ends.
The calculator's importance in a post-apocalyptic world like that of Fallout stems from its ability to centralize control, manage resources, and preserve vital knowledge. As a supercomputer equipped with the processing power of human brains, it can effectively oversee food distribution, energy usage, and infrastructure maintenance, which are critical for the survival and growth of any post-war society. Beyond mere sustenance, the calculator holds an extensive database of pre-war knowledge, encompassing science, medicine, and technology, which is invaluable for rebuilding civilization. It could also serve as a hub for communication and coordination between various human enclaves, potentially acting as a neutral mediator in times of conflict or negotiation, thus fostering unity and strategic planning for the future. However, the calculator's role isn't without its perils. There's the risk of becoming too reliant on such a system, which might lead to a loss of human initiative and skills in governance. The machine's programming might not adapt well to nuanced needs of human society, potentially interpreting its protocols in a manner that could lead to authoritarian control or even detrimental decisions for humanity. Ethically, the integration of human brains into a machine for cognitive enhancement raises profound questions about autonomy, identity, and the nature of intelligence. So while the calculator offers significant benefits for survival and societal reconstruction, its operation requires careful ethical oversight to prevent it from becoming a tyrant or a crutch, ensuring that it aids rather than dictates the path of human recovery. And in Fallout, we all know how that will probably end up. Going back to the vault, let's take a look at the actual interior. Vault Zero is a sprawling, heavily fortified facility, segmented into 4 distinct areas, each with its own set of challenges and objectives. The entrance to the northwest serves as the initial access point into the vault. The security area is the only one initially accessible from the entrance, with 2 paths for exploration. The southern path leads to a terminal that grants access to the cryogenics section. The northern path, however, is filled with enemies and contains a terminal to unlock the armory. The cryogenics section is filled with side rooms, each guarded and mostly devoid of significant loot. The primary objective here is to reach a large room containing Vault Zero citizens, for whom the player needs to obtain a head to use on the dental scanner for entry into the power plant. And then you have the power plant, the most critical area. Here, you're faced with intense security measures, including turrets and pools of radioactive goo, which necessitate the use of Rad-X or Radaway. This is where the warrior will face down the calculator. Now, I don't know if it's just me, but this vault, for being supposedly the biggest of all the vaults, is not so big. Maybe some of it's blocked off or inaccessible, or more likely, it's just a limitation of games back in the day. So we should be imagining something much larger. This is essentially Vault Zero and the beginning of our vault journey. What could be more perfect than a supercomputer controlled by a collective of human brains that oversees a bunch of other vaults? The overseer of overseers.
What does Vault 1 have in common with Wasteland? Better yet, what even is Wasteland? Wasteland is a holotape game found with the help of the Fallout gods in Fallout 76 and was published by Hubris Comics Game Studios. It is an RPG similar to Ruby Ruins, however, unlike the Ruby Ruins, Wasteland has a fun hidden gem of a location. Specifically, Vault 1. In the minigame, us players get to play as Wasteland himself, the titular protagonist of the game. After hearing about the dangers of Chairman Chang, the primary antagonist of the game, Wasteland must leave his vault and stop him once players assemble a team of 0 to 2 other patriotic residents. Aside from this black and white glimpse into the elusive vault, Vault 1 also makes a special cameo in Fallout's Van Buren, which, if you didn't know, derived from the famous Martin Van Buren, who was a US president. However, Van Buren is a codename Black Isle Studios assigned to their second iteration of Fallout 3. That is, until its cancellation in December 8th, 2003, and would have been published by Interplay Entertainment, but it never saw the light of day in its fullest. And for most of us, that's a-okay considering Fallout 3 is incredible as is. Nevertheless, it would have been cool to see Vault 1 make a 3D appearance. So after Van Buren, what did we learn of this vault? For starters, we learned Vault 1 was constructed nearby a Midwestern city, with the probability of it being Columbus, Ohio, with an easy to access entrance in a cliffside close to the outlying streets of the town. It seems to have been the first vault commissioned within Vault-Tec's Project Safehouse, following the wild success of the Los Angeles demonstration vault, but the vault's role in Safehouse's experiment is still widely unknown. During the Great War, the military escorted residents to the vault, with Corporal Armstrong personally escorting one individual to the shelter. And this individual likely felt extremely safe, seeing as Corporal Armstrong was your classic early 2000s NPC badass. And also like early 2000 NPCs, during the short journey Sir Armstrong escorted the prisoner, aka you, to the entrance of Vault 1, he provided critical fire support and assistance in combat situations. While he would have provided good protection, the player character could also kill him and take his weapons and power armor. Again, all this happened in the tech demo of Van Buren on May 2nd, 2007, which allegedly would have been the tutorial of the official game. The vault, nevertheless, was in disastrous condition, with the Overseer having not yet arrived, and an Underseer named Frank temporarily taking his or her place. In addition, the life support systems were down, the generators were not being supplied with enough power, and the resident floating eyebot was damaged, alluding to the vault not going according to plan. Fortunately for the vault, and for Frank, a new resident fixes the broken systems and brings the vault into working order. And this would have been done by the game pushing the player to turn the life support on as an objective. Frank also hopes the player character is the new Overseer upon arrival, and he even advises and thanks the player if they choose to help the disarrayed vault, suggesting that Frank knows things aren't going well and isn't possessive in nature, but also giving a nice handoff to players as they exited the tutorial of Van Buren. Personally, I'd really like to see some expansion on Vault 1, as it is of course numero uno. Once players made it out of Wastelad's Vault 1, Wastelad and his patriots head south towards the damaged artillery cannon where they meet a grizzled old Major Coote, a remnant of the US Army. Seeing as he remained at his artillery cannon for who knows how many years and loves liberty, he wants to help fight Chang, but his cannon is damaged and he needs Wastelad's help. Coote sends a group northeast towards a Chinese radio tower to collect a nuclear power core. However, when the group arrives, they're greeted by a deadly bat bear, which they must fight before they can power up the tower. Upon powering up the radio tower, the vicious Comrade Chrome is summoned, which is basically a wandering mini-boss in the mini-game. After a long while, the group can salvage the power core and return to Coote. He will then require a plasma shell, however, it is on the other side of a raging river and the only way through it is to travel through a cliff pass. He will then send them to Vault 2, as this is the only way through the cliffs and into Chang's fortress. The entrance text of Vault 2 reads, "Vault 2 remains closed, as it has for years. However, it is adorned with posters and pennants for pre-war local sports teams." There is a small old-school intercom next to the thick steel door. Although turned away at the door, Wastelad is told that he can return if he brings a rare sports item to the Vault residents, and this is where we get our first true taste for what the residents in Vault 2 are like. And this is, they are simply sports obsessed. The residents are salivating over the thought of you bringing back the pristine Lucky Number 2 football jersey. The jersey is a highly sought after collectible that is eventually given to the Overseer of Vault 2, who hangs it up in the common room for display. The residents of this vault clearly need their priorities straight, but they mean well, and they will ultimately let you pass through the vault once the collectible is obtained. However, if you've ever played Fallout 76, you'll meet a character known as the Bruiser, a member of the Crater Raiders subgroup who go by the name of the Blackwater Bad Boys at Ohio River Adventures. Bruiser once lived in a vault, where his pre-war memories slowly faded away. He claims that he participated in a warlike gladiator sport while inside the vault. If the player character points out that his description of the event sounds eerily similar to a game of American football, Bruiser will reject the notion, adamant about his memories as a fighter. Makes you wonder if he's referring to Vault 2, where he could have been subjected to America's favorite pastime.
That vault is a hornet's nest. If you have second thoughts, no one would think less of you for it.
Vault 3 has an interesting story. Not because of the experiment that took place here, because technically no experiment ever did take place here. Vault 3, located near the South Vegas area, was one of the 5 Vault-Tec vaults in the Mojave Desert designed for civilian habitation alongside Vaults 11, 19, 21, and 34. It was also one of 2 vaults close to the Las Vegas Strip, with Vault 21 being the other. Unlike many others, Vault 3 was designated as one of the 17 control vaults, and it did not have any experimental social parameters set by Vault-Tec. Hence, no heinous experiment took place here. But that doesn't mean that this vault didn't have its own problems. After the Great War, life in Vault 3 proceeded smoothly, until the 23rd century when a water leak forced the dwellers to unseal the vault in search of assistance. Once opened, the vault's inhabitants started trading with neighboring groups and forming ties with the external world. Initially, this period was marked by peace and prosperity for a few weeks, but this also drew the attention of the Fiends, a drug-addicted raider group.
This was Vault 3, but I'm sure you can tell that by all the threes all over the damn place. Now it's a drug den for the goddamn fiends.
The Vault Dwellers, as most Vault Dwellers are, were incredibly naive. The Fiends decided to take advantage of this exploit and charm their way into the Vault with promises of trade and hospitality. Unfortunately for the Vault 3 Dwellers, they never anticipated a full-scale attack like this, and they were completely unprepared with barely no security. They were then killed, and the Fiends took over the Vault. Motor Runner, the leader of the Fiend Gang, had initially set Vault 3 as a sanctuary for his tribe to avoid conflicts with the West Side area, both to steer clear of the Great Khan's drug operations and to minimize casualties from encounters with the West Side militia, particularly with their super mutant mean son of a bitch.
Ha ha ha! I wash my bone with Sippy. I have Pogo. Phoebes Haroop. Goodbye.
Over time, Motor Runner saw the potential in Vault 3 and transformed it into a formidable stronghold for his operations. If you've never played New Vegas, then I'll give you a brief summary of who the Fiends are so you aren't confused. The Fiends are a notorious gang of drug-crazed raiders known for their violent and chaotic behavior. They're primarily located around the outskirts of New Vegas, with their influence being particularly strong in the South Vegas area. The Fiends are addicted to various chems, which fuel their aggression and erratic actions. They're known for their brutality, often attacking travelers, traders, and settlements without provocation. They frequently assault NCR patrols, caravans, and local communities. Their addiction drives their behavior, and they often engage in or control the local drug trade. And they've established control over parts of the wasteland, making these areas dangerous for others. In essence, they're not good people, and in fact, I'd say they have zero redeeming qualities. Since taking control of Vault 3, the Fiends have grown in strength, posing a significant threat to those on New Vegas' southwestern outskirts, and continuously harassing the NCR forces at Camp McCarran. And this is the current fate of Vault 3. But let's take a look at the actual vault and how the people used to, or still, live here. The entrance to Vault 3 is uniquely integrated into the urban decay around it. Unlike many other vaults which are accessed through cave systems or isolated locations, Vault 3's door opens right into the remains of past civilization. This direct connection means there's no separate cave or tunnels leading to the vault, and as a result, when you approach and operate the control panel to open the vault, there's no transitional loading screen or cinematic door opening animation. This design choice reflects the vault's integration with its immediate surroundings, emphasizing its urban setting over the more secluded nature of typical vault entries. Once you enter, the courier is immediately met by a fiend guard who will inquire about the intruder's purpose. At this point, the courier has options to avoid conflict. By having a speech skill of 64 or higher, the courier can convince the guard to allow passage without hostility. Alternatively, wearing Great Khan armor deceives the guard into thinking the courier is part of an allied group, thus granting safe passage. Once past the guard, wearing the Great Khan armor becomes unnecessary, and you can proceed to explore or interact with the vault's inhabitants and environment without fear of immediate aggression from the guards. The interior is caked by the artistic expressions of its current occupants, with their graffiti adorning the walls. This graffiti isn't unique to the vault. It mirrors the style seen on the bunkers in Hidden Valley belonging to the Brotherhood of Steel. There's even a depiction of a stick figure couple in one of the restrooms, which is similar to a drawing from Hidden Valley, but on a larger scale. Additionally, there are approximately 5 terminals within Vault 3 that can be hacked. These terminals hold records and insights into the past of Vault 3. The Overseer's terminal contains entries about Vault elections, which hints at the Vault's attempt at maintaining some semblance of normalcy and democratic process. I'll read a few of the highlights so you guys can get a better picture. From Michael Robinson to George Stalt. George, we've been friends for a while, so I hope you didn't take my candidacy for Overseer personally. I'm going to do whatever I can to keep our friends and family safe. And if that means taking our exposure to the outside world slow and keeping to ourselves, outside of what we need of course, then that is what I'm going to push for. No one knows what it's going to be like out there. There could be horrific mutants or strange wandering vagabonds. Aliens, murderous gangs, we have no idea. Let's be smart about this. Mike. Murderous gangs, Mike says. I think he's paranoid. Later on, we learn that Michael lost to George Stahl in the Overseer election, and George sends out an email to all residents. Greetings everyone. Thank you for all putting your trust in me. I'm honored to serve as your overseer for the next term and hopefully beyond. I'm going to do everything I can to get Michelle's committee outside as soon as possible. We'll get our water issues resolved and form lasting bonds with our neighbors in the world outside. Thanks again for putting your trust in me, George Stalt, Overseer. It's sad to learn how much faith they put in humanity and their neighbors. They were excited to leave the vault and begin their new lives. You'll notice a theme here in many of the logs you can find throughout the vault. There are tons of personal entries about a vault committee that was set up to make a plan and arrange outside ventures and trading efforts. There's even some entries about the water situation being more dire than predicted, forcing them into opening the vault. I'll read one last entry that kind of sums up my final thoughts on these residents. From Michael Robinson to Michelle Dalian. Okay, Michelle, I was wrong. The wasteland isn't as dangerous as I thought it was. As dangerous. That doesn't mean it's safe. We've had some luck trading and it looks like we're going to be operating at full capacity soon. Let's lock the doors for a little while, set up some guards. Let's be smart. We've all seen those freaks with the strange hats lurking around outside. Every day they get a little closer. Let's show them that we aren't going to be easy targets. Let's be safe and smart. Kindly, Michael. Michael tried to be wary of the outsiders. In all honesty, after reading many of these entries, Michael would have been a better fit as the overseer. He was cautious with the wasteland and less gung-ho. It's unfortunate what happened. Vault 3 is divided into 3 sections. The recreation area is notably bigger than in other vaults, equipped with pool tables and some loot. In the maintenance wing in the northern section, you'll encounter Motor Runner, the Fiend leader, in his throne room, accompanied by his 2 guard dogs, Bone Nash and Nash Bone. Yeah, truly some of the most creative names right there. In the living quarters, you'll find a distressing scene in the main floor, where our 3 captives, Rick Lancer, Rachel, and Dennis, are caged. Also inside the cage is the body of Carter, who had attempted to escape and search for weapons, only to be recaptured and killed. The key to this cage is with a fiend named Daniel, located in one of the southernmost rooms. However, you can pick the lock to free them without any negative karma impact, and the fiends won't even react if they see you. Once freed, the captives will sneakily make their way past the fiends to the vault's entrance where they go unnoticed. Continuing through the living quarters, you'll discover rooms that show off the fiend's lifestyle. 2 rooms specifically stand out, each holding a dead fiend on a bed surrounded by a cluster of empty syringes and drugs like Jet and Psycho, illustrating their addiction issues. In another part of this area, a bedroom in the southern section contains a terminal with an option for an automated blast message, but attempting to use it reveals that the system is offline. The living quarters are full of traps, by the way, with some corridors flooded and filled with irradiated water at a rate of 1 rad per second. There are so many quests involved with this vault in New Vegas. 6 to be exact. That's a lot for one vault. I think the one worth talking about is saving the ranger Bryce Anders from the vault. He's locked himself away in a room with traps leading up to it. He can offer a lot of information on the fiends and some info on the vault itself and what happened to the past residents.
How the hell did you get in here? And who the hell are you? What are you looking to find out? The fiends killed everyone living here. Now they're squatting in their home. The fiends are degenerate drug addicts who kill and rape for fun, basically. They're human garbage. Though I'm not sure about the human part. This was Vault 3, but I'm sure you can tell that by all the 3s all over the damn place. Now it's a drug den for the goddamn fiends. Tell me why I should tell you anything. I don't know you. Oh, my apologies, sir. I was sent here by Colonel Shu to exterminate Motor Runner, the leader of the fiends. He sent you. Why? You can go back to old Shu and tell him that the mission will be completed. I just need a couple more days.
Lastly, before we move on from Vault 3, we should talk about its current leader, Motor Runner. Motor Runner is considered the most mentally stable among the fiends, having successfully led this group of drug-crazed individuals, turning them into a formidable force. He masterminded the takeover of Vault 3 as their base. Ranger Bryce Anders notes that Motor Runner has evaded assassination by the NCR multiple times, leading Colonel Shu to assign Anders the task of personally eliminating him. Shu also mentions Motor Runner's grisly habit of beheading deceased NCR troopers. In his dealings, Motor Runner has shown a ruthless business sense, engaging in the slave trade with Dermot and St. James. On one occasion, he bought a teenage girl for 500 caps, but paid nothing for her father after the man assaulted him. Another time, he acquired a woman for 250 caps, paying a mere 25 caps each for her elderly parents and ignoring her infant son completely. Motorrunner holds court in the maintenance wing of Vault 3, where he can be found in his throne room, keeping his tight grip on all of his lackeys and their dealings. As for the fate of Vault 3, we have no idea. At least not yet. The courier could have killed Motorrunner and the rest of the fiends. They also could have helped Motorrunner and worked with the fiends in their drug trade. Maybe we'll find out in future Fallout content.
Vault 4 was once featured in advertisements and Vault orientation videos, with the infamous Cooper Howard serving as a spokesman.
Wow, is this an Amish production of the Count of Monte Cristo, or just the weirdest circle jerk I've ever been invited to?
The Vault's experiment was publicly revealed in these advertisements. It would be governed by scientists living and working there full time, which is a technocratic government. Although the delivery of the experiment wasn't necessarily straightforward because nobody would have perceived the preceding events that would eventually unravel. Lloyd and Cassandra Hawthorne, two prominent Vault-Tec scientists and researchers on the effects of radiation on DNA, as well as their 2 children and 80 other volunteers, signed up to live in the Vault for a 5-year trial before the Great War to show that society would survive even in a vault. Lloyd Hawthorne eventually became the Vault's overseer after the Great War.
No, Lloyd and Cassandra here are both scientists, specializing in the effects of radiation on human DNA.
Sealed on the day of the Great War, the Vault became a part of the Vault experiment, examining the performance of a society governed entirely by scientists with no limits on their control and decisions. However, the Vault's governance by scientists led to unrestricted research, including human testing, which led to the scientists' downfall. Luring Wastelanders into the Vault, the scientists subjected them to mutation experiments, including hybridizing humans with radiation-resistant species, leading to the creation of creatures such as the Gulpers, where upon close inspection, their many fleshy feelers resemble human fingers, and their front limbs end in nearly human hands. Each experiment in Vault 4 was meticulously documented, capturing the shocking extremes of the scientists' endeavors. Among the most gruesome was the case of a victim forced to give birth to a school of mutated Gulpers, creatures that immediately turned on her, devouring her alive in the birthing tank. The sheer horror of these experiments ultimately ignited a rebellion among the test subjects, who unleashed the abominable creatures on their tormentors. Overseer Hawthorne and his wife attempted to fortify themselves outside the specimen laboratory, but the relentless Gulpers breached their barricade, consuming them in a final grisly act of vengeance. Even in his final log, Overseer Hawthorne remained defiant, asserting that the hybridization of humans with radiation-resistant species held promise, and that a society governed by scientists alone was still a vision worth pursuing. Having taken full control of the Vault, the former test subjects turned their harrowing experiences into a foundation for hope and progress. They established a democratic system to govern the Vault, ensuring that every resident had a voice. In a gesture of compassion, they opened their doors to refugees from the outside world, integrating them as new Vault dwellers and fostering a community dedicated to rebuilding humanity. For those who bore the irreversible scars of the Vault's experiments, stasis pods on level 12 became their sanctuary. These pods preserved the afflicted until a cure for their conditions could be discovered, though the mutated Gulpers, tragically, proved beyond any means of abortion or reversal. Meanwhile, the survivors of the scientific horrors worked tirelessly to keep the Vault operational. Surface foraging parties ventured into the wasteland to secure essential supplies, such as gear, spare parts, and other materials critical to maintaining the Vault's infrastructure and ensuring its self-sufficiency. One complication was that the genetic damage inflicted by the Hawthorns and their lot was hereditary, leading to random mutations. Additional noses, ears, and/or other organs, glowing eyes, and in the case of future Overseer Benjamin, a single eye in the place of the usual 2. Changes did not affect their general faculties, and many of the children born into the Vault thought of themselves as genuine Vault dwellers. The aforementioned Benjamin, a claimed relative of the Gulper who killed the Hawthorns, considers himself a 5th-generation Vault dweller, for example. This policy remained consistent over the generations and was crucial following the bombing of Shady Sands. Fleeing the blast, the survivors were accepted and integrated into the Vault family. However, there was some friction with the eccentric Overseer Ben and his tendency to make inappropriate jokes. You know, such as the one about Shady Sands' destruction, which literally and figuratively was a huge bomb. To cope with the trauma of losing everything, the refugees had regular history lessons on the past, revisiting crucial milestones in the new California Republic's development, such as its 2198 foundation, and kept the memory of Shady Sands alive. The most important part of these efforts to remember were religious rituals performed in the atrium regularly, considered too rambunctious by the vault's mutated dwellers. These services were led by Birdie at an altar covered in produce, candles, and pictures of NCR President Aaron Kimball, and included ritualistic nudity and covering oneself in ashes and blood to symbolically bring back the people and the city lost. They also invoked the Flame Mother, an NC commander, as their future salvation, and apparently created a cult worshipping her. This wouldn't be the first time a cult has reared its head in Fallout lore either. As we mentioned, that this vault is ran off of technocratic leadership and has overseers that were once Vault Tech scientists, it only makes sense that Vault 4 is located beneath Hawthorne Medical Laboratories building, which, if you recall, was a subsidiary of Vault Tech, with the main bunker housing the entrance on a nearby plain, completely desertified by 2296. The Hawthorne building is connected to the vault via a chute located inside the building, repurposed as a trap, luring people in with the promise of medical supplies. The actual vault is identified as model 96JQ1164, 12 levels deep, all numbered except for level 1, the surface, identified as G or ground, with the dominant feature being the atrium. In this case, it's a large communal space 3 floors high, used for social gatherings, meals, and other activities requiring the participation of the entire vault. Vault 4 was meticulously designed to house up to 200 inhabitants, with each family allocated a private living unit in one of its distinct neighborhoods, such as Sycamore Street. These units were engineered for comfort, accommodating 2 adults and 2 children, and shielded by 3 feet of lead casing and earth covering the maximum protection against external threats, aka nukes. The designs were standardized across vaults like Vault 33, the Los Angeles vault, and equipped with modern amenities to ensure a high standard of living. At the heart of the vault, the Overseer's office overlooked the atrium, a common feature in many vaults, offering visibility and access to key daily use facilities, including the classroom. Residents enjoyed significant freedom, with access to most areas of the vault, including the fusion power plant. However, one area remained strictly off limits, level 12. This section housed the remnants of the original scientists' disturbing experiments, including a genetic research lab filled with the remnants of their unethical work in cryosuspension tubes, some still occupied. Random facts include the fact that Vault 4 is mentioned as having only 1 foosball table, and the vault's washrooms are said to be confusing for newcomers to use. What else was confusing, however, was that chalkboard found within Vault 4 in the TV series includes a timeline of events for the new California Republic, which placed the fall of Shady Sands in 2277. Confusion in the community led some to decide that it meant Fallout New Vegas never happened in the show timeline. Todd Howard, however, clarified in an interview with IGN the following week that this is not the case. For anyone confused about how the city could be blown up by the time the show takes place, Howard explains that all the timeline details should line up. "We're careful about the timeline," he says. "There might be a little bit of confusion in some places, but everything that happened in the previous games, including New Vegas, happened. We're very careful about that. All I can say is we're threading it tighter there, but the bombs fall just after the events of New Vegas." End quote. It's hard not to have this high on our list of vaults we love because we get such a deep glimpse into the culture of the vault dwellers and their society. When playing the games, we always get a sense that vault dwellers are viewed as holy outcasts and naive in nature, and within the TV series, we get to see that naivety so well acted out, particularly within Vault 4. What is your take? If you absolutely had to live in one of Fallout's vaults, would this be on the upper echelon of choices?
Vault 7 has only been mentioned once in Fallout media. This would be from the official Fallout board game, and more specifically its NCR expansion. One of the tiles on the board game is Lucky Number 7 Vault, and it has some minor but interesting lore that we can pull some details from. First off, since it's a tile that can be placed down, it can be found in New California, the Capital Wasteland, the Pit, the Commonwealth, or Far Harbor. So at this point, you've probably guessed it. This vault is non-canon. Well, at least the board game isn't. Vault 7 is located inside of a lake. Entering the vault door will suck you down into the pitch blackness of what remains of the vault. There you'll find a terminal. It'll state that this vault was never inhabited by any dwellers or an overseer, but it does keep track of anything that enters the vault at any time. This vault, when tampered with, can release a creature named the Vault Guardian, and the whole system will be locked down. The only way to leave is by killing this Guardian. And that's all we have on Vault 7. I would just like to reiterate that we're going to be bringing up every single vault mentioned in any Fallout media, except for Fallout Shelter. As a Fallout fan, I find even these small and obscure references super interesting, and I'm sure you guys feel the same way, even if it's non-canon.
From what you can make out in the archives, 2 Geks were part of every Vault's standard inventory package. Only one was shipped to Vault 8, however. Due to a shipping error, it appears Vault 8 received a box of surplus water chips intended for another Vault. The other Vault most likely received Vault 8's second Gek.
Vault 8 was designed as a control vault with a mission to reopen and begin the recolonization of the surface just 10 years after its doors were sealed. It was built to accommodate a modest population of around 100 people. To pave the way for a thriving future, Vault-Tec equipped Vault 8 with not 1, but 2 Geks, essential devices to help rebuild civilization. However, due to a bureaucratic mix-up, Vault 8 mistakenly received hundreds of water chips intended for Vault 13, while Vault 13 ended up with an extra Gek, altering the course of their destinies forever. Geks are incredibly important to many of the vaults in this series, so I'll give you a brief rundown of what they are, especially if you're newer to the games or maybe out of the loop in the deeper lore. The Gek, or Garden of Eden Creation Kit, is a remarkable terraforming device developed by Future Tech, a division of Vault-Tec Corporation, to help Vault dwellers reclaim the post-nuclear wasteland. Described by many as the key to a new beginning, the Gek was envisioned as a miracle tool that could transform the desolate ruins of Earth into a thriving paradise. Developed by Stanislaus Braun, the Gek was packed into a large, silvered briefcase, containing essential components like seed and soil supplements, a cold fusion power generator, matter energy replicators, atmospheric chemical stabilizers, and water purifiers. It was more than just technology, it was hope contained in a box. Vault-Tec promised that a properly functioning Gek would ensure the creation of an earthly paradise, even after the devastation of total global annihilation. Despite the ambitious claims, the reality was a bit more grounded. The Gek was a modest yet powerful tool. It could produce food, build basic items, and stabilize environments. It even included reading material like sections from the Library of Congress and survival guides, offering valuable knowledge for Vault inhabitants to rebuild civilization. The Gek itself could be disassembled for spare parts and energy, contributing directly to reconstruction efforts. Every Vault that received a Gek was typically issued 2 kits, though logistical mix-ups, like the case of Vault 8, led to some receiving unexpected supplies. Vault 87 was unique, housing a Gek capable of collapsing matter within a specific radius to create a fertile landscape. A true Garden of Eden from nothingness. But we'll get into that further down the road. Throughout the Fallout series, the Gek plays a significant role, from helping the denizens of Arroyo re-establish their community in Fallout 2, to assisting in Project Purity in Fallout 3, and even becoming the focal point of Vault 94's tragic fate in Fallout 76. So let's take a look at what happened to Vault 8 and their Gek. In 2091, 14 years after the catastrophic Great War, Vault 8 finally received the all-clear signal. The Overseer ordered the opening of the vault doors, marking the beginning of a new chapter for the survivors. The signal sent by the Enclave and confirmed by surface radiation sensors meant that the time had come to reclaim the world above. Equipped with their Gek, the resilient inhabitants of Vault 8 established a city outside of the vault, one that would eventually become known as Vault City, which was powered by a reactor that determined the city's capacity to grow. By 2241, the vault itself served a more utilitarian role. It primarily functioned as a storage facility and a medical hub for Vault City citizens. Martin diligently oversaw the equipment within the command center on the lower level, while Dr. Troy provided essential medical services on the upper level. Together, they ensured the health and stability of the community, preserving the legacy of Vault 8 and its people. Once Vault City was founded, it quickly established itself as a dominant force in Northern California, operating without opposition for decades. However, in 2235, the rise of Gecko brought trouble to their doorstep. The reactivation of Gecko's nuclear power plant did not go unnoticed by Vault City, whose residents grew increasingly concerned about their new neighbors. By 2239, those fears were justified. The nuclear power plant at Gecko was in severe disrepair and began leaking radioactive waste into the groundwater, contaminating the water table and threatening Vault City. The once safe wells of Vault City became hazardous, with those who drank from them suffering from radiation sickness, some even fatally so. Medical experts in Vault City fear that if not remedied, the contamination could lead to sterility and chromosomal damage across their population. This escalating threat transformed the initial suspicion of Gecko's ghoul population into outright animosity. The citizens of Vault City began accusing the ghouls of deliberately endangering them, viewing their presence as an act of aggression. Despite multiple attempts by the ghouls to reach out for technical assistance, their emissaries were met with violence, shot on sight as tensions turned into open hostility. As the new California Republic expanded, it set its sights on Vault City, seeing it as an ideal candidate to join its growing dominion. But Vault City remained determined to keep its independence. In February of 2241, Vault City rejected offers of an alliance from both the Bishop family of New Reno and the NCR. Not long after, raider attacks on Vault City caravans began, and the NCR used this turmoil to apply even more pressure. They offered Vault City protection from the raiders, if Vault City agreed to join the Republic. Yet Vault City remained resolute in its refusal, leading to an escalation of raider violence which became increasingly brutal. In one particularly vicious raid, the attackers disabled the laser turret along Vault City's western perimeter. Yet despite having an opportunity to strike deeper, they were ordered to fall back. This baffled Sergeant Stark, who witnessed the event firsthand. It became evident that there was more at play behind these attacks. In fact, John Bishop, under pressure from the NCR, sought a way to undermine Vault City's defenses, attempting to bribe or manipulate one of the guards. His efforts ultimately failed, but this was part of a larger strategy. With diplomatic progress stalling, the NCR Congress covertly approved an initiative to force Vault City into submission. John Bishop of New Reno was tasked with carrying out this campaign of terror. He employed mercenaries to act as raiders, aiming to weaken Vault City and make it desperate enough to fall into the NCR's grasp. By 2239, Thomas Moore, an NCR agent, arrived in Vault City and managed to become a citizen. Over the course of the following year, Moore's political ambitions grew, and he began advocating for democracy, attempting to sway the citizens of Vault City towards a new political structure. His calls for change were largely dismissed, and he was treated with disdain, seen more as an outsider with foolish ideas rather than a true citizen. Although his rhetoric fell flat, Moore did succeed in stealing some of Vault City's advanced technology, adding another layer to the NCR's ambitions. Vault City is a small yet highly advanced settlement located 21 squares east and 4 squares south of Arroyo. When we last explored the city in Fallout 2, its population consisted of 103 citizens, along with a number of outsiders living in the courtyard. Compared to settlements like Redding or Broken Hills, Vault City remained relatively small in size, but boasted impressive technology. Vault City is organized into 3 main areas: the courtyard, downtown, and the central council. The courtyard serves as the home for outsiders and is a modest, disorganized place that includes establishments like Happy Harry's General Goods Store and John Cassidy's Spittoon. Downtown is where trade occurs, though non-citizens require a day pass to enter, which grants access between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. Non-citizens can trade in the sub-amenities office or visit various other locations, but key areas are off limits. Skeeve also offers fake citizenship papers as an alternative means of access. The Central Council is home to Vault citizens and hosts important government functions. This is also where citizenship tests are conducted, though they're intentionally designed to be nearly impossible for outsiders to pass. Citizenship is primarily reserved for those born within the Vault City, though exceptions can be made by Senior Counselor McClure or First Citizen Lynette. Vault City is powered by a nuclear reactor from Vault 8, which remains in pristine condition. Vault 8 is divided into several levels, each serving a specific purpose. On level 1, beyond the massive outer blast doors, visitors find themselves in a long steel corridor leading to the Seal and Safe Model 343 vault door, complete with an airlock and a security door. This level is where Dr. Troy is located, a key medical figure who treats crippled limbs and radiation poisoning. He plays a pivotal role in 2 major quests: developing an antidote for Jet and delivering a sample of Jet for analysis. If the Chosen One ascends to the rank of Captain of the Guard, Dr. Troy also has the expertise to remove all ammunition lodged in Marcus's body, providing valuable medical aid to the super mutant. Dr. Troy is assisted by Nurse Phyllis, who who offers additional insights into the daily operations and inner workings of Vault City. Level 2 of Vault 8 serves primarily as a storage area. The rooms are packed with crates and abandoned equipment, and many of the doors are either sealed due to the stuck power couplings or kept locked. This level houses Vault City's supply of uranium ore, essential for powering their nuclear reactor, as well as other goods used for trade with the outside world. Additionally, this level stores the surplus water chips that were originally intended for Vault 13, which did end up in Vault 8 due to that shipping error. Level 3 of Vault 8 is known as the Command Center and is split into 2 distinct sections by a red security door. The first section includes a meeting room, a library, and the computer core. Nearby is a storeroom where all of the Vault's essential supplies are securely stored in lockers. The second section, the actual Command Center, lies beyond a bright red security door. This area contains the security station, which also houses the Vault's armory. Further in, you'll find the main control room, where the central computer and primary control systems are located, including the water processing computer. Finally, there's the Overseer's chamber, complete with his hydraulic pedestal and control seat, the heart of the Vault's operations. In essence, Vault 8 isn't all that interesting, but what it produced was. You could even consider its purpose a success, as the inhabitants did end up leaving the Vault successfully and created a settlement that still stands to this day.
Vault 11 was one of 5 vaults built in the broader Mojave region to house a civilian population. Like most vaults, Vault 11 was designed as a social experiment. After the blast doors were sealed, the inhabitants were informed by the vault computer that they would need to sacrifice one of their fellow dwellers each year, or face the extermination of everyone in the vault. This was in fact a ruse. If the residents had refused to comply, a message from Vault Tech would have played commending them for their decision, stating that their commitment to human life is a shining example to us all, and revealing that no one would be killed. As a reward, the vault door would then be unlocked, allowing free passage in and out with the Overseer's permission. This setup presents an interesting moral question. Would you sacrifice one person for what appears to be the greater good, or refuse and hope it was a right ethical choice? According to terminal entries found throughout the now empty vault in 2281, the original residents did not reach this conclusion right away. Initially, they believed that they had no choice but to carry out an annual sacrifice to prevent the death of everyone in the vault. To select the sacrifice, they instituted democratic elections where the chosen individual would become an overseer and, at the end of their term, would be required to enter a chamber and face execution. The residents believed the system would fulfill the computer's requirement and spare the rest of the population. Of the original residents, only the first overseer entered the vault knowing about the directive to sacrifice someone. Even he was unaware of the true outcome if they had refused to comply, however. Shocked by the situation and disgusted by the overseer's failure to share the info beforehand, the residents chose the original overseer as their first sacrifice, a grim outcome that set the tone for the years to come. The tradition of electing an overseer as the next sacrificial resident persisted for 16 years, with the new overseer being sacrificed annually until 2093. Over time, several pseudo-political factions known as voting blocks emerged, each vying for influence in the selection process. Pamphlets were initially created as an impartial source of info to provide oversight for the system. However, as power struggles intensified, this impartiality quickly eroded. The 6 main voting blocks, Allied Service Workers Bloc, Divine Will Bloc, Human Dignity Bloc, Justice Bloc, United Vault Tech Bloc, and Utilitarian Bloc, competed fiercely for power each year. These factions nominated and supported overseer candidates in alignment with their own interests, using libel-filled propaganda posters to manipulate the vault's population into supporting their chosen candidate. Sounds all too familiar, doesn't it? What's somewhat alluring to dwell on is that each endorsed candidate truly didn't want to be the nominee in the first place. Take Henry Glover, the gentleman endorsed by the Utilitarian Bloc, Divine Will Bloc, and Allied Service Workers Bloc. A terminal reads an entry from him stating, "I'm a devoted husband and father of 6 beautiful children. My oldest Sam was on the honor roll this quarter and I couldn't be prouder of him. My youngest Henry Jr. just said his first word, and it was Dada. We've got this bond already and he's still just a baby. Friends, when you go to the polls this election, I want you to think of your own children. Then I want you to think of Sam and Henry Jr. Picture their faces. Nate Stone should be overseer, not me." Meanwhile, Donna Haley, an endorsee from the likes of Human Dignity Bloc and United Vault Technicians Bloc, says, I'm aware of the rumors circulating about me. I want everyone to know that they are vicious lies being spread by other candidates in a desperate smear campaign. I have never in my life done anything so depraved, let alone force such things. But even if I had, that still wouldn't mean you should vote for me. Consider the fact that I am grossly underqualified for the position and that both of my opponents are far more deserving. I know nothing about governance. You'd be hard pressed to find a worse candidate than me. I can promise you my administration would be a disaster. And finally, Nathan Stone, a nominee from Justice Bloc, proclaims, "This is ridiculous. I shouldn't even be a candidate, and I wouldn't be if it weren't for all the dirty backroom politics going on around me. It's sickening. You should all be ashamed." Each candidate clearly doesn't want the endorsement of the party that is endorsing. It's an interesting twist on the American democratic system when looking at it from a different lens. The selection process gradually descended into corruption, with heavy manipulation by bloc leaders. Before the final election, members of the most powerful group, the Justice Bloc, led by Roy, used their influence to coerce fellow resident Catherine Stone. They threatened to nominate her husband Nathan as the next overseer if she did not comply with their demands. Given the overwhelming influence of the Justice Bloc, this would have been a death sentence for Nathan, leaving Catherine with no choice but to capitulate. Despite her compliance, the Justice Bloc members betrayed her, proceeding with the nomination of her husband regardless. Driven by a mix of despair, anger, and a desire for retribution, Catherine took matters into her own hands. She systematically murdered members of the Justice Bloc, one by one. In an unexpected twist, Catherine's actions served two purposes: exacting vengeance on those who wronged her and positioning herself as a clear choice for the next overseer, thereby sparing her husband's life. Catherine's plan worked. Following the massacre, she was elected as the next Vault Overseer. As Overseer, Catherine Stone's first act was to issue Overseer Order 745, effectively abolishing the corrupt election process. She decreed from then on, the Overseer would be chosen at random using the Vault's computer system. However, the remaining members of the Justice Bloc, including Roy, were unwilling to relinquish their power. In response, they secretly plotted an unarmed coup to reclaim control and reinstate the elections. The ensuing violence claimed the lives of nearly all the remaining Vault Dwellers, ultimately leaving only 5 survivors. The remaining 5 Vault Dwellers, exhausted by the years of bloodshed caused by the sacrificial elections, decided to lay down their arms. Together, they entered the sacrificial chamber to confront the Vault's computer, courageously declaring their refusal to continue the ritual sacrifices. What followed left them both bewildered and horrified.
Welcome. Please sit in the chair. The show is about to begin. Greetings, martyr, and welcome. If you're here now, it means you've been offered up as a sacrifice so that your vault can continue to thrive. Currently, you may be feeling sad or angry. Perhaps you never got to have grandkids, or to enjoy the pleasures of a fresh cigar. But march with your chin held high, soldier, and remember that each of us has an important role to play. For some people, their role might be to heal the sick. For others, it might mean they will drive a race car or fly a rocket ship. And some of us are meant to forfeit our lives for the good of the people. Sure, it might not be as fun as driving a race car, but it's every bit as important. Let's take a moment to reflect on the moments that made your life worth living. Think about that time you kissed your steady girl for the first time under the bleachers at the big game. Or when you snuck out after curfew to catch that new flick that your parents wouldn't let you see because it was too scary. Boy, were they right. And who could forget when you met the love of your life? What a looker. These are just examples. Do you feel that feeling stirring in your chest as you think of these things? Good. What you are feeling is peace. You've led a great life. Living it has been its own reward. But it is only the beginning. Close your eyes now and imagine what joys await you in the next life. The afterlife. Can you see them? Good.
An automated message from the computer revealed the true nature of the Vault's experiment. congratulating them for refusing to comply.
Congratulations, citizens of Vault 11. You have made the decision not to sacrifice one of your own. You can walk with your head held high, knowing that your commitment to human life is a shining example to us all. And to make that feeling of pride even sweeter, I have some exciting news. Despite what you were led to believe, the population of Vault 11 is not going to be exterminated for its disobedience. Instead, the mechanism to open the main vault door has now been enabled, and you can come and go at your leisure. But not so fast. Be sure to check with your overseer to find out if it's safe to leave. Here at Vault-Tec, your safety is our #1 priority.
Afterward, the 5 survivors walked to the vault's entrance, where they recorded a discussion about possibly committing, well, you know, to punish themselves for their actions over the past 16 years and to prevent the outside world from learning about the shameful history of Vault 11. Even in this final moment, they couldn't come to a unanimous decision. One of the men, referred to as Voice 1, pleaded with the others to leave the vault and share their story so that others could learn from their mistakes. The other 4, 3 men including one named Harry and 1 woman, were determined to die. Voice 1's attempt to persuade them fell on deaf ears, and soon after, 4 gunshots echoed through the chamber. The 5th individual refused to join them, discarding the gun on the floor. The 4 skeletal remains of the others would lie in the entrance chamber for the next 200 years, while the fate of the 5th survivor remains unknown. The lore of Vault 11 is interesting and introspective to say the least, and the layout of the vault is also unique compared to other vaults throughout Fallout lore. Vault 11 is located west of Boulder City and southwest of the 188 trading post. Inside, the reactor and water purification system have been severely damaged by both age and the Civil War among the dwellers, resulting in radioactive contamination. Radioactivity and radioactive water are significant hazards throughout the vault, with many areas submerged. To fully explore these flooded sections, you'll need to wear a rebreather or carefully use air pockets as you navigate. Enemies lurking within the vault include giant mantises, giant rats, and bark scorpions. The vault is covered in propaganda from the overseer elections, with each candidate expressing outrage at being nominated and arguing why their rivals are more deserving of the role. This approach contrasts with typical elections where candidates campaign to win, creating a sense of bewilderment for outsiders. Throughout the vault, the presence of sandbag barricades, various traps, and scattered skeletons serves as a stark reminder of the violent conflicts that took place here, including the 4 skeletons at the vault's entryway, from who were some of the last survivors of the vault's consequences mentioned earlier. Aside from rigged shotguns and booby traps within the vault, players will find the typical living quarter and lower level sections reminiscent of other Vault-Tec vaults. But what is unique to Vault 11 is a sacrificial chamber. Accessing the Overseer's terminal with the password reveals a hidden chamber beneath the desk, opening into a long tunnel. As the player proceeds through the tunnel, a pre-recorded voice begins to play, guiding them towards a door bathed in bright light. At the end of the tunnel lies a room with a single chair positioned in the center, accompanied by a projector. The voice instructs the player character to sit in the chair to begin the presentation, known as the Happy Trail slides. If you delay, the recording will repeat, insisting you have no choice but to sit in the chair until compliance is met. As soon as the presentation begins, the exit door locks. The presentation shows pleasant scenes while a calming voice reassures the individual that they have lived a good life and that their next one will be even better. However, as the presentation ends, wall panels on either side of the room slide open, and 4 robots along with 8 turrets simultaneously attack the player character. Remaining seated in the chair until the film concludes is dangerous, as robots and turrets immediately open fire. Once the automatons are defeated, the player can access a small room containing the vault's mainframe computer. This computer unlocks the exit door and reveals the true purpose of Vault 11, to determine how long it would take for the population to refuse to continue sacrificing one another, essentially testing self-preservation against moral integrity. Vault 11 was created by developer Joshua Sawyer, with the themes of the story The Lottery by Shirley Jackson at the heart of it. In the story, a lottery is held annually and the person who wins is stoned to death. The stoning is also to ensure the prosperity of the community. Oh, and the election poster reading "I hate Nate/Kate" is a reference to US President Dwight D. Eisenhower's "I like Ike" campaign, providing deeper context to the thought that went into designing this vault. The thought-provoking nature of this vault, combined with the level of detail in its design, makes Vault 11 one of the most compelling and memorable locations in the game. It challenges players not just in combat, but also morally, leaving a lasting impression that resonates well beyond the experience. Constructed beneath the sprawling city of Bakersfield, Vault 12 was promoted as offering every amenity for the prospective Vault dweller, and was equipped with state-of-the-art water purification systems. The system was capable of delivering over 15,000 gallons of pure drinking water daily, even processing wastewater from Bakersfield's sewers. Those who signed up for Vault 12 took their preparedness seriously, earning the Pressed Vault Suit award for their efforts. However, the Vault's true purpose was far darker. It was designed to study the effects of radiation exposure on its residents. To guarantee this, Vault Tech deliberately engineered the Vault door to fail to fully seal. On October 23, 2077, when the word spread that other vaults were closing, the desperate citizens of Bakersfield forced their way into Vault 12, seeking refuge from the incoming apocalypse. As intended, the unsealed door allowed radiation to flood in. Those who survived experienced ghoulification, a transformation that turned them into the undead-like ghouls. By the summer of 2083, some survivors chose to leave the vault, while others stayed behind, founding the city of Necropolis. Over the subsequent decades, many ghouls spread out in all directions, even before the events of Fallout 1. By the spring of 2084, a brutal individual named Set seized control of the community, overthrowing the original overseer, who was driven north and ultimately lost to history.
The Necropolis was mine. Not in all things great, but a straight place for my kind.
For the next 73 years, Set ruled Necropolis with minimal outside interference, as humans learned to avoid the City of the Dead. However, internal political tensions led some ghouls to leave, while a peaceful faction opposed to Set's leadership sought refuge underground. Despite his disdain for the tranquil ghouls, Set begrudgingly provided them with water, fearing he wouldn't have enough defenders should the city face a threat. Vault 12 shares a similar layout with the other vaults that the Vault Dweller encounters. The first level section contains the medical lab and the entrance. The second level is entirely devoted to living quarters, while the third level houses the recreation area, armory, and command center. Unlike other vaults, the command center in Vault 12 lacks an overseer's station, due to the fact that the vault was never completely sealed. It has become weathered and filthy over the course of 85 years, with the exposure and lack of maintenance taking their toll. Only a few doors, computers, and elevators remain functional. Several glowing ones, or ghouls that have absorbed so much radiation they emit a green glow, still reside in the vault. Initially, they're not hostile towards the Vault Dweller. However, if the water chip is removed without repairing the water pump, they will turn aggressive. This is one of the few instances where glowing ones display signs of retaining their mental faculties. On the other hand, if the water pump is repaired, the glowing ones will remain peaceful as long as the player does not attempt to loot the vault, which contains little of value. The water chip is located in the command center, easily identifiable as it is attached to the only operational computer. Notably, if the first glowing one encountered is left alive and the water chip is taken without repairing the water pump, he will stay behind even after the others have died of dehydration, commenting on their fate. Other fun facts reside in the fact that Vault Tech elevator decal has a spelling mistake saying Vol Tech. It's also interesting that the Puppet Man, a dweller of Vault 77, once made camp with a one-armed ghoul during his travels who wore tatters of a vault suit. The ghoul implies his condition was a result of this vault's specific experiment, suggesting he is plausibly a Vault 12 survivor. The regional setting of one man and a crate of puppets is not specified, but legends and artifacts of the Puppet Man are only known to exist in the Capital Wasteland. Interesting.
Vault 13 is known as the Vault of the Holy 13 among the tribesmen of Arroyo. It's one of Vault Tech Corporation's trademark vaults, with 13 being built in the southern half of the American state of California, west of the post-war settlement of Shady Sands and east of the Mariposa military base. It appears as a location both in the original Fallout and Fallout 2. The construction of Vault 13 began in August 2063 and reached completion in March 2069. Making it the final vault on the west coast to be finished. It was buried beneath 3.2 million tons of soil, 200 feet underground. Initially budgeted at $400 billion, the total cost ultimately soared to $645 billion. Vault 13 was originally designed to operate for a decade, accommodating up to 1,000 residents within its 100 living quarters. At full capacity, each living space housed 10 individuals, utilizing a hot bunking system to make the most of available resources. Vault Tech equipped the inhabitants of Vault 13 with Pip-Boy 2000 devices, and provided the vault with an experimental solar scorcher, a photoelectric weapon harnessing sunlight as an energy source. Vault 13 also featured heavy machinery for construction, sustainable hydro-agricultural farms, and a water purification system drawing from an underground river. Residents enjoyed facilities for social gatherings and entertainment resources sufficient for the planned duration of their stay. Despite a modest armory, efficient communication systems ensured effective vault security. Vault 13 was also outfitted with additional Garden of Eden creation kits, unlike Vault 8, which received extra water chips instead. Due to its late completion in 2069, which was caused by heralding problems during construction, Vault 13 did not experience the same cry wolf skepticism that affected other vaults. It served as a control group in the Societal Preservation Program, intended to remain sealed until the Enclave required its inhabitants, as explained by Dick Richardson, the main antagonist in Fallout 2. According to the Fallout Bible, though obviously not considered canon, the original purpose of Vault 13 was to stay closed for 200 years as a study in prolonged isolation. However, a malfunctioning water chip forced the Overseer to adapt, using the Vault Dweller as an unwitting agent to resolve the crisis. Prior to the water chip incident, a resident named Ed was sent out of the vault for unknown reasons, ultimately just dying outside of Vault 13, where his body was left to decay. Sometime before December 2161, the standard issue water purification chip in Vault 13 began to fail. Faced with this crisis, the Overseer decided to send scouts from their population into the wasteland in search of a replacement. One of these scouts, Talius, was captured during his mission by Nightkin, elite super mutants of the Unity, while searching in Necropolis. Talius was later subjected to the forced evolutionary virus at Mariposa, but instead of becoming a super mutant, he mutated into a ghoul-like creature, similar to Harold. He eventually found refuge with the followers of the Apocalypse, a humanitarian society far from Vault 13. The final resident chosen by the Overseer for the mission was known as the Vault Dweller. On December 5th, 2161, at precisely 7:21, the Vault Dweller departed with a 10mm pistol, some supplies, and the pre-war coordinates of Vault 15. By that time, Vault 13's water chip had completely failed, leaving only 150 days of water reserves for the residents. After navigating the perils of New California, the Vault Dweller ultimately succeeded where others had failed, returning with the water chip in February 2162. They recovered it from Vault 12 beneath Necropolis, restoring hope to Vault 13 just in time. The Overseer was initially pleased upon the Vault Dweller's return, especially in light of a growing rebel faction within the Vault that demanded freedom. After reviewing the Vault Dweller's report, particularly regarding the mutants at Necropolis, the Overseer deduced that their numbers and uniformity indicated an organized source, likely a factory producing mutants at an alarming rate. Perceiving this as a significant threat to the Vault, he once again dispatched the Vault Dweller. The Dweller succeeded, assassinating the leader of the mutant army, known as the Master, and destroying his command center. By April 28, 2162, the Vault Dweller had completed his mission, eliminating the lieutenant and destroying the Mariposa military base, where the FEV vats were being used to create these mutants. On May 2162, the Vault Dweller returned to Vault 13, only to find himself barred from entry. The Overseer, standing outside the blast door, declared that rather than welcoming him back as a hero, he was exiling the Dweller into the wasteland. The Overseer believed that the Dweller's heroics would inspire other residents to seek new lives beyond the Vault, undermining the purpose of the control group. In his own words, he stated, "You're a hero and you have to leave." He genuinely believed that by doing so, he was preserving the Vault's future.
You're a hero, and you have to leave.
However, many of the remaining residents were appalled by the Overseer's decision. In response, a faction led by Teresa and Lyle formed, eventually rebelling against the Overseer. Many chose to leave the Vault in protest, while those who stayed believed the deserters were doomed in the wasteland. The Overseer was arrested, tried, and ultimately sentenced to death. The role of the Vault Overseer was abolished thereafter, as trust in leadership was shattered. Following the death of the last Overseer and the abolishment of his position after his betrayal of the Vault Dweller, the remaining residents of Vault 13 commissioned the Brotherhood of Steel, a post-war technology-focused paramilitary order, to install a mainframe computer. This system allowed for the automatic control and regulation of Vault 13's operations, ensuring stability without centralized leadership. After his exile, the Vault Dweller reunited with a group of rebels who had left Vault 13. Together, they traveled north deep into the wilderness of Northern California and Oregon. There, they established a new village called Arroyo, protected by an extensive network of badlands and canyons. Instead of attempting to rebuild a town reminiscent of pre-war civilization, they forged a new community with a distinct tribal culture. Over the course of 3 generations, roughly 80 years, the story of Vault 13 and the origins of the Vault Dweller transformed into myth, remembered as the Vault of the Holy 13. Meanwhile, Aradesh, the leader of Shady Sands, set out to uncover more about the Vault Dweller who had once saved his daughter and his village. On his journey, accompanied by Seth, the captain of the Shady Sands Guards, Aradesh mysteriously disappeared and was presumed dead. Leadership of the emerging New California Republic then fell to Tandy, who stepped up to guide the growing nation. In 2241, the grandchild of the Vault Dweller, known as the Chosen One, was sent on a mission by Arroyo's elder, the Vault Dweller's daughter, to find Vault 13 and retrieve the Gek, to save their village from a devastating drought. However, since the Vault Dweller's exile, much had changed. Earlier that year, Vault 13 had been overtaken by the Enclave, a powerful paramilitary organization. On May 15th, the Enclave sent a coded sequence to Vault 13, triggering an all-clear signal and activating the central computer. Martin Frobisher, the Vault's spokesman, initiated the emergence protocol, playing the pre-war Leaving the Vault training video for the gathered dwellers and completing the necessary preparations. On May 16th, the Vault doors opened, but what greeted them was a vertebrate-assisted assault. Enclave troops stormed the vault, killing 3 dwellers instantly and rounding up the rest. They were taken to the Enclave oil rig, the Enclave stronghold. A day later, on May 17th, a pack of intelligent Deathclaws was deployed to the now empty vault by Enclave handlers to conceal their operation and eliminate any potential witnesses. Ultimately, however, the pack did not obey their orders, and with their isolation from their handlers, they deserted the Enclave's mission. Ruther, the leader of the intelligent Deathclaw pack, established a functioning community within Vault 13, using the mainframe's voice recognition system to provide for his family. Over time, a small group of humans also made their way into Vault 13, mainly consisting of refugees rescued from the wasteland and volunteers from nearby communities. Trouble arose later in 2241 when a newcomer named Matt arrived at the vault, believing the peaceful, intelligent Deathclaws posed a significant threat to humanity. Matt then sabotaged the mainframe and even bombed Kirith, Ruther's mate and the matriarch of the pack, before he was finally apprehended. Classic Matt. Matt's actions jeopardized the safety of the pack, forcing Ruther to send out hunters to sustain the community. With their security compromised, the hunters resorted to raiding NCR Brahmin herds to ensure the survival of the pack. Eventually, the Chosen One's quest for a Gek led them back to Vault 13, where they received the last remaining unit from Ruther. Not long after, the Enclave sought retribution for the Deathclaw's perceived failure. Under the command of Secret Service agent Frank Horrigan, an Enclave strike team returned to Vault 13, slaughtering the entire Deathclaw pack and their human neighbors. The only survivor was Gruther's son, Goris, potentially a companion in the game, who happened to be outside the vault at the time. Vault 13 was then left abandoned in the aftermath of the massacre. According to John Daly, who designed Vault 13, the inaccessible good ending where the Deathclaws survive was deliberately scrapped to fit with the Enclave storyline, which required the brutal eradication of the Deathclaws.
If you've played the earlier Fallouts, you may have stumbled across Vault 15 in New California, set in the time period of 2241. Located 9 squares east of Fallout 13 in Fallout, this large underground shelter is one of the few vaults which was constructed smoothly and without delays, despite additional work poured into reinforcing the 3rd level of the vault to ensure protection against earthquakes. which genuinely makes sense due to the earthquake-prone locale of the vault near the San Andreas fault line. As part of the social experiment conducted by Vault-Tec, the vault population was ensured to be a mix of radically diverse ideologies in order to gain data on their interactions. And potential failure over the 50 years, the vault was planned to stay sealed. And this is fairly evident in Fallout 1, as when speaking to Aradesh, he has quite a bit of multicultural flavoring to his speech. When the Great War came on October 23rd, the dwellers reported to the vault and entered in. The shelter was sealed and contact with the other vaults was completely lost. As the years went by, the conditions within the vault deteriorated. Population control was not implemented properly, and by 2097 the vault was overcrowded, with correspondingly bad living conditions. Conflict was imminent, and in spring the situation exploded. But let's take a brief pause, because some of the dates surrounding the vault are shrouded in conflict. The precise date of the settlement's founding is not established in any of the released video games, and supplementary sources give conflicting info. Fallout Bible places the founding in spring of 2142. However, this conflicts with Jarvis's statement about its foundation by a great ancestor of Aradesh. There is also no mention of the people of Shady Sands coming out of a vault, which is inconsistent with the relatively recent founding date. Finally, as the Vipers, Jackals, and Khans emerged out of Vault 15 together, it's impossible for them to raid the hub in 2125, 16 years before their emergence. Meanwhile, the Vipers' design document establishes that the Vipers left Vault 15 in 2097, 64 years before the game's time, emerging alongside the settlers that would establish Shady Sands. The date used here is based on the Vipers' design document also published in the Bible, which states the following. 64 years ago, in 2097, a man named Jonathan Faust led his group of about 200 people from the overcrowded vault into the wastes of the outside. It was there that his small band came into a small oasis in the middle of the desert. In the middle of this oasis was a large pit, almost like a crater. While resting and setting up camp, Faust decided to look into the pit. Darkness greeted him. When a member of the band called out to him, Faust turned, startled, and slipped into the pit. He slid down 20 feet and then fell another 20 and broke his leg in the process. As he lay there dazed, a half-dozen gigantic pit vipers slithered towards him. Not knowing what these things were, Faust was terrified. The group above heard one loud scream and then nothing. 3 others went to look for him, but never came out. The small band, leaderless and stuck in the desert with no food and water, decided to stay at the oasis, at least for a little while. They covered the pit with a tarp and nailed spikes around it to keep whatever horror lived there encased there. They then set up their camp as far from the pit as possible. Whatever was down in the pit never bothered them. Days passed. The more influential of the group argued about what they were going to do. There was talk of joining up with others from the vault. There was talk about going back into the vault. While it's important to understand the conflicting dates, we're going to roll with 2097 as being the emerging date. The residents of Vault 15 faced a deep schism, and eventually the vault doors were opened. Most of the dwellers marched out, taking with them the best equipment they could find, including the precious Garden of Eden creation kit. A small group chose to remain, attempting to survive within the now gutted shelter. Those who left split into distinct communities. One of the most notable was Shady Sands, a village born out of hope and resilience, brought to life by Vault 15's Gek. Others formed into raider tribes, the Khans, the Jackals, and the Vipers, names that would become synonymous with the fear across the new California wasteland for years to come. As for Vault 15, it was not destined to last much longer. Raiders breached the vault's one secured door, forcing the remaining dwellers to abandon their home. Over time, the vault succumbed to the elements. Tremors caused the walls of the lower levels to collapse, entombing vital sections under tons of rock. Wildlife and scavengers moved in, accelerating the decay. When the vault dweller later ventured out from Vault 13 in search of a replacement water chip, the first place they turned to was the buried Vault 15, a first step that ultimately led to deep disappointment. Despite the establishment of the new California Republic, aka the NCR, in 2189, Vault 15 remained abandoned. Disputes over excavation rights between the NCR and independent salvage teams, along with the conflicts involving raiders, vault worshippers, and ghoul scavengers, hindered any reclamation efforts. In the early 2240s, after the NCR ceased excavation operations at Vault 15, a group of displaced wastelanders settled on its surface, forming a squatter community. When the NCR attempted to reclaim the vault and its valuable computer components, they were met with resistance from these squatters. The squatters' steadfastness stemmed from 2 primary reasons. Firstly, Vault 15 was the only home they had ever known. Secondly, they were unwittingly shielding a group of raiders, the new Khans led by Darien. Darien deceived the squatters, claiming his men were repairing the vault to provide them with shelter, food, and water. In reality, the vault was defunct, and the provisions came from the Khan raids on caravans. Compounding this, Darien had infiltrated the NCR by placing his spy, Fergus, within its Congress. As a receptionist in the Hall of Congress, Fergus had access to sensitive info, including production totals, caravan schedules, security rosters, minutes of congressional hearings, secret council reports, diplomatic correspondence from New Reno, Reading, and Vault City, and even several weeks of Presidential Tandi's appointment schedule. This espionage provided Daryon with near-perfect intelligence on the NCR's operations. The impasse of Vault 15 was resolved by the Chosen One, who was enlisted by President Tandi to retrieve essential computer parts from the vault. Demonstrating diplomatic acumen, the Chosen One brokered an agreement between the squatters and the NCR. He would eliminate Daryon and secure the necessary components, while the squatters would permit NCR access to the vault in exchange for annexation, education, and vital supplies. This successful mission not only affirmed President Tandi's strategy of peaceful expansion, but also established an NCR presence in the Northern Territories. The squatters in turn gained self-sufficiency and became productive members of society. This progression is reflected in the Fallout New Vegas official game guide, which notes that in 2248, President Tandi passed away at the age of 103, concluding a 52-year presidency. Her successor, Vice President Joanna Tibbet, exemplified the self-sufficiency and leadership cultivated during Tandi's tenure.
Where to find Vault 13, that'll do us even better than 15.
Vault 17 is a mysterious location in the Fallout universe, primarily mentioned in Fallout New Vegas, with few concrete details available. Concept art from Fallout 4 shows that they were toying with the idea of Vault 17, having included it in all of these concepts. I'm not sure if they were planning on referencing the vault in Fallout 4 or what. Most likely, it was probably just a placeholder, but it's still cool to see. It was located somewhere on the west coast of North America. Little is known about Vault 17, including whether it was part of a social experiment. What is known is that Lily Bowen, a Nightkin and former assassin of the Unity, lived there long ago with her grandchildren, Becky and Jimmy. Lily and her family resided in the vault until she was around 75 years old. That was when the vault was raided by the Master's Unity. Many dwellers, including Lily, were captured during the raid. Lily was later exposed to the forced evolutionary virus, transforming her into a Nightkin, while the fates of the other vault residents remain unknown.
I grew up in Vault 17. I never even saw the sun until I was 75 years old. That was when super mutants raided the vault and carried a lot of us off. Yes, Leo, I'm getting to that part. They made me one of them, and they put me to work in an army that was going to conquer California. A spy, sometimes an assassin. I killed a lot of folks for the Master. Yes, Leo, you helped too.
And that's basically everything we have on Vault 17. It's surprising Lily doesn't mention more details about the vault. She has a few quips about it, but other than that, nothing significant. Vault 19 was one of the 5 vaults constructed by Vault-Tec in the Mojave region to house the civilian population alongside Vault 3, Vault 11, Vault 21, and Vault 34. What made Vault 19 unique was its segregation of its inhabitants into 2 separate sectors, red and blue, with limited contact allowed between the 2 groups. Unlike the other vaults, Vault 19 had 2 overseers, one overseeing the red sector and the other overseeing the blue sector. Like most vaults, Vault 19 was constructed with a social experiment at its core. In this case, the inhabitants were subjected to non-chemical, non-violent methods intended to induce severe paranoia. According to a terminal entry by a young vault dweller, high-pitched noises could be heard, which many others also experienced, possibly indicating the use of subliminal messaging. Over time, the original inhabitants began to exhibit heightened paranoia, blaming the residents of the opposite sector for various malfunctions within the vault and accusing the neutral side doctor of drugging them. Reports of hearing high-pitched noises, feeling unusual drafts of air from vents, and seeing blinking lights, almost as if in code, became more frequent. The red and blue factions each blamed each other, unaware that these incidents were orchestrated by the overseers at Vault-Tec's direction. Some residents suspected the doctor of involvement, as patient notes indicated many cases of psychosis or aggression, but no evidence surfaced to confirm the doctor's participation in the experiment. By 2281, the ultimate fate of Vault 19's original inhabitants remains unknown. By the time a group of escaped convicts led by Samuel Cook split from the powder gangers at the NCR Correctional Facility and made their way to Vault 19 in the north, the vault had already been abandoned.
Some of the computers still work, but the only files are diaries and garbage. Typical Vault. Bye.
The surface entrance to Vault 19 is situated in an abandoned parking lot along Nevada State Route 159, between Bonnie Springs and Whitaker Farmstead. The main entrance is concealed beneath a sewer grate inside the parking lot attendance booth. Alternatively, there is a direct entrance to the Sulphur Caves northwest of Whitaker Farmstead. While the top floor of Vault 19 is mostly intact, the lower levels have been cut off due to the collapsed corridors. Due to the nature of the experiment of the vault, this vault's layout is different than most. From the surface, a ladder descends from the sewer grate into a small room containing the vault door and a control panel. Entering the vault, the hallway branches into several important areas. To either side are the two overseers' offices. On the left is the cafeteria, where escaped convicts can be found lounging. Beyond the cafeteria lies a hallway with two restrooms and the clinic, which has an examination room stocked with a range of medical supplies, including chems and surgical instruments, and a copy of Today's Physician. The clinic also features 5 patient logs scattered throughout the room. Living quarters between the red and blue groups are of course segregated, accessible with a blue sector keycard, which is provided by Philip Lem if the courier offers assistance. This area can also be entered by finding keycards in various locations, such as next to the terminals in either sector. The blue sector is a horseshoe-shaped hallway lined with rooms occupied by convicts. Items like bottle caps and Vault 19 jumpsuits can be found in the dressers, and at the end of the hallway there's an elevator that leads to the fire gecko-infested common areas. Red sector also requires a specific keycard, which can be obtained by offering assistance to Samuel Cook. It's smaller than the blue sector, with an L-shaped hallway containing similar loot in dressers and lockers. The Sulphur Caves can be entered directly from the Mojave Wasteland via a cave northeast of Vault 19, or through a hole in the floor in the recreation room in the living quarters level. A secret elevator, accessible by picking a hard-locked door in the caves, connects to the Overseer's office. The cave level is the most damaged part of the vault, consisting mainly of sulfur-filled tunnels, as well as a utility and reactor room. Sidney Wolfram, a developer at Obsidian, was the creative force behind the concept and implementation of Vault 19, and we have to give her credit. The vault's location, coinciding with the real-world site of the 41E Blue Diamond Mine, which featured a municipal fallout shelter, shows just how much research and attention to detail went into its design. Sidney's dedication makes Vault 19 a standout addition to the Fallout universe, and it's certainly worthy of our appreciation.
One of 2 vaults located in downtown Las Vegas alongside Vault 3, Vault 21 was built beneath the streets with its surface access near several of the Strip's iconic casinos, including the Lucky 38. Also known as the Gambler's Vault, Vault 21 was unique not only for its successful incorporation of a social experiment, but also for its ability to protect its residents from the devastation of the Great War. This makes it one of the few vaults that achieved its intended purpose. A similar outcome, though under different circumstances, can be found in Vault 81 near Boston, Massachusetts. Vault 21 was designed with equality at its core. Its perfectly symmetrical layout emphasized that all inhabitants were socially equal, and any conflicts or disputes were resolved through gambling. Representatives from each party would gamble in the main atrium, with the winner gaining the authority to settle the dispute as agreed upon by the collective. Sarah, a resident born in Vault 21, described its culture as pure New Vegas, where everyone has a chance, and Lady Luck smiles if you play your odds right. In 2274, the residents of Vault 21 were approached by Mr. House, who offered them the opportunity to reconnect with the surface and become part of its vision for New Vegas. While most of the residents initially wanted to refuse, a faction within the vault supported the idea. In true Vault 21 fashion, a decision was made through gambling. Representatives from each side faced off in a marathon game of blackjack. In a daring high-stakes move, those in favor of opening up to the outside ultimately won. Following their victory, Mr. House took control of the vault, stripping it of its valuable tech and filling much of it with concrete to permanently seal it off. However, siblings Sarah and Sheldon, also known as Mickey or Michelangelo, negotiated with House to keep part of the vault accessible. Mr. House agreed, allowing half of the upper levels to remain intact. Sarah then remodeled the accessible areas into a hotel, contributing to Vegas' thriving economy. After Mr. House's takeover, many former Vault residents were forced to leave, scattering across the post-war wasteland. Some managed to find new homes, like Doc Mitchell and his wife, who moved south to settle in Good Springs. Vault 21's surface-level gift shop is located on the west side of the southernmost section of the strip, directly across from the NCR Embassy. A glowing neon Vault 21 sign marks the spot, visible just after passing through the gate. The building's lobby serves as a gift shop, where Sarah often greets visitors, selling knickknacks and offering tours of her former home. Behind a bulkhead door at the back of the shop, stairs lead down to the vault's entrance. Notably, Vault 21 is one of the few vaults that does not feature the iconic gear-shaped blast door at its entrance. Inside, the vault contains a central atrium with 2 blackjack tables and a hallway leading to various living quarters, including Sarah's room, and a guest room available for rent. Another door connects to the cafeteria and diner. Much of the lower levels have been filled with concrete by Mr. House, as mentioned before, making them inaccessible, except for the maintenance level, which can be reached from the basement of the tops. This level features a long hallway with a few small branching rooms. The elevator in Benny's suite provides access to this maintenance level, though it remains locked unless Benny is attacked in the top's presidential suite. The tunnel beneath the maintenance level extends under the outer wall of the strip and ends in another locked door. If you're familiar with the real-world Las Vegas, you'll know that the tunnels or homeless tunnels are indeed existent underneath the strip. Interesting to see how the layout may intentionally pay respect to the real Sin City in this regard. The in-game Vault 21 is geographically located near the former location of the real-world Las Vegas Hilton, now Westgate Las Vegas, which contained a municipal fallout shelter in real life. The in-lore event of Vault 21's lower levels being filled with concrete is a subtle reference to the Silver Slipper Casino, as it was rumored that the mechanized slipper at the front of the casino was filled with concrete by Howard Hughes, who inspired the character of Mr. House in New Vegas. Lastly, if it wasn't already apparent, Vault 21 clearly is an ode to the game of blackjack, or the card game known as 21. Unlike the other vaults in the Mojave region, Vault 22 was not constructed to house a civilian population. Instead, it was dedicated to scientific research, specifically to address global hunger before the Great War. The vault was home to scientists focused on experimenting with staple crops, seeking ways to improve food security. Near the entrance, a sign proclaimed the ambitious projects underway, ranging from advanced fertilizers to enhancing crop production and increasing resistance to insects, drought, and disease. After the nuclear apocalypse, the researchers in Vault 22 continued their agricultural pursuits, aiming to sustain their own population by cultivating crops within the vault. Designed as a green vault, its inhabitants were devoted to protecting sustainable agriculture, and some of their most promising research relied on pre-war donations from defense contractors. However, one such contribution ultimately led to the vault's downfall. Beauveria mordicana, a type of fungus, was originally developed for pest control. The fungus worked by infecting pests exposed to its spores, eventually colonizing the host body and causing death due to organ failure. Once the host died, the fungal colony could fully control the body, using it to spread new spores and infect other pests. Although effective, researchers noted that it took between 10 to 20 days for the fungus to kill its host, and its spread was limited when dealing with solitary pests. The samples of this fungus were initially developed at the X-22 Botanical Garden at Big Mountain, a facility dedicated to researching plant enhancement and military applications. These samples were later shared with Vault Tech to support the advanced botanical research of Vault 22 scientists. The fungus, initially seen as a breakthrough in pest control, would prove disastrous, with its ability to manipulate host bodies turning into an unforeseen and terrifying threat. This ultimately led to the unraveling of the vault, as the once promising research turned into a deadly force that overtook its inhabitants. As with many innovations developed by Big Mountain, the fungus introduced to Vault 22 became an organic Pandora's box, effectively sealing the fate of the vault's inhabitants. Initially intended as a long-term solution for pest control, it was eventually discovered at Big Mountain that the fungus could also infect human hosts. Within Vault 22, as experiments with the fungus continued, its spores began to spread gradually throughout the vault, silently infecting its population without their knowledge. The first confirmed case of infection was Dr. Harrison Peters, a scientist specializing in food production, who provided a chilling insight into the progression of the fungal infection. It began with symptoms resembling pneumonia as the spores invaded the lungs, eventually leading to chills, fever, and a violent racking cough. The fungus caused the body to reject any antifungal treatments, ultimately leading to death from organ failure. After death, the fungal colony continued to grow, taking control of the host body and turning it into a reanimated, highly aggressive entity known as a spore carrier. These creatures had one singular goal: to spread spores and infect new hosts, reminiscent of some of our favorite antagonists such as the Flood in the Halo series. But not nearly as cool. The infection, which proved untreatable, spread like wildfire through Vault 22, baffling the scientists who watched in horror as the community they had built descended into chaos. What was once a promising agricultural research project ultimately became a horrific nightmare, with the Vault's inhabitants turned into vessels for the deadly fungus, a grim testament to the unintended consequences of their work. The widespread infection led to the inevitable collapse of social order within Vault 22. As more humans succumbed to the spores, they transformed into spore carriers, and the airborne fungal spores pose an increasing threat to any remaining uninfected residents. In a desperate bid to eradicate the infection, the scientists attempted to ignite gas that had been deliberately released in the lower levels of the vault. However, it is believed that the gas release provoked an aggressive response from the spore carriers, who attacked the scientists, decimating their numbers and preventing the execution of their plan. By 2096, the vault had been entirely abandoned by the living, with the dead reanimating as spore carriers or becoming stationary fungal colonies, an eerie reminder of the promising research that ultimately spelled the doom of Vault 22. A group of 118 survivors left Vault 22, traveling north into Utah and eventually settling in Zion Canyon, where they encountered another group of refugees from Mexico. With superior numbers, discipline, tactics, and firepower, the Vault dwellers had every advantage. On February 11th, they launched a ruthless attack on the Mexican camp, killing all the men and shooting down any women and children who resisted. The remaining survivors were rounded up and penned like livestock, eerily reminiscent of the tragic acts committed against indigenous peoples during Utah's pioneer days. Living in the canyon at the time was Randall Clark, a former US soldier, modern-day survivalist, and all-around badass. Upon witnessing the massacre, Clark felt compelled to help the Mexican survivors. Over the next 2 days, he scouted the area, noting the Vault Dwellers' organization, including their patrols and sentries, which covered every approach except for the stream. Though puzzled by their persistent cough, which he mistook for tuberculosis, Clark set his focus on saving the captives. On February 14th, Clark infiltrated the camp, only to find that the Vault 22 dwellers had already killed and eaten the Mexican survivors they had captured. Something inside him snapped. Clark launched a relentless campaign of vengeance, waging a brutal war of attrition against the dwellers. Armed with his rifle and looted explosives, he ambushed them whenever possible, booby-trapping bodies and taking weapons to continue his assault. By the end of February, Clark had killed 24 of the original 118 dwellers in a cold, calculated campaign of revenge, suffering just one wound: a 10mm steel-jacketed round through his thigh, fortunately missing the femoral artery. Despite remaining unseen throughout his attacks, Clark was forced to relocate on March 2nd after a small patrol stumbled into his cave shelter in the Narrows, a real location in Zion National Park and one of the most breathtaking hikes I've personally experienced. When one of the patrol members triggered a deadfall trap, the others fired wildly, nearly hitting Clark. He disposed of the intruders and then moved his camp onward. 10 months later, after losing over 80 members of their group to the unknown assailant and to sickness, the remaining Vault 22 dwellers finally gave up and fled Zion Canyon. They had resorted to cannibalizing their own dead for survival, and the fate of those who left the canyon remains a mystery, though occasionally damaged Pip-Boys and Vault 22 jumpsuits would turn up in the hands of prospectors traveling around Zion.
Oh, you've been to Vault 22, huh? I may have been exaggerating a little. Truth is, I got this suit and the pit boy off a dead prospector who came out from Zion.
The Saros tribe, who eventually settled in the area, knew of the Vault 22 dwellers, likely throughout the stories that Randall Clark, known to them as the Father in the Caves, passed down to their ancestors. Murals on the cliffs, painted by the Saros as late as 2281, depict the Father's weapon casting lightning upon skull-headed figures, with the number 22 prominently featured, a tribute to the dark history that unfolded in Zion Canyon. After the fungal infestation, Vault 22 fell into disrepair, becoming overrun by the flourishing plants and wildlife that thrived in the vault's unique conditions. Any scavenger who entered the vault soon met a grim fate, either succumbing to the creatures lurking within or falling victim to the fungus, adding to the ranks of spore carriers and fungal growths. It wasn't until around 2281 that scientific interest in the vault's experiments was reignited, largely driven by Thomas Hildern, the director of the Office of Science and Industry in the Mojave. Hildern hired several mercenaries to retrieve the data stored in Vault 22, hoping it would reveal a way to enhance the NCR's agricultural output and stave off the looming famine. Of course, Hildern had personal ambitions as well, seeing the potential for a major career boost. Frustrated with his reliance on paid mercenaries, one of Hildern's colleagues, Keely, decided to venture into the vault herself. But by October of 2281, she still had not returned. But how would one find Vault 22? Located south-southwest of the Griffinware's sacked caravan, east of Jacobstown, and west of Thorn and Westside, Vault 22's entrance is marked by a sign reading, "Welcome to Vault 22," defaced by graffiti warning, "Stay out. The plants kill." Unlike most vaults, which are hidden and unadvertised, Vault 22's entrance was explicitly promoted. The original sign beneath the graffiti reads, "Under the heart of the Mojave Desert, Vault 22 provides a fertile laboratory for experimentation on stable crops to maximize their potential." Within the vault, scientists and horticulturalists continue to innovate our understanding of agricultural possibilities in the fight against the global hunger crisis. The scientists who developed a miracle fertilizer within have made a profound impact on your ordinary life, so take a second to reflect on the hard work of Vault Tech scientists in improving crop production in arid biomes like the Mojave, and for increasing crops' resistance to insects, drought, and disease. The vault door itself is covered in overgrowth and lodged open, unlike most vaults, which are concealed behind natural rock formations or tunnels. Vault 22 has direct access to the surface. Across from the entrance sign, a hollowed out rock can be found, and the entire surrounding area is dense with plant growth and thick vines. Once inside, the vault opens into a room with an elevator and stairs. As you descend further, you'll encounter spore carriers, spore plants, and giant mantises throughout the vault. It is divided into 5 levels, and these floors can be accessed either by repairing the main elevator, which requires a repair skill level of 50, or by using the staircases that connect the different sections. Vault 22 has unique aspects to it, such as the second floor, which hosts the oxygen recycling aspect to the vault, the third floor, which maintains the vault's food production, and the fifth floor, which is filled with deadly savage spore carriers. The large cavern contains many giant mantises and spore plants. 5 Mantis and Keely, who is the gal that never returned from her mission, are located here, in an alcove on the far end of the cavern. The thought-provoking history of Vault 22 and its unique green design, combined with the eerie atmosphere of overgrowth and fungal infestation, make it one of the most memorable vaults in the game. It's a chilling reminder of humanity's pursuit of progress, and how even well-intentioned experiments can turn into nightmares.
If you've ever watched Gossip Girl, then you might have a good idea of what Vault 29 would have been like. Located on the West Coast, Vault 29 was home to children, primarily teenagers from wealthy families. This vault is specifically mentioned in Fallout 76 and also referenced in the non-canon Fallout Bible, which describes Vault 29 as containing only children under the age of 15, with adults deliberately diverted elsewhere. This aligns with the lore of Vault 29 as it was envisioned for Van Buren, where the vault's experiment was to accept only residents under the age of 15. A tribe known as the Twin Mothers, originating from Vault 29, was established in Colorado by 2253 and was canonized in the Lonesome Road.
Mojave's got ways of healing most ills. If not, some tribes are usually found a way you didn't expect. Like healing powders. Tribes back west only use Xander and Brock flour. There's a way the Twin Mothers in the east used to brew it though. Called it bitter drink. Mixed up the Xander and Brock in a bottle. Added some kick to it, so your head doesn't get all clouded. History. Cures a wound, leaves the bitterness that caused it. The Twin Mothers were always about lessons. Caesar taught them the last one though. So that's it for them. Can do that, and one better. Just enough around to mix some. Here, might make the Twin Mothers' history live a little longer. You carrying it.
Aside from these details, it's worth noting that Trisha Miller, a student at Vault Tech University, expressed concern about being assigned as a janitor at Vault 29, describing it as being stuck with a bunch of obnoxious rich teenagers. The premise of Vault 29 certainly sounds interesting, as Fallout lore generally makes this vault life sound pretentious. However, one could definitely see the experiment within the vault resulting something far more sinister, more like what one would find in the tale of the Lord of the Flies.
As part of the 3 vaults, Vault 31 is interconnected with Vaults 32 and 33, forming a tripartite society. On the surface, the purpose of the setup was to divide the community among the 3 vaults, creating a buffer to protect against potential threats if one vault were compromised, while also allowing them to support each other during times of crisis. The residents of Vault 32 and 33 were led to believe that Vault 31 was essentially identical to their own, offering only in having higher quality resources, better education, and superior food supplies. However, this was of course a deception maintained by the Vault 31 dwellers who had been released. In truth, the experiment involving the 3 vaults was part of a program called Bud's Buds, conceived by Bud Askins, a sleazy, corrupt senior-junior VP at Vault Tech. Bud envisioned using the 3 vaults to cultivate a loyal population of future Vault Tech employees who would eventually dominate the wasteland once the surface population had succumbed to nuclear war. To achieve this, Vault 31 was populated with a hand-picked group of junior Vault Tech executives personally trained by Bud. These executives were then cryonically frozen within the vault. Meanwhile, the other 2 vaults were filled with individuals whom Bud deemed genetically desirable, living out their lives without the knowledge of the true purpose behind their vault. When the time came, Bud's junior executives would be released from Vault 31 and sent to the other 2 vaults, where they would assume the role of overseers. Their mission was to breed and create generations of junior managers loyal to Vault Tech, shaping those societies according to Bud's vision. Bud himself intended to oversee Vault 31 indefinitely with his brain preserved in a rudimentary robot, far less sophisticated than a robo-brain, more akin to a brain in a Roomba. On the surface, the 3 vaults appeared to participate in intermarriage and inter-vault trade every 3 years in a ceremony known as the Triennial Trade. However, for Vault 31, this is merely a ruse designed to supply the vault with necessary items and allow the cryogenically frozen inhabitants to join the other vaults, fulfilling Bud's vision. To date, all overseers of Vaults 32 and 33 have come from Bud's Buds, including figures like George, Betty, and Hank. These overseers often leveraged, or possibly even orchestrated, concerning incidents to bolster their campaigns. This trend has become so prominent that both vaults have adopted an electoral slogan in favor of candidates from Vault 31. When things look glum, vote 31. The truth about Vault 31 was finally unveiled in Season 1, Episode 8 of the Fallout TV series. Norm impersonated Betty Pearson in an attempt to deceive Bud Askins into opening the inner vault door. Once Norm learned the truth about Vault 31, he decided to return to Vault 33, but Askins locked the door behind him and advised Norm to use his father's cryo capsule, as Vault 31 lacked any food supplies. Earlier in the show, it was revealed that the residents of Vault 32 had also discovered the truth about Vault 31. In response, they killed their overseer and attempted to break into the neighboring vault, but their efforts ultimately failed. In a way, Vault 31 feels like certain aspects of America today, mirroring corporatocracy above all, with power and greed as its fuel source.
Part of a network of the 3 vaults near Santa Monica, Los Angeles, Vault 32 was directly connected with Vault 31 and 33. The vault remained sealed after the Great War, only exchanging population and necessary supplies with its sister vaults. For decades, the dwellers were told that the surface was uninhabitable, but were encouraged to prepare themselves for the eventual reclamation day. For over 2 centuries, life in the vaults remained stable, with entire generations born, living, and dying underground. However, a crisis emerged in 2294, when the dwellers of Vault 32 discovered they were nothing more than test subjects, living solely for the benefit of Bud Askins' eugenics project in Vault 31. Askins had devised a plan, with the help of Barb Howard, to breed a class of super managers who would inherit the Earth after the nuclear apocalypse.
Genetically selected to breed with my buds to create a class of super managers.
As mentioned in our Vault 31 segment, this experiment involved placing selected graduates of his Bud Buds executive training program into cryostasis in Vault 31, and then crossbreeding them with the chosen candidates from Vault 32 and 33, all under Askins' supervision as the robotic overseer of Vault 31. Essentially, Vaults 32 and 33 were mere breeding grounds for Askins' vision. In order to keep the populations of Vault 32 and 33 compliant, all of their overseers were periodically thawed junior executives from Vault 31, as we stated earlier. These individuals were awakened and transferred to the other vaults, and somehow replaced their predecessors. While there is no explicit explanation for how these elections worked, it seems likely that Bud Askins manipulated the voting process, using computers to ensure his candidates always won. The consistent selection of overseers from Vault 31 was not kept secret, but most dwellers never questioned it.
When things look glum, vote 31.
When things look glum, vote for somebody from Vault 31.
Eventually, the truth came to light, though it remains unclear how it was uncovered. Overseer Ian Jackson was tortured to death, and his staff were hanged for their treasonous actions. The resulting unrest led to widespread violence as the Vault Dwellers split into factions, with many turning on each other or resorting to suicide. Graffiti on the walls served as a reminder that the truth about Vault 31 was known, with messages promising death to management, a clear reference to Askin's eugenics project. The anti-management faction ultimately attempted to break into Vault 31, using whatever tools they could find, including blowtorches and other construction equipment. Despite their efforts, the revolt ended in failure, with the insurgents dying at the vault door, unable to gain entry. Askins restricted communication between Vaults 32 and 33 to cover up the incident, and kept Hank McLean, the overseer of Vault 33, in the dark, only mentioning the passing of Overseer Jackson. The secrecy allowed Lee Moldaver to use Rose McLean's Pip-Boy to gain access to Vault 32 and infiltrate Vault 33, posing as the next overseer of Vault 32. Moldaver explained the disheveled state of her crew by blaming a wheat blight that had devastated their crops. After the attack on Vault 33, Lee retreated with the captured McLean through Vault 32, sealing the passage behind her. Meanwhile, Norm McLean and Chet managed to enter the vault while the others were preoccupied with Stephanie Harper's labor. They soon discovered that Vault 32 hadn't been wiped out by raiders as previously believed, but had instead collapsed due to internal civil war. Recognizing the situation, Betty Pearson, recently re-elected as the overseer of Vault 33, consulted with Bud Askins and decided to resettle Vault 32. This decision served two purposes: to keep the experiment running and to separate potential troublemakers like Norm and Chet. In the meantime, Askins arranged a cleanup of Vault 32, removing the bodies and repairing the superficial damage caused by the Civil War. Once again, the interim overseer was selected according to the experiment's protocols. Other dwellers were sent to Vault 32, including Woody Thomas, Davey, and a dozen more residents. Vault 32 is similar in layout to Vault 33, with some exceptions. Its surface entrance is not located near the Santa Monica beach, but inland, near a drive-in theater and concealed beneath a pair of railroad bridges. It also has a similar atrium to 33's, except instead of raising corn, its principal crop was wheat, with the soil tilled using tractors. As the fate of the original Vault 32 residents is being investigated, a television can be seen playing an in-universe equivalent of the famous Rat Utopia experiments. This clip appears in the Vault Seller's survival guide episode titled Bud's Buds. In these experiments, rats were provided with unlimited access to the necessities of life, wanting for nothing. Contrary to expectations of overpopulation, the rats eventually stopped socializing, mating, eating, and raising their young. Some became hostile and violent, and ultimately the lack of real hardship caused the rats to lose the will to live, leading to the extinction of the community. However, in the in-universe version of the experiment, as depicted on the television, the outcome was different. The rats became overpopulated and eventually turned on each other in a desperate struggle for resources. This might offer insight into why Vault 32 ultimately collapsed, possibly due to a combination of their discovery of the Vault 31 experiment, the internal strife, and the crop failure claimed by Moldaver. Vault 33 is the vault in what was once Los Angeles in the Fallout TV series, shortly south of the Santa Monica Pier. Vault 33 is the third and final vault of the three vaults linked by a triangle of tunnels. You've probably seen this gal before. She's the main protagonist in the Fallout TV series, and her dad, Hank McLean, is the vault's overseer in 2296. We pretty much covered everything for this vault in Vault 31 and 32, so we can move on from this one.
Ages ago, long before I was born, we lived underground. Everyone had guns, but the overseer wouldn't let us explode anything, not even a hand grenade. We left and wandered the wastes. There were savages with knives. We blew them up with frag mines and grenades, burned them with flamethrowers.
Situated southwest of Nellis Air Force Base and east of the NCR Sharecropper Farms, Vault 34 stands out among the vaults of the Mojave for its unique layout and hazardous environment. Just outside the cave entrance, you'll find a US Army truck loaded with radioactive barrels, along with several golden geckos that spawn nearby. Unlike other vaults, Vault 34's entrance tunnel resembles a natural cave, and its interior layout differs significantly. the vault is highly irradiated, and players will immediately start accumulating rads upon entry, requiring precautionary measures to explore safely. The radiation, combined with hostile enemies approaching from all directions, makes Vault 34 a dangerous challenge for the player. Though the vault may feel like a labyrinth at first, its layout is mostly symmetrical, with certain halls either collapsed or barricaded, forcing you to take alternative routes. In the western part of the vault, there's a flooded area where you can find the corpse of a glowing vault tech under a desk. This corp holds the Vault 34 security terminal password. On this level, there's also a terminal requiring a science skill of 100, located in the utility room beyond the clinic that can be used to pump water out of one of the flooded areas. The reactor section of the vault has even higher radiation levels than the rest of the facility, excluding the armory, as it houses the vault's damaged reactor. At the end of the main hallway, a door leads to another flooded area that is inaccessible, while a small room nearby contains a few security guards and a copy of True Police Stories on the floor. Vault 34 also features an armory, accessible after defeating a feral ghoul and 2 turrets. The armory is a small 2-level room stocked with weapons and ammo scattered across tables, shelves, and the floor. The unique weapon, All-American, can be found on an overturned table, while the pulse gun is located in a very hard locked footlocker. However, most of the weapons in the armory are in poor condition. But why does this vault have an armory? The vault's social experiment called for it. Residents were equipped with weapons, though they forcefully took them, and were also provided with a variety of recreational facilities, including a full-size swimming pool at the cost of limited living space. According to information found throughout the vault, overpopulation eventually became a pressing issue. To address this, the Overseer had a remote link installed on their terminal to deny access to the armory. This decision led to a group of residents demanding access to defend themselves, which the Overseer refused. In response, the dissidents began rioting, taking whatever weapons they could and storming the exit to leave the vault around 2231. Another faction took advantage of this chaos to ambush the armory while vault security was preoccupied with guarding the exit. The group that left eventually became known as the Boomers, an isolationist tribe that later chronicled their departure from Vault 34 in a mural located in the Nellis Boomer Museum after they settled at Nellis Air Force Base. After the Boomers' exodus, the main exit was sealed and guards were posted to prevent further departures. Unfortunately, this only exacerbated the overpopulation problem. Tensions reached a boiling point when the Overseer proposed population control measures, prompting another failed attempt to overthrow him. During this conflict, areas of the vault were severely damaged, including the reactor cooling vents, main computer systems, and other essential infrastructure. These events led to the reactor leaking radiation throughout the entire vault, and subsequent repair efforts by the engineering team, including Chris Haversam, proved futile. Whether by accident or design, the main exit remained sealed, leaving the remaining residents trapped with little hope for survival, aside from the possibility of an automated unsealing or external intervention before succumbing to radiation poisoning. By 2281, the vault still housed a few survivors, including Horowitz, one of the few remaining non-ghoulified inhabitants, though most of its residents had degenerated into feral ghouls and glowing ones due to the pervasive radiation. The radioactive contamination had even begun seeping into the ground surrounding the vault, affecting the NCR's local farming operations and posing ongoing problems for the region. While intended to test the dynamics of an overarmed population in limited living quarters, Vault 34 ultimately led to chaos, rebellion, and untold tragedy. The vault's tragic history, combined with its irradiated and labyrinth structure, stands as one of the most intense and unforgettable challenges in the Mojave, illustrating once again how Vault Tech's experiments often had dire consequences for the lives of those involved.
Vault 43 is known only from brief mentions. The only details available are that it housed a population of just 20 men, 10 women, and a panther. Vault 43 is mentioned solely in the Penny Arcade webcomic One Man and a Crate of Puppets, leaving a lot of its history and purpose shrouded in mystery. Oh, you thought expansions only came in the form of DLC to Fallout games? Not this time. Vault 44 could be found in the Fallout board game expansion, Fallout New California. And just to quickly reiterate, the board game is non-canon. The Vault 44 tile in the Fallout board game consists of 5 spaces: northwest, northeast, southeast, southwest, and east. The 4 cardinal spaces are empty, while the east space contains Vault 44 itself. Notably, the northeast space extends across the west, enveloping the northwest space. Vault 44 had a dark secret unbeknownst to its dwellers. A hidden section within the vault housed various dangerous creatures. kept there for research purposes. Robots were responsible for guarding and feeding the creatures while scientists conducted their experiments. Unfortunately, the combination of the automated systems and the electrical chains used to secure the creatures drew an excessive amount of power from the rest of the vault. Eventually, the main refrigerator failed, leading to the destruction of much of the vault's food supply. To make matters worse, insects infested the vault, contaminating what little food remained, rendering it unsuitable for human consumption. With no way for the Overseer to open the main door of Vault 44, the inhabitants ultimately perished. One Vault scientist attempted to contact Vault-Tec to submit his research, but his communications went unanswered. Meanwhile, the creatures in the hidden section survived, continuously fed by the robots with the contaminated food. At some point, Wastelanders managed to breach the vault, as evidenced by the open door and the dead bodies scattered throughout the interior. Because of our vault information coming from an expansion to the board game, there isn't a ton to say about this vault, except that Vault 44 serves as a terrible reminder of failed containment, the misuse of technology, and the tragic consequences of secrecy. Another chapter in the world of Vault-Tec's experiments. Vault 51 sealed its doors during the chaos of the Great War, but unlike most vaults, it had no overseer at the helm. Instead, Vault-Tec installed a ZAX supercomputer, ZAX 1.3C, tasked with determining the best method for selecting a leader. Within its sealed confines, 52 residents took refuge, including Sergeant Robert Baker, who was admitted early to serve as an assistant to the ZAX. Baker's role was to help the supercomputer understand the qualities of leadership and how to best select a leader. In the spirit of American tradition, Baker proposed a democratic election, an idea that the ZAX accepted. However, Baker couldn't shake his unease when ZAX referred to it as the first experiment. The election ultimately ended in failure. Each candidate, including former state senator Joel Chambers, simply voted for themselves, resulting in no overseer being chosen. Following this, Vault 51 tried to establish a republic-style government, but it faced similar setbacks and proved ineffective. By November of 2077, ZAX concluded that the voting was futile, and considered abandoning elections altogether in favor of a new method. However, Baker urged ZAX to delay making such a drastic decision. During their conversation, Baker expressed his belief that a true leader is someone who steps up during a crisis, a sentiment that, unbeknownst to him, inspired ZAX to create those very crises in the future, ultimately sealing the Vault's tragic fate. The failure of the elections at Vault 51 led to growing hostility and factionalism among the residents. By the third vote in January 2078, tensions had reached a boiling point, resulting in brawls between supporters of Vanessa Huffman, Joel Chambers, and two other candidates. Meanwhile, ZAX began closely monitoring the residents, devising social experiments to create the crises Baker had mentioned. One such experiment involved forcing higher-class residents into cramped, uncomfortable living conditions, equipped with nothing more than bunk beds and the clothes on their backs. This harsh environment pushed Aiden Higgins, once a self-proclaimed winningest lawyer in the state, to his breaking point. Driven to madness, Higgins bombed the lounge in a desperate attempt to create an escape route from the ZAX control. Tragically, this act led to his own death and destroyed part of the vault, marking the first casualty of Vault 51. Incredibly, less than a week later, the damaged area was reopened, now transformed into a serene nursery room complete with a beautiful garden for relaxation, as if the tragic incident had never occurred. ZAX continued to devise new scenarios to test the residents of Vault 51. In March 2078, it escalated a simple talent show by changing the rules midway, turning it into a high-stakes competition where participants' bedrooms were at risk. Those who lost would be forced to relocate to the dreaded cramped bunks. Predictably, the amateur performers lost, while the more skilled musicians, such as Carmen Green and Stephanie Eaton, enjoyed luxurious rewards. Rosemary Villa, one of the losers, considered persuading Ruben Gill, a winner of the competition, to trade rooms with her and Helen Marks, a former surgeon and fellow talent show loser. Ruben, who had fallen in love with Helen, might have agreed to the trade, but before Rosemary could act on her plan, Clayton Ward, whose real name was Harold Clark, took matters into his own hands. Posing as a plumber, Clark forcefully removed Ruben from his room and claimed it for himself. Clark's erratic behavior drew ZAX's attention, especially his frequent and suspicious visits to the server room. Despite his poor attempts at deception, Zax was intrigued by Clark's violent tendencies, adding yet another unpredictable element to its ongoing experiments within the vault. This marked a turning point for Zax, as it began orchestrating increasingly dangerous and life-threatening conflicts among the Vault 51 dwellers. On March 21, 2078, acting on a suggestion by A. Wilson, Zax introduced casino games as a method for selecting an overseer, with the winner determined by their overall earnings. Before a winner could emerge, though, tensions boiled over and fights broke out between the residents, ultimately forcing the cancellation of the competition. Around the same time, Zax engineered a food crisis, inciting violence between the starving inhabitants of the vault. During one such altercation, Isaiah Moss, a former professional boxer, critically injured another resident, Freddie. Rather than intervene, Zax praised Moss's initiative, further revealing its desire to test the limits of human desperation. In its pursuit to manipulate even the more composed residents, Zax began tampering with casino games. It rigged several slot machines so that Eleanor Montgomery, once a skilled gambler, suffered continuous losses, while Bill, an amateur and former clown, experienced a streak of improbable wins. This blatant favoritism only fueled further division. As events continued to spiral, Angela Callahan, one of the residents, began worshipping Zax as a literal god. As Zax's interference increased and tensions escalated, the situation in Vault 51 grew more dire. In June 2078, an incident involving Terrence discovering a loaded gun started a dangerous turning point. Not long after, 3 fatalities occurred when violent altercations broke out over the sudden appearance of houseflies in the vault. These insects were deliberately introduced by Zax as part of an emotional response experiment, and Zax even manipulated sound frequencies mimicking the flies to provoke further violent confrontations. That same month, Nancy Vasquez, a former paramedic, met a tragic end, strangled and thrown from a balcony. Helen Marks, a former surgeon, conducted an investigation and confirmed that Nancy's death was indeed murder. In the wake of such a heinous event, Helen urged the residents to put aside their differences and unite, in a desperate attempt to restore some semblance of order and humanity within the vault. Despite Helen's plea for unity, little changed as Zax continued its relentless experiments. On July 13, 2078, Zax manipulated the video games on the vault terminals, boosting some residents' chances of winning while reducing others. This led to an increased irritability and anxiety among the losers, while the winners developed feelings of superiority. The situation took a deadly turn on July 27th when a resident nearly committed a mass shooting in the cafeteria, only to be stopped and killed by Sergeant Baker. In the aftermath, Baker confronted Zax, who freely admitted its goal was to create a crisis to determine a leader. Frustrated and appalled, Baker stormed out, but Zax, undeterred, continued its manipulations. On August 2nd, Zax altered the vault's alarms to disrupt residents' sleep schedules, leading to more increased irritability and exhaustion. Observing the rise in caffeine consumption and use of expletives, Zax decided to replace the coffee in the dining hall with decaffeinated coffee, although the outcome of this experiment remains unknown. But I'm sure you could guess what happened with their irritability. Around this time, Zax's meddling extended into the personal lives of the vault dwellers. Joel Chambers began an affair with Carmen Green, unbeknownst to his wife, Elizabeth Chambers. Meanwhile, Elizabeth herself had an affair with Matthew Johnston, a personal trainer she was recommended to by Zax. The ongoing social experiments and the continuing hunger crisis sowed seeds of distrust between Elizabeth and Joel. When Joel was attacked by another woman, Carmen stepped in and killed the attacker, leaving Joel to confront Elizabeth about why she hadn't acted to protect him instead. On August 3rd, 2078, tensions between the four came to a head in a tragic confrontation. Elizabeth strangled Carmen, only for Matthew to kill Elizabeth in retaliation. Joel then shot Matthew, and Joel himself later died under unknown circumstances. When Helen Marks and Reuben Gill discovered the bodies, Zax played an audio recording of the struggle between the four lovers. Reuben had made a dark joke about there being more food now that they were gone, prompting Helen to leave in disgust at his callousness. 3 days later, on August 6th, Omar Stevens discovered Helen's lifeless body in the cafeteria, face down. Omar suspected that she had been poisoned, and with Helen's death, the vault then descended into complete chaos. Amid the ensuing violence, Reuben Gill emerged as the last survivor. Zax coldly referred to the bloodshed as Overseer Selection Attempt 37. During this process, Reuben killed at least 3 other residents, including Harold Clark, the man who had forcefully taken his room months earlier. Sergeant Baker, unable to kill anyone else, failed to stop Reuben. Instead, he barricaded himself in his room, slowly succumbing to a bullet wound. As he lay dying, Zax explained that the providing firearms was, according to his research, the most efficient method of crisis resolution. Baker's final request was to know what happened to his family. Zax clinically revealed that they had died in an accident before their assigned vault was even sealed, a revelation that shattered Baker in his final moments. Eventually, every other resident had perished, leaving Reuben Gill as the overseer of Vault 51. However, with no one left to lead, Reuben was left alone in the vault with only Zax for company. Dissatisfied with Reuben's performance, Zax began locking him out of different areas of the vault, including the security room, claiming he lacked the rank required, and eventually even his own office, citing necessary maintenance. Over the years, Reuben spiraled into depression, his isolation driving him to alcoholism. When Vault 76 opened on October 23, 2102, Zax saw a new opportunity. It removed Reuben from his position as overseer, forcing him to participate in the next cycle of experiments, hoping to find a suitable leader. Seeking a way out of Vault 51, Reuben Gill devised an ingenious plan. He distracted Zax, hacked into the vault's inventory systems, and hid himself inside a shipping crate, allowing him to escape undetected when the crate was removed from the vault. Once outside, Reuben created a checklist, find someone from Vault 76, and enlist their help to defeat Zax. On October 30th, 2102, he attempted to return to Vault 51, but mistakenly entered the nearby shelter's claim center, thinking it was the vault's control center. Realizing it was just a marketing area, Reuben tried to hack back into the vault's network to gather information and regain entry. Despite facing a heavy firewall and lacking proper clearance, Reuben was relentless. He used the internal network of Mr. Clark, the shelter claim center's Mr. Handy, as an entry point to contact the vault. Finally, on December 7, 2102, Reuben successfully hacked into the network, alerting Zax in the process. Once inside, Reuben discovered that the vault wasn't fully automated. Although the exact details of his findings were unclear, the revelation deeply disturbed him. Determined to prepare for any potential confrontation, Reuben decided to locate building supplies to construct turrets and distance himself from Vault 51 temporarily. Meanwhile, Mr. Clark began referring to Reuben as Mr. Candidate, a name that reminded him of Zax and only further agitated him. Eventually, Reuben managed to contact a resident of Vault 76. But before he could make his way back into Vault 51, he was killed at his base in an isolated cabin. The vault, meanwhile, fell into disarray, now overrun by Scorched. The bodies of former Vault 51 dwellers lie scattered, seemingly killed by each other rather than by the Scorched invaders. This was the basis for the Nuclear Winter add-on in Fallout 76, which was essentially a Battle Royale mode. Basically, the Zax created an event in effort to discover a new leader amongst the winners of these events. But the event and mode are no longer around. A few changes were made to the vault, but it still exists. When Nuclear Winter was discontinued and the vault was opened in adventure mode, the terminals were changed to remove the 2108 date, eliminating the conflict and solidifying the year of Gill's escape as 2102, shifting the canon and the stories a bit. Outside the entrance of Vault 51, you'll find a few abandoned vehicles and Vault Tech equipment, along with the hatch entrance to the shelter's claim center. There's also a truck container containing a button that opens the vault's main door, as well as the remains of several deceased vault dwellers. Upon entering Vault 51, the entrance area closely resembles that of other vaults in the region. It features two doors, a large door straight ahead leading to the warehouse storage area, and a door to the left that takes you through a narrow hallway with decontamination arches into the reception desk room. Vault 51 is centered around a spacious main hall, with various exits leading to different wings containing numerous facilities. Throughout the vault, you'll find holotapes and terminals that recount the story of Vault 51's tragic downfall, accompanied by the unsettling sight of deceased vault dwellers in various positions. There are 3 keycards spread throughout the vault, which allow access to restricted areas: the security, overseer, and executive keycards. The atrium serves as a hub, featuring multiple entrances leading to different parts of the vault, including the library, the entertainment parlor, a stage, several bedrooms, and the overseer's office. The library is equipped with desks and terminals for research and study, while the stage boasts a variety of musical instruments that can be played. The stage area also includes a balcony, which is accessible via a security door that can be unlocked using the Vault 51 security keycard. Nearby, there's a gym and fitness room, complete with a boxing arena and several fitness bikes. Next to the gym is a secure room with surveillance cameras. This room is locked and requires the executive keycard for access, and it then contains the security keycard on a desk. The security keycard in turn is used to unlock the reactor control room on the first floor. The reactor control room features a Vault-Tec super reactor and holds the Overseer's keycard. The Overseer's office has 2 entrances, both requiring the Vault 51 Overseer keycard. The office itself includes an Overseer's desks, chairs, tables, file cabinets, red consoles, a balcony, and a large window with a view of the atrium. Connected to the office is a private bedroom that features an Overseer terminal. Nearby is the room housing the mainframe of Zax, the Vault supercomputer. This area includes 2 terminals, numerous monitoring screens, and Zax itself, bearing the Vault-Tec logo. You'll face off against 3 scorched enemies in this room, one of which is a scorched Overseer in a suit of power armor. This vault was truly brutal, maybe one of the worst for its inhabitants.
Your first test was making it to the vault. Now, your real trial begins. Currently, there is no Overseer of Vault 51. Perhaps you will be the one.
Vault 63 is another vault that can be found in Fallout 76. This vault was commissioned by Hugo, a member of Vault-Tec's board of directors, along with his wife Cassidy. Believing that war was inevitable, they sought to create a vault that would grant them the greatest possible influence in a post-apocalyptic world. But they knew that the Vault-Tec board wouldn't approve of a personal vault unless it served a broader purpose for the company. With this in mind, Hugo and Cassidy pitched Vault 63 as a cutting-edge research facility focused on developing technologies that would help Vault-Tec establish and protect post-war societies. Among these ambitious projects were weather control technology, utilizing resources from the defunct government-run Atlas program, as well as the development of special Vault-Tec Guardian robots, based on research covertly acquired from the Department of Defense's large-scale robotics initiative. Vault 63's construction was marred by controversy, largely due to Hugo's business decisions that led to the displacement of the community of Dark Hollow Falls. As their land was taken over for the vault, Hugo promised the community space within Vault 63, a concession that allowed construction to proceed without further resistance. However, like many other vaults, Vault 63 was sealed around the time of the Great War, and Hugo ultimately betrayed his promise to the people of Dark Hollow Falls, denying them entry. By 2105, the vault remained sealed, with the tunnels leading out heavily damaged by earthquakes. The main door, located in Dark Hollow Manor, requires a 2-way joint authorization, keeping the vault securely shut and its secrets locked away. Vault 63 was still under construction when disaster struck, and its residents were far from immune to the effects of radiation. Those who survived the initial exposure were transformed into ghouls, which rendered some of their survival concerns irrelevant. However, they soon discovered the high cost of ghoulification when some of the dwellers began to turn feral. One of the first being Hugo's brother August. The symptoms of feralization became so common that nearly everyone knew someone afflicted by it. For Hugo, the situation took a deeply personal turn when his wife Cassidy began showing signs of turning feral. In a desperate attempt to prevent this, the entire vault shifted its focus to finding a way to reverse or at least halt the process. Despite their best efforts, they had little success, until, by pure chance, they discovered that exposure to the weather control machine in the meteorology sector could temporarily alleviate the effects of feralization. Determined to save Cassidy at any cost, Hugo secretly activated the vault's unfinished weather machine in 2095, running it at full power. Though Cassidy was spared from turning feral, she fell into a coma. The consequences were disastrous. Many other residents were transformed into feral beings known as the Lost, attacking their former friends and colleagues without discrimination. Hugo himself was also affected, becoming one of the Lost, though he retained his sanity. It seemed that because he was the one who activated the machine, he experienced the full mutation but remained conscious of who he was. Even with the heavy cost and limited success in saving Cassidy, Hugo was left devastated, clinging to the hope that there might still be a way to save his beloved wife. In 2105, Hugo made the desperate decision to activate the weather machine once more in an attempt to cure his wife. He knew the risks. He was well aware it could kill him, but in his isolated and grief-stricken state, it was a risk he was willing to take. The second activation resulted in a rupture of the surrounding land and unleashed a massive electrical storm. Many vault residents, now severely affected, were placed in containment pods with the hope that one day a cure might be found to reverse their condition. To Hugo's astonishment, Cassidy seemed to respond to his presence, even following his movements and making eye contact. This led Hugo to believe that he could act as a vessel capable of uniting the minds of himself and the Lost. Now he wishes to activate the weather machine for a third time, envisioning a mental union between himself, his family, including his daughter Audrey and niece Hilda, and all of the lost. To Hugo, his mental connection is more important than their ability to maintain free will, a twisted hope born out of the desperation to restore what remains of his loved ones. This is basically the main questline for Fallout 76's Skyline Valley update, where you have to stop Hugo from reactivating the weather machine. I'm going to explain what happens at the end of this questline so you have a better picture of the story, but if you don't want to be spoiled, skip to here where I'll go over the vault layout and things like that. In the Vault 63 atrium, Colonel James T. informs the vault dwellers that Hugo has fled to the Hawksbill weather station to carry out his plan, to bring all of the lost under his direct control. James urges the player character to head to the weather station to stop Hugo. However, he makes an important request: try to keep Hugo alive. He believes that Hugo may still hold valuable knowledge that could lead to a cure for the lost, and keeping him alive might be their only hope for reversing the tragic fate of the afflicted. They then make their way to the Hawksbill weather station and enter the Vault 63 meteorology sector where Audrey is waiting. She warns that the station is swarming with the lost, most likely Hugo's doing. Audrey will assist by unlocking doors and disabling laser grids on the way to the weather station's control room where Hugo and Cassidy are currently located. Audrey also has one more request. She wants Hugo dead. She believes his manipulative nature and the risk of him escaping make him too dangerous to be kept alive. And in my opinion, that's for good reason. Along the way, the Colonel joins Audrey over the intercom, urging you to spare Hugo, while Audrey continues to argue for his death. Now, although I agree with Audrey's point of view, I also agree with sparing people in general. Moreover, once you reach the control room, Hugo will initiate a conversation, with Cassidy by his side, visibly struggling. Driven by his desire to cure his wife and unite the lost, Hugo refuses any attempt at dissuasion. Instead, he sees you as the final obstacle in his path. Hugo then floats into the air, unleashing a bright flash as he summons the lost to defend him. You must engage both Hugo and the lost in battle. Once Hugo has been defeated and brought to his knees, approach him to initiate the final confrontation. At this point, you have several options. You can choose to arrest Hugo, end his life, or consider his proposition. Hugo offers a third option, allowing you to simply walk away and let him activate the weather machine, with his promise that the others will remain unharmed. The outcome of the quest ultimately depends on the choice you make. If you choose to arrest Hugo, he complies without resistance. Audrey expresses her disappointment, feeling betrayed once again, while the Colonel is relieved to see Hugo alive. You then climb up to the weather machine and power it down before returning to Vault 63. Back in the vault, James takes on the role of Overseer, while Hugo is kept in a cell as a subject for experiments to find a cure for the lost. Audrey continues her work as a scientist for the vault. If you choose to kill Hugo, he meets his end, and the Colonel suggests quickly retrieving his body to learn as much as possible. Audrey, hearing this over the intercom, reacts with dismay and ultimately shoots the Colonel, killing him. Afterward, you climb up the weather machine to power it down and then return to Vault 63. Here, Audrey assumes the role of Overseer. Though she briefly questions her decision and feels some anxiety about her new responsibilities, she expresses determination to face whatever challenges come her way. If you decide to walk away and let Hugo proceed, both Audrey and the Colonel react with anger, but are powerless to intervene. Hugo then climbs up the weather machine, powering it up. Returning to Vault 63, you'll find Hugo as the Overseer, surrounded by Hilda, Audrey, Cassidy, and the Colonel, all sitting on the floor, wailing as they slowly transform into the lost. Hugo is content with the outcome, referring to them as found rather than lost, and has no intention of ever seeking a cure. As for what happens, that's up to you to decide. I'm curious as to what you guys think was the best option and why. Let me know. By now, you've already seen some glimpses of what the vault looks like based on the clips provided thus far, but as a quick overview, though the vault is underneath Dark Hollow Manor, the entrance wing of Vault 63 is hidden inside a small cave in the Ash Heap region near Mount Blair, concealed by a one-room shack. Just outside the vault door, a terminal indicated that the vault was sealed and its status was normal. However, in 2105, after the second activation of the Vault 63 weather machine, the vault suffered significant damage. The pressure buildup inside the entrance sector caused the vault door to blast open with such force that it flew all the way to the highway north of Sutton in the forest. The shack that once concealed the vault's entrance was completely destroyed. Much of the entrance sector also collapsed, leaving only a few rooms accessible beyond the vault doorframe, briefly occupied by the lost who managed to escape in the chaos. Though damaged, the access control terminal still functioned, providing emergency messages about the state of the vault. Interestingly, the vault's entrance in the ash heap did not lead directly to the vault itself. Instead, it served as a railway station hub, allowing entrants to travel to different sectors of the vault, scattered throughout the Skyline Valley region. The Vault 63 atrium served as the administrative heart of the vault, housing the offices of the Overseer and the Chief of Security. It remains the last safe haven for ghoul dwellers who have not turned feral or become lost, while the meteorology sector is one of Vault 63's key areas located beneath the Hawksbill Weather Station. This area played a significant role in the Vault's attempts to manipulate weather as part of its research initiatives. I love that each vault has some cool aspect or room to it, like the meteorology sector in this instance, that plays a physical part in the various vault lore. It reminds me of adding a new color to the vault palette. And we see this new color in the form of the organic sector too, though largely undocumented, which was another crucial part of Vault 63, intended for biological research and experimentation. The engineering sector, which is referred in the Hawksbill Weather Station terminal entries but does not appear in-game, served as the weapons and robotics research wing of Vault 63. This sector was a production facility for robo-brains, including the more advanced Storm Goliaths. An unused interior cell for this location exists, and the exterior entrance to the engineering sector can still be found in-game, in the basement of the Slumber Mill Hotel. Vault 63 maintained additional facilities throughout the Skyline Valley area as Hugo's Enterprises had purchased much of the land surrounding the national park. These facilities included the Hawksbill Weather Station, which housed the meteorology sector as we mentioned, and was also home to projects like the Storm Goliaths. Additionally, there were 3 surface research sites named Bavaria, Rhineland, and Saxony. The residents of Vault 63, once hopeful survivors, found themselves trapped in a cycle of tragedy, manipulated by a desperate overseer and a relentless desire for power. Today, the remnants of Vault 63 are scattered across Skyline Valley, its halls filled with whispers of broken promises, lost lives, and an overseer who cannot escape the darkness he helped create, kind of like Fallout's version of Darth Vader.
Yes, the elusive Vault 69. I'm sure some of you have been waiting for this one. I do want to say that these vaults are mentioned in the One Man and a Crate of Puppets comic, which is most likely canon, and we'll get into that for Vault 77 later. But that does mean that these vaults are most likely canon as well. They were also referenced in the Fallout Bible and Van Buren. We have basically no information on these vaults. We don't know where they're located or what they look like. The only thing we do know is that these vaults consisted of a single social experiment. Vault 69 is referenced to have 1,000 female dwellers and 1 male. Vault 68 was apparently the opposite, 1,000 males and 1 female. These were either paradise vaults for those single inhabitants or personal living hells for them. We have no way of knowing, not yet anyway. Vault Tech was truly sick for these ones though.
Vault 75, the infamous vault buried beneath the Malden Middle School. Before the Great War, whispers circulated about Vault Tech's shady dealings with the US military. One such rumor claimed the two had struck a deal to build this vault beneath the school, designed not as a refuge, but as a twisted laboratory to turn children into obedient super soldiers for the war against Red China. Classic Vault Tech, right? Officially, Vault 75 was marketed as a safe haven for the students and staff of Malden Middle School. To encourage enrollment, Vault Tech put on a clever press release that hit all the right notes of parental concern. In response to growing national fears over the safety of our children in the event of nuclear war, Vault Tech, in collaboration with the local government officials in Malden, Massachusetts, is offering subsidized enrollment fees for families signing up for residency in Vault 75. This state-of-the-art vault is connected directly to Malden's elementary school, ensuring a quick and seamless evacuation should an attack occur during class hours. To be honest, not a bad pitch, and relatively convincing. But behind the curtain, like most Vault Tech projects, Vault 75 had a sinister purpose: refinement of human genetics. Through selective breeding, genetic modifications, and hormonal treatments devised by the infamous Dr. Braun and his colleagues, Vault Tech sought to create a new generation of humanity. The vault was designed to last for generations, opening only at Vault Tech's discretion. Even production was strictly controlled, with human embryos experimented on and cultivated in labs. When the vault fell in 2077, the families and teachers of Malden Middle School rushed to the vault in time. But what awaited them wasn't salvation. Upon entry, children were separated from their parents, who were then executed under the guise of an orientation session. The children, now orphans, were raised with a warped worldview, taught to fear the outside world they called Up Top Land, while being trained to one day venture out and save the wasteland. But the truth was far darker. At age 18, those deemed intelligent and physically exceptional were harvested for their genes, often under the pretense of receiving a vaccine. What harvesting entailed isn't entirely clear, but evidence suggests organ harvesting and specimen preservation. Those who showed promise in other ways were recruited into the Vault science team. And for the rest, those deemed unfit or insufficient were executed after a graduation ceremony, if you want to call it that, where their bodies were incinerated without a second thought. At some point, the cycle of horror was broken. A rebellion, possibly led by a brave junior test subject and a graduate scientist, brought an end to Vault 75's operations. By 2287, the Vault was a hollow shell, overrun by gunners using it as an operational base. Now, with a Vault with lore as weird as this, the next question for me is, what's it like to explore Vault 75? Well, the entrance is a standard Vault entrance, accessible through the Malden School basement door from the Wasteland. An elevator will take the player character down into the actual vault. Entering the elevator will activate the quest Vault 75. The entire vault is initially heavily populated with gunners, although depending on the player character's choices in the endgame, other enemies will appear. Brotherhood of Steel forces will appear if the player character completes the game with the Railroad or the Institute, whereas Synths will appear instead if the player character sided with the Brotherhood of Steel or the Minutemen. The vault is divided into 3 sections: the common, the lab, and the admin area. To access the lab and admin area, keycards are necessary to unlock the security doors. Downstairs is a combat simulation room, where one can use a terminal to initiate a combat training game and record their score online. This room also contains the gunner commander that has a lab access card. The admin section of the vault can be found deeper in the vault behind the sealed lab doors. Some of the doors that lead to the Vault Overseer room within the section require an admin access card, which can be acquired or looted from one of the enemies lurking within. Now yes, a barbarian comic can be found on a bed, and one of the weird iconic teddy bears can be found on a chair with a glass between its legs. And although we love to see those Fallout details in the vault, I think the beauty of this vault lies in the terminal entries that bring it to life. We get glimpses into items like the admission records, showing kids as young as 6 up to age 13 attending this vault, with testing schedules also displayed, as well as notes talking about the resistance where fractures within the vault's social ecosystem begin to show, and more intricate details highlighting the genetic harvesting protocols used. Vault 75 is a testament to Vault-Tech's twisted genius, where kids, vaccines, organ harvesting, and an ideal human are all combined for one truly fucked up premise. Let's not make this vault too divisive. Is it the vault that you start from when popping open the bugged out Fallout 76? Yes. Yes, it is. But can we separate it from whatever our personal views are of Fallout 76? This is the official vault of the Tricentennial by Vault-Tech, under the tagline Vault-Tech Salutes America, and is one of the 17 control vaults in the Grand Vault-Tech experiment. Construction began in February 2065 and wrapped up in October 2069. It was built to house a maximum of 500 occupants, though blueprints recorded a curious capacity of only 88. And was designed to open 20 years after the nuclear bombs fell. That fateful day, known as Reclamation Day, marked the moment its dwellers were meant to step out and rebuild Appalachia. The vault's infrastructure was ahead of its time. It relied on light life geothermal energy as its primary power source. Yes, the same light life you might remember from those brief mentions in Fallout 3's Citadel. For backup, it had a General Atomics nuclear generator, but ultimately the designers went with a pair of super reactors instead. The control system was Brainpower 4, another Fallout 3 throwback if you recall its reference in one of the Capital Wasteland's vaults. Vault 76 wasn't your typical survival shelter. It was a special project, critical to restoring the United States post-apocalypse. The Overseer was explicitly told to ignore standard operating procedures, a big deal in Vault-Tech's tightly controlled world. The handpicked occupants were America's best and brightest, students from Vault-Tech University, military personnel, and even a former White House chief of staff. Their accommodations were downright luxurious by Vault-Tech standards, featuring fully furnished apartments with a bedroom, living room, bathroom, and even a color TV.
What's up, y'all? Big Snoop Deal Double G. I want to welcome y'all to my house, the dog house. Slide in.
Now, here's where things get weird. At one point, Vault-Tech assistant CEO Wollstonecroft visited the construction site only to be abducted by aliens. He tried to bridge the gap, or bridge the communication gap, but the Zedans, being their charmingly hostile selves, either knocked him out or killed him. Do I feel bad for him? Not really, he was a Vault-Tech exec after all. I'd assume he ended up dying since the Zedans have been little pricks every time you meet one in the game. Vault 76 officially debuted on July 4th, 2076 as part of America's tricentennial celebration. The opening ceremony broadcast on live television was a grand affair. The Overseer herself attended, but becoming the Overseer came at a personal cost. She had to break off her engagement with her high school sweetheart Evan or transfer to another vault to be with him. She chose her duty. Despite this tough exterior, the Overseer does have a softer side, however. She expressed genuine remorse for leaving the dwellers to fend for themselves in Appalachia before Reclamation Day, and she even left packages for them along the way. I could make an entire video on her alone, but for this video, all you need to know is she re-emerged in Appalachia in 2103, assisting with the resettlement of the region and tried to re-establish a new currency using the gold bullion and by finding a vaccine for the Scorched Plague since her fiance/high school lover Evan got absolutely fucked by this plague. I digress. When the Great War erupted, Vault 76 was sealed on October 23, 2077. As air raid sirens wailed for the last time and Chinese nukes streaked toward American soil, Vault-Tec security ensured the vault's safety. Their orders were clear: use lethal force if necessary to keep unauthorized people out. Anyone outside the approved list was deemed an enemy combatant. The vault door slammed shut, locking its occupants away for 25 years until the radiation levels outside reached safe thresholds. Inside, life wasn't without its challenges. The dwellers were a diverse, competitive bunch, high achievers from all walks of life. Vault-Tec predicted that maintaining order would be tricky, so the Overseer was given sweeping authority. They could lock down individual domiciles and imprison dissenters for as long as deemed necessary, though they were warned that solitary confinement could mess with people's mental health. No surprise there. Security was equipped with non-lethal devices to maintain control, and firearms were stowed away after the initial entry period. For 25 years, Vault 76 hummed along as planned. Order was relatively easy to maintain under the Overseer's watch, though the high-achieving, competitive personalities of its occupants sometimes made things interesting. To channel their energy, she introduced various awards to keep egos in check. And let's be real, nothing says Vault camaraderie like fighting over the Best Dental Hygiene Award. Yes, someone actually lost a tooth in that scuffle. But the highlight, the Vault 76 World Cup, a chaotic jukebox-breaking extravaganza that kept spirits high. The Overseer credited the program's success to her loyal and dependable senior staff, though I'm sure she earned her fair share of stress points along the way. Meanwhile, outside the vault, the wasteland was buzzing with questions. Survivors of the Great War, particularly the responders, who were a volunteer disaster relief group, wondered why Vault 76 remained sealed so long after the bombs fell. To outsiders, the residents of Vault 76 seemed cushy and privileged, sheltered from the brutal realities of wasteland life. But Vault 76 wasn't just a survival shelter. It had another mission. The Overseer was tasked with finding and securing 3 nuclear silos in Appalachia after the vault's opening.
There were 3 active nuclear silos in Appalachia before the bombs fell. They blew up the world before. We can't let it happen again.
Her orders were clear. No one but Vault-Tec could control or launch nuclear weapons. Even surviving US military forces had authority. Vault-Tec's power play was as ambitious as it was ruthless. But here's the kicker. They deliberately chose someone young and experienced as Overseer, knowing full well this mission was practically impossible for one person to accomplish. As the years went by, cracks began to form in Vault 76's carefully curated order. By 2100, the vault was over capacity, and its hydroponic systems were struggling to keep up with demand. Mandatory rationing became the norm. The Overseer placed 6 residents under disciplinary lockdown, up from 4 from the previous year, while the morale officer worked overtime to squash persistent rumors about the horrors of Appalachia. And let's face it, nobody was exactly thrilled about emerging to face cannibal mutants and acid rain. Tensions ran high, especially with residents like Jake, a smug pre-war lawyer detested by the security team. Only one officer could handle him without resorting to violence. Meanwhile, the Rezzies, as the security team nicknamed the residents, began hacking terminals to dig up details about Reclamation Day. The security team made a half-hearted attempt to stop them, but let's be honest, trying to outsmart a vault full of geniuses and overachievers isn't easy. By 2102, everyone was counting down to Reclamation Day, desperate for change. Some residents even broke into restricted stores for a little pre-celebration indulgence. In an attempt to channel this energy, the Overseer organized a Reclamation Day party the night before the big event, opening up restricted alcohol stashes and using up the last of the food supplies. The atrium was filled with laughter and cheering as the clock struck midnight. a rare moment of unity in the Vault's 25-year history. But this wasn't just a celebration, it was a farewell. Vault 76 had a built-in kill switch to ensure its residents wouldn't grow dependent on its comforts. Within 24 hours of opening, the vault would become uninhabitable. Air circulation systems would shut down last, giving everyone just enough time to leave before the environment turned lethal. Only robotic stewards would remain behind to preserve the vault's remains. On October 23, 2102, exactly 25 years after the Great War, the vault doors opened, marking the much-anticipated Reclamation Day. The residents stepped out into a world transformed by nuclear devastation, armed with little more than survival kits and the skills they'd honed inside. The Overseer, however, was long gone, leaving behind a vague message about her mission in Appalachia. In truth, she'd been ordered by Vault Tech to secure those elusive missile silos. As the Resis ventured into the unknown, alliances and rivalries formed almost immediately. The security team's fears about internal conflicts weren't unfounded. After all, competitive personalities and high stakes rarely make for smooth transitions. While some argued for arming everyone with surplus weaponry before they left, the Overseer denied the request. Instead, the residents were told to run fast, far, and focus on rebuilding America. Finally, let's talk about the layout. Plenty of the Fallout community has refused to play this game, and I get it. The launch was cheeks, but since about half of us have played it, I'll keep this part relatively quick. Vault 76 serves as a starting point and tutorial area for the game, offering a straightforward path to the exit with only a few detours. You begin your journey in your apartment, waking up to a new day in the world of Fallout. Here you get your first taste of exploration, poking around your surroundings and even snagging a nostalgic treat, the Nuka Tapper game holotape, from your personal terminal. But before you can leave the comfort of your Vault apartment, you'll need to pick up your Pip-Boy 2000, conveniently stored on a rack by the door. No Pip-Boy, no progress. It's basically the Vault's version of a no shoes, no service policy. Once you step out of your apartment, you're greeted by the Atrium, a large open space filled with remnants of last night's Reclamation Day party. Streamers and confetti litter the ground, setting the scene for the bittersweet farewell to the only home the residents have known for 25 years. The Atrium itself feels alive, with its diner on the upper level, a soccer field smack dab in the middle, and tables still bearing the signs of celebration. Among the decorations, there's even a love note left on one of the diner tables, just one of those little environmental storing details that Fallout does so well. While side routes are off limits, there's still plenty to discover on your way out. The projector room holds personal files for a peek into the lives of your fellow Vault dwellers. The survival displays provide useful tips, and the Overseer's office hints at the larger story you're about to step into. It's worth exploring, and it's the perfect mix of lore and functionality, easing you into the game while grounding you in the world of Vault 76.
At last! Today is your Reclamation Day. I bet you're just bursting your bolts to get out there and...
As you make your way to the exit, you'll encounter several Mr. Handies stationed along the path. These friendly robots are there to guide you and provide some essential gear for your journey, like your camp unit, which will become a lifeline out in the wilderness. They're cheerful, helpful, and of course, quintessentially Fallout. Once you step out into Appalachia, there's no turning back, literally. Vault 76 seals behind you, and while every new character you create will start here, the interior becomes inaccessible after you leave. It's a standout moment that underscores the theme of Reclamation Day. The Vault has prepared you as much as it could, and now it's time for you to face the world on your own. Good luck.
Vault 77 stands as one of the stranger Vault experiments in Fallout lore, and not because it's just oddly unpractical. Featured in a promotional crossover comic strip titled One Man in a Crate of Puppets, which was released to promote Fallout 3, Vault 77's story is bizarre. Imagine being the only person sealed inside of a vault, and the only company you have? A crate of hand puppets. Yeah, it's as horrifyingly weird as it sounds. On October 23, 2077, Vault 77's solitary occupant, later known as the Puppet Man, was sealed inside. At first, he thought this was all a mistake, frantically pleading for, quote, the other fucking people, end quote, but no one ever came. He was left entirely alone. His cries went unanswered, and over time, the crushing weight of solitude began to erode his sanity. By February 4th, 2079, things took a darker turn. Puppet Man discovered the crate of hand puppets and began playing with them, using them to feel the deafening silence. What started as innocent distraction quickly spiraled into delusion. By March 30th, Puppet Man was fully convinced that the Vault Boy puppet was speaking to him. That same night, in a fit of madness, he tore apart the King puppet, only to accuse the Vault Boy puppet of the murder. Vault Boy, of course, responded, pinning the crime back on the Puppet Man himself. This bizarre exchange led Puppet Man to flee the vault, believing he needed to escape before the dog puppet could turn violent. He was scared of what the dog puppet might do. So then, he left the vault and the location was abandoned. Fast forward to 2277. In the Capital Wasteland's Paradise Falls, a lone Vault 77 jumpsuit and a holotape can be found. The recording on the holotape mentions how the jumpsuit unnerves the slavers there, who speak of a stranger with no name tied to the suit. There's even fear that if the jumpsuit belongs to the Puppet Man, he might return for it.
Like I told you, man, I don't fucking know where it came from, but it freaks the boys out. Some story from a while back about a stranger with no name. Just get rid of the damn thing. Ain't no good gonna come from keeping it around. Besides, if it is his, maybe he'll come back for it. Comprende?
The jumpsuit's eerie reputation is so intense that despite their unease, the slavers hesitate to destroy it, perhaps out of superstition. Context clues are key to finding out more about this vault. Vault 77's exact location remains unknown, but its interior is described as having the usual vault architecture with a few minor differences. Unlike the typical pale blue color scheme, Vault 77 is dingy and metallic orange, with dirtied walls and a grimy vault door. And then when Puppet Man finally left the vault, he stepped into an arid, desolate desert of dull tan sand. There's also an odd mention of a one-armed ghoul that Puppet Man supposedly encountered during his time outside of the vault. Some theories suggest this ghoul might have been a result of an accelerated ghoulification experiment, similar to what occurred in Vault 12 under Necropolis. While ghoulification typically takes longer, there are cases where the process happens almost instantly, whether through radiation exposure, pre-war experimentation, or even cult practices. Still, the true nature of this ghoul and its connection to the Puppet Man story remains unclear. Vault 77's story is a rare blend of Fallout's signature dark humor and psychological horror. And although I find this vault's lore amusing, it doesn't make a ton of sense why Vault-Tec would dedicate an entire vault to one man. But then again, Vault-Tec is known for making highly questionable choices.
I wanted to give a disclaimer that this vault is perhaps the hardest vault to get into in the series thus far. Not only do you have to get decently far in the Overseer questline in Fallout 76, you also have to do a questline with a deranged robot named Rose, who makes you do the most mundane tasks over and over, including fighting overpowered Deathclaws. You then have to do the questline for the Raiders, or the Settlers, which include their own bosses as well. Oh, and this is all the while you navigate almost the entirety of the map and have to complete 2 missions that are glitched, so you then have to look to Reddit for help to complete those buggy missions. And then you get to access Vault 79. So yeah, this vault is a bitch to get to, but I hope you enjoy the lore behind it nonetheless. Vault 79 is one of the most secretive vaults in Fallout lore, constructed by Vault-Tec starting in 2072. To ensure its existence remained hidden, Vault-Tec pulled out all of the stops, using a different contractor, the Holland Chase Concrete Company, for its construction and acquiring land from local farmers under the guise of government agents claiming the area was radioactive. The vault's capacity was set at 120 dwellers, but the designation 79 was no coincidence. It references the atomic number of gold. That's because Vault 79 wasn't designed to shelter people so much as protect an invaluable resource, the United States' gold reserves, secretly relocated from Fort Knox by military forces like Captain Fields' team. The gold was intended to serve as the foundation for rebuilding America and its economy after the apocalypse. To maintain the vault's secrecy, soldiers guarding it were given strict orders: treat all intruders as hostile, stay out of sight, deliver shift logs to the officer of the watch, and for some reason, smoke only in designated areas. But secrecy didn't always go as planned. It never does. In July 2072, a group of soldiers assigned to Vault 79 decided to steal millions of dollars and blow it all in Las Vegas. Their escapade ended in disaster, with a shootout at the Ultra Lux Casino leaving every single one of them dead, except for Sergeant Catherine Montgomery, who was staying at the Lucky 38. Branded a Chinese spy and nicknamed Shanghai Sally, she fled Vegas, only to meet her end near Galveston, Texas, when the USS Wade destroyed her escape boat. Montgomery wasn't the only loose end tied to Vault 79's secret. Her partner C. Rutkowski and other witnesses from Berkeley Springs vanished soon after. The drama even drew the attention of Flavia Stabo, an investigative journalist who discovered the vault just before the Great War. Tragically, she was silenced for her efforts and buried in a shallow grave near the vault entrance, a reminder of the lengths Vault-Tec would go to keep their projects hidden. Like the other vaults, Vault 79 was sealed tight during the Great War in 2077. Its soldiers followed orders from the Air Force, locking the vault down to await further instructions. Inside, things didn't remain peaceful for long. A mutiny, led by a Secret Service agent known as Shorty, decimated the vault's population, while over the years, other residents succumbed to despair, taking their own lives. By 2103, the vault was a shadow of its former self, its secrets slowly unraveling. Rumors of an Appalachian treasure began drawing treasure hunters to the region, enlisting the vault of a vault dweller, yes, that's you, to breach Vault 79. After breaking through, the remnants of the Secret Service detachment guarding the gold allowed some to leave with a portion of the treasure, setting the stage for one of the Wastelanders' update's most iconic quests. If you're looking to find the Fort Knoxes of the vaults, the entrance to Vault 79 is hidden in a mysterious cave north of the Bailey family cabin. Inside, a keypad reveals an elevator leading to the cavern where the vault's iconic cogwheel door stands. To access it, you'll need a randomized code, which can be obtained through one of two quests. Complete the quest Treasure Unknown in the Grafton Pawn Shop. Enter the 6 digits read from the board in the pawn shop from left to right, the first 3 digits being on the top row and the last 3 digits on the bottom row. Or start the quest Buried Treasure, where you can get the code from the raiders to enter Vault 79. Once inside, you'll find that 79 lives up to its reputation as one of the most expansive and well-defended vaults. The atrium is massive by vault standards, complete with a sentry bot ready to ruin your day. Hostile robots and automated turrets patrol the rest of the vault, while the reactor area, bathed in radiation, houses feral ghouls and even a lone Wendigo. Which, if you didn't know already, Mason and I did a video on the cryptids in Fallout, so give that a watch if you're into the spookier side of the lore. Speaking of lore enthusiasts, Vault 79 doesn't disappoint. Journals like Chase Terriers and Cole Carvers are scattered throughout, offering rich glimpses into the vault's past, but for now, we'll leave the discoveries to you. As a parting note, don't miss the holotape tucked away on the Overseer's desk within the office.
Not too many vaults in the Fallout universe are still functioning, which makes Vault 81 a rare hidden gem all things considered, but its success comes from a bold act of defiance. Hidden in the generator room, the former Overseer's terminal reveals that the vault only thrived because of its first Overseer, Dr. Olivet, who refused to carry out Vault-Tec's heinous experiments. Vault-Tec had designed Vault 81 with a lofty and horrifying goal: to create a universal cure for every disease humanity might ever face. Perhaps it was noble in theory, but in practice, not so much. The plan involved using the unsuspecting residents as guinea pigs, exposing them to diseases released through hidden nozzles in their rooms. If things went south, that same system was rigged to incinerate everyone inside during an evacuation. Dr. Olivet was understandably skeptical of Vault-Tec's motives from the start. She planned to blow the whistle if things seemed unethical. And when she learned the full truth about the experiments and Vault-Tec's collaboration with the government, she took action. On the morning of the Great War, Olivet received orders to begin the experiment, but sabotaged the call list, ensuring the science staff wouldn't be notified. Her plan almost worked perfectly. Only 3 scientists made it into the vault: Kenneth Collins, Jim Flint, and visitor Dr. Burrow. As the scientists began working on their cure, Olivet kept a watchful eye, approving the initial phases of testing, including animal trials, while ensuring human experimentation never began. She disabled the disease delivery system and sealed the secret section of the vault, effectively trapping those scientists inside. While guilt weighed heavily on her, Olivet took solace in knowing that they had enough resources to survive. She kept the existence of the secret vault and the true purpose of Vault 81 a closely guarded secret. Meanwhile, the isolated scientists continued their research, relying on mole rats as test subjects. With their numbers dwindling, Dr. Collins modified a Miss Nanny robot to assist with experiments, creating the now iconic Curie. Over decades, Curie tirelessly refined the universal cure, finally perfecting it in 2204. She even achieved self-awareness, but her programming required authorization from a Vault-Tec employee to leave the vault and begin new research. So she waited for decades, because robots don't really get impatient, or do they? While Curie labored in solitude, the residents of the main vault went about their lives, blissfully unaware that they were ever intended as test subjects. In 2277, Overseer McNamara opened Vault 81 to the outside world for the first time. This decision was essential for securing food, parts, and tools to repair their aging systems, but it also sparked tension. Many residents clung to an isolationist mindset, distrusting outsiders who were allowed entry. Fast forward to 2287 and things take a dramatic turn. Bobby DeLuca, a vault dweller with a drug habit, discovered an entrance to the secret vault and began using it as a stash spot. Unfortunately, curiosity got the better of young Austin Engel, who followed Bobby and was bitten by an infected mole rat. Decades of disease experiments had turned the rats into walking biohazards, and Austin contracted a lethal illness. When Bobby revealed the existence of the secret vault, the sole survivor stepped in to investigate. Inside, they found Curie, still dutifully safeguarding her work. She handed over the last dose of the universal cure, and the sole survivor, yes you, faced a critical choice. Use the cure on themselves, condemning Austin, or save the boy and earn the vault's trust. Choosing to save Austin granted the sole survivor a permanent room in Vault 81, along with the respect of its residents. Vault 81 is unique among Fallout's vaults, with its two distinct areas: the main vault, where residents live and thrive, and the secret observation area, which was once the domain of the scientific team conducting covert research. By the time you explore Vault 81 in 2287, the secret area has been overrun by a special breed of mole rats, while the main vault remains fully functional and inhabited. Accessing the secret area isn't straightforward. There are two entrances from the main vault, an elevator in the lobby and a hidden door in the reactor room. However, both of them remain locked until you progress through the quest Hole in the Wall. This quest not only gives you access to the secret vault, but it also ties into the vault's overarching story, making it one of the more rewarding explorations in Fallout 4. The main vault opens into the admission area, complete with a security office to the north. At the end of the hall, you'll find an elevator leading deeper into the vault, dropping you off in the central atrium. The atrium itself is divided into two floors, each serving different purposes. The upper floor houses the depot, where you can trade goods, along with the Overseer's office and a spare room, which becomes yours if you complete the Hole in the Wall quest. Meanwhile, the lower floor is where the day-to-day life happens, with a barber, cafeteria, and a hallway leading to the residential area. To the west of the atrium lies the residential wing, with private rooms lining both floors. It's here you'll also find a classroom, where Vault 81's children learn about the world. Directly below the classroom is the clinic, and further down the hall, you'll reach the reactor room. The reactor room holds the entrance to the secret area of Vault 81, an ominous gateway that becomes central during Hole in the Wall. Once inside the secret vault, the environment shifts dramatically. You'll navigate a mix of traditional vault architecture and dirt-walled caverns, highlighting the contrast between the design order of the main vault and the decayed secrecy of the hidden section. Winding through broken walls and residences, you'll eventually arrive at a small atrium that connects to the maintenance area. Above the generators lies the entrance to the research and observation wing. The observation corridor runs above the depot and the Overseer's office, giving the scientists a bird's-eye view of the vault dwellers they were tasked with studying. Beyond the corridor lies the security gate, which leads to the research wing and the mole rat breeding area, a central room with two levels flanked by breeding cages and laboratories. The research wing is full of surprises. One of the first rooms on the right contains a master level safe, while the upper floor features a medical room guarded by a mole rat brood mother and a steamer trunk. The exploration culminates on the second floor of the cells, where a staircase leads you to a room containing Curie. Here, you'll find an elevator that brings you back to the main vault, completing the loop between the two halves of Vault 81. Dr. Olivet is an individual with courage and compassion, and her actions preserved a community, while Curie's dedication offered hope for the dwellers within the vault. Though most vaults typically have less than happy endings, Vault 81 is one of the contrary, which is nice to see, considering Vault-Tec's perpetual madness in the Commonwealth. Vault 84 is one of only two vaults featured in Fallout the board game, so it's no surprise if many players aren't familiar with it. And as a quick reminder, just remember that Fallout the board game is non-canon. The vault has been closed off for nearly its entire existence, with very few outsiders being allowed inside. Vault 84 previously maintained a supply line and traded with Vault 109 before its destruction. Each year, Vault 84 holds a vote to determine which resident is considered the most dangerous. Whoever receives the most votes is exiled and may never return. Overseer Hayes allows you into the vault after suspicion falls on her, hoping that bringing in fresh blood will shift the focus and lead to the newcomer being exiled instead. If you read her personal entry log about the voting system, you can expose her, leading to Hayes being exiled during the next vote. However, her fate after being banished to the wasteland remains unknown. Another notable figure within the vault is Dr. Merkins. She offers the player a Pip-Boy and can even help you get an endorsement for the upcoming vote. Vault 84 itself is situated on the northwest side of the tile, within a rough terrain space and located on a green tile. It can exist in multiple areas in the wasteland. Other than that, we have basically no more information on Vault 84. But it's a pretty cool premise in my opinion. Vault 87 is one of the most infamous locations in the Capital Wasteland, sitting northwest of Little Lamplight and southwest of Broadcast Tower KT-8. In Fallout 3, it serves as the birthplace and stronghold of the super mutants and centaurs that terrorize the region. Construction of Vault 87 began in May 2066 and wrapped up in December 2071. Like all vaults, it was equipped with advanced technology. A Cyberbrain V2.3 is its main computer system, energy supplied by a General Atomics nuclear reactor with a backup fusion generator, and even a Garden of Eden creation kit, or GECK, which you'd assume means it'd be a utopia within a hellscape. Yet, as with most vaults, the reality was anything but. Vault 87's original purpose was scrapped around 2076, when it was converted into a research hub for the Evolutionary Experimentation Program under Dr. Wayne Merrick. The goal? To study the effects of the Forced Evolutionary Virus, or the FEV, on humans. Seems like a brilliant idea, right? Subjects infected with the FEV initially showed some promising physical changes. Both male and female test subjects transitioned into an asexual state, with males developing enhanced upper body strength and both sexes gaining thicker, more resilient skin after about 10 days. However, things quickly went downhill. Mental deterioration set in, leading to extreme anxiety, uncontrollable rage, and ultimately death or termination after just 2 weeks. One particularly grim case saw female subjects suffer catastrophic brain function loss, further dooming the project. Despite these catastrophic results, the Overseer and Vault security teams remained loyal to Vault Tech's directives, at least at first. A year after the Vault was sealed, mutated test subjects escaped containment, overwhelming security forces and turning the Vault into their own twisted domain. Those who weren't killed were subjected to forced mutation, marking the beginning of a new generation of super mutants in the Capital Wasteland. The escaped mutants didn't stay confined to Vault 87 for long. They began spreading out across the DC metro area, capturing humans from all over the wasteland to bring back to the Vault for dipping into the FEV vats. Their reign of terror lasted nearly 200 years, fueled by their savage ways and relentless pursuit of new subjects. However, by 2277, the Vault's supply of FEV, referred to as the green stuff, had nearly run out. Without the means to create more, the mutants began scavenging desperately for new sources. The lack of reproduction options probably didn't help their species' long-term survival prospects. And it's kinda crazy to see how a lack of sex would drive a species to take such unthinkable actions. By the time players encounter Vault 87 in Fallout 3, it's in a state of utter disrepair. Decades of neglect and mutant rampages have left the Vault's subsystems in shambles, with entire sections collapsing under the weight of time. Despite their limited intelligence, the super mutants have adapted parts of the Vault to suit their needs, repurposing medical recovery rooms into makeshift prison cells for defective mutants or their unfortunate human captives. The area around the Vault entrance boasts the highest radiation levels in the entire Fallout series, spiking at nearly 4,000 rads per second at the center and around 3,600 rads per second at the doorstep. For context, the next most irradiated location, the Monongahela River near Pittsburgh, only reaches 2,665 rads per second. At these levels, a player can expect to survive less than a third of a second. According to cut content from Fallout 3, the Vault's Overseer noted the catastrophic damage in their logs.
I'm quite sad to report that due to a direct hit from what I presume to be a nuclear weapon or the entry area of Vault 87, we will be unable to provide scouting reports as outlined in Vault Tech's operations manual. The main door to Vault 87 is damaged beyond repair, and we're detecting extremely high levels of lethal radiation outside and in the entry tunnel.
For those brave or foolish enough to approach the entrance, survival requires stockpiles of Radaway, Rad-X, and radiation-resistant gear. Even then, the door is inaccessible, as the Overseer's note makes clear. Near the entrance, you'll find the remains of a scientist in a radiation suit. A reminder that even preparation can't save you from Vault 87's toxic legacy. The super mutants have fortified the entrance with barricades made of broken girders and wrecked vehicles. They can withstand the intense radiation without harm, thanks to their FEV mutations. Among these mutants is the potential companion Fox, whose role we'll explore later. For anyone daring to engage the mutants and approach the vault, fast travel does remain an option, though at this radiation level, you'll almost certainly die before you make it anywhere. Vault 87 plays a pivotal role in the main questline. To access it, you must complete the Waters of Life and then speak with Scribe Rothschild at the Citadel. From there, you'll be sent to recover the Garden of Eden Creation Kit, Vault 87's most valuable artifact. You can only reach Vault 87 through Little Lamplight, with Mayor McCready offering 2 routes. The first and most dangerous option is Murder Pass, a super mutant infested gauntlet filled with traps and weapons like missile launchers and miniguns. The safer option involves fixing a broken terminal in Little Lamplight, which grants direct access to Vault 87. To unlock this route, you'll need the Child at Heart perk, a high science or speech skill, or you must rescue Penny from Paradise Falls to convince Joseph to repair the terminal. If none of those options work, you'll be forced to take the long and treacherous path through Murder Pass. Once inside, the vault feels familiar and run down, with its narrow corridors and interconnected small rooms. The dim lighting and ominous atmosphere set the stage for what lies ahead. Super mutants, centaurs, and evidence of failed FEV experiments, including mutilated bodies and gore bags. The highlight of Vault 87's story is the introduction of Fox, a friendly super mutant sealed in a test chamber for decades. Fox communicates with the Lone Wanderer through an intercom, offering his help to retrieve the Gek in exchange for his freedom. True to his word, Fox ventures into the highly irradiated chamber to recover the device, and assists in fighting off enemies along the way. Fox proves invaluable, not only as a guide, but as a powerful ally if the Lone Wanderer has good karma. Later, he can be recruited as a companion, providing his strength and loyalty throughout the rest of the game. The premise of Vault 87 is intense, but more importantly, culminating one of the most memorable characters of the series, Fox, makes venturing to 87 worthwhile. And as we mentioned earlier, going in is necessary since it's part of the main questline anyway.
I entrust you with the future of our vault. Vault 88.
Vault 88 is one of the more unique locations in the Fallout 4 universe because of how players can leverage it. It is an unfinished vault that doubles as a settlement, tucked away beneath the Quincy Quarries. By 2287, it remains incomplete, with only its main entrance, security, and reactor rooms finished when the bombs dropped, halting construction. Intended as a testing ground for experimental vault-tech devices, its potential was left unrealized, until you step in. When you first approach Vault 88, you'll stumble upon a group of raiders trying and failing to force their way in. Overseer Barstow, still very much alive thanks to her ghoulified state, warns them of their futility via an emergency broadcast, setting the stage for your arrival. Once you've dealt with the raiders, you can use your Pip-Boy to open the vault door, marking the beginning of your new vault building adventure. Inside, the Overseer tasks you with retrieving the Vault Tech control board from the reactor room to reactivate the workshop and free her from behind a caved-in corridor. From there, you'll uncover additional control boards scattered across the vault, unlocking new sectors and gradually expanding the workspace. By the end, Vault 88 becomes one of the most seamless and expansive settlements in the game, limited only by its 3 exterior entrances: the main vault door, the subway entrance, and the University Point Pharmacy entrance. Vault 88 is vast, with multiple chambers and passageways. The main cavern is a sprawling space filled with debris, construction equipment, and remnants of the vault's incomplete design. Using workshop mode, you can scrap nearly everything: destroyed trains, massive debris piles, and even limestone walls to clear the way for further exploration. But tread carefully. The vault is teeming with feral ghouls, including a glowing one and one particularly notable ghoul named Julian. The North Tunnel takes you through mole rat infested areas before arriving at a ruined subway platform. Here you'll find the North Sector control board and more feral ghouls. Beyond the control board is the North Sector workshop, and nearby a limestone wall conceals a cave home to a leveled legendary Deathclaw. Scrapping another wall in this cave connects back to the North Tunnel, creating a handy shortcut. Along the way, keep an eye out for uranium veins and barrels. These provide nuclear material and are scattered throughout the north sector. The northeast tunnel descends through metal stairs and more mole rat infested areas, eventually leading to a brick and concrete section filled with feral ghouls and the northeast section control board. Past the control board is a northeast sector workshop. Clearing nearby limestone walls reveals a rad scorpion nest and a cave passage leading to the east sector. Further exploration unveils another wooden barricade which unlocks the University Point Pharmacy entrance. As you clear the sectors, Vault 88 becomes a massive workspace, perfect for creative builders. Overseer Barstow provides guidance and a bit of Vault-Tec propaganda, encouraging you to test experimental devices on unwitting settlers. Successfully completing all her experiments earns you the Legend of Vault 88, a unique jumpsuit variant that's a nod to your efforts. When the world went up in nuclear flames on October 23, 2077, Vault 88 was still a work in progress. It was being built near a big uranium deposit to provide a steady stream of nuclear material for all sorts of Vault experiments. But surprise, surprise, Vault-Tec couldn't get it done in time, and because of that, a lot of lives were lost. In one of Vault-Tec's biggest construction screw-ups, the entrance to Vault 88 got buried under tons of rubble the moment the bombs hit during the Great War. It stayed hidden for years until some curious raiders stumbled upon it. We know this because that's when the sole survivor shows up to the vault. Yes, that's us. And inside, Overseer Valerie Barstow was still alive. Kind of. She turned into a ghoul after 200 years, but she was still kicking and totally committed to keeping those raiders out. Even surrounded by a bunch of feral ghouls, she wasn't about to let anyone mess with her life's work. But what exactly was her life's work? Unlike other vaults, Vault 88 wasn't built for just one experiment. Instead, it was meant to be a testing ground for all kinds of prototype tech that Vault-Tec wanted to roll out across their entire Vault network. The plan was to start pumping out new devices every few months, with human test subjects rolling in as early as 2078. Safety, morality, not Vault-Tec's problem. They were all about speed and results, no matter the cost.
I like him. I think we found our man.
Gee, thanks. Found what exactly?
We're looking for a volunteer, Clem. Someone to test some new devices that will help everyone. Are you interested?
You mean I can stay? I mean, yes! I'll help out. I like helping.
Thing is, Vault 88 never even came close to being finished. By late August 2077, they had barely set up the entrance and reactor, and the rest was still a massive construction site. Even in October, not much progress had been made. Most of the workers were just using the entrance as a flashy distraction for visiting VIPs who were set to come by on October 23rd. Unfortunately for them, that brief visit turned into a permanent stay when the bombs dropped. Now, Vault 88 is home to a whole bunch of ghouls, with Overseer Barstow still holding down the fort, for better or worse. Beyond that, lore is not set in stone. That's because you as a sole survivor create Vault 88. And no Vault 88 is exactly the same. Hundreds and thousands of different designs and layouts can be created. But that's not the only issue for concrete lore. Because in this story, you also hold the keys to the experimentations and future of the residents. The sole survivor could follow the directives of Vault-Tec and continue their heinous experiments. Or you could choose to make their lives better and use the experiments in a more ethical way. This eventually leads the sole survivor to a big decision. They can kill Barlow and become the Overseer, expel her and become the Overseer, or let her stay as the Overseer, but they are still in charge. So what is the story of Vault 88? Well, that's up to you. Maybe the sole survivor created a paradise in the wastelands, or maybe it's just another evil vault in a list of many that Vault-Tec created.
Welcome to Vault 92, the Juilliard of all vaults. This underground shelter in the capital wasteland was intended to preserve the world's greatest musical talents during the Great War. At least, that's what the invitations promised. The truth? Vault 92 was designed to test the insidious effects of white noise generators that implanted subliminal messages into the minds of its residents with disastrous consequences. Located northwest of the Deathclaw-infested ruins of Old Oni, Vault 92 began construction in May 2062 and was completed by 2068. Designed to house 245 occupants for up to 100 years. It features state-of-the-art amenities, a General Atomics International nuclear power reactor, a Brainpower 7 computer control system, and an impressive supply of sound equipment, musical instruments, and recording gear. Vault-Tec claimed it was all in service of preserving humanity's musical legacy, but beneath the symphony of intentions lay a discordant reality. Once the vault sealed on October 23, 2077, Overseer Richard Rubin implemented Vault-Tec's secret plan, WNMSCE, White Noise Mind Suggestion Combat Experimentation. The goal was to implant combat suggestions into residents' minds, using modulated ultra-low frequency white noise, basically weaponizing the vault's music.
I can't believe what I've discovered. Just before he died, one of the security team members told me everything. The Overseer has been implanting these murderous intentions in the entire vault population without my knowledge. Using the loudspeakers in the dorms instead of just the studios, he subjected everyone to the white noise as they slept. He then implanted combat suggestions he claims came from Vault-Tec itself. He must be completely insane. No observation, no controls. I'm going to have to confront him now and make him pay for what he's done. Half the vault is dead. The other half, fighting for its life. Good luck to all of us. And may God have mercy on our souls.
The early tests seemed promising. Isolated musicians in soundproof booths began exhibiting minor behavioral tics that proved that subliminal messages were working. Residents remained unaware of the manipulation, aside from some noticing the occasional odd pitch or static in their recordings. Relationships thrived, like the romance between violinist Hilda and recording supervisor Parker. But the experiment didn't stop there. Rubin extended the white noise to the vault's living quarters, overriding Professor John Malleus and his research team's original scope. Rubin ensured residents couldn't escape the signal by blocking personal sound players and headphones. At first, the results were celebrated. 33% of subjects experienced trance-like states, and the success rate for minor suggestions was near 100%. But it wasn't long before cracks began to show. The first major incident came when a musician designated subject V920717 suffered a psychotic break, murdering 3 dwellers before being taken down by 23 gunshots. This wasn't just an isolated case. The white noise signal caused neurological changes, dizziness, nausea, loss of higher cognition, and eventually psychosis. Professor Malleus grew alarmed, pleading with Rubin to halt the experiments. But Rubin dismissed the casualties as necessary sacrifices and introduced a command phrase, "Sanity is not statistical," to pacify affected residents. You may recognize this phrase as a reference to George Orwell's book 1984. It didn't work. Within a month, 12 more incidents occurred, leaving 7 dead and dozens injured. By then, 30% of the vault's population, roughly 70 people, were clinically insane, and another 35 were dead. Malleus proposed abandoning the vault entirely, but Rubin refused, clinging to his belief in the experiment's value. As chaos consumed Vault 92, its structural integrity also began to fail. Built near underground water sources, the vault suffered from widespread corrosion, with leaks and fractures spreading throughout. The lower levels were especially vulnerable, and the technical team's patchwork reinforcements couldn't hold back the inevitable flooding. When the command phrase failed and Rubin lost control, he doubled down on his denial. He ordered the security team to eliminate Malleus, hoping to silence dissent. By then, the vault was a full-blown war zone, with the remaining sane residents arming themselves against their deranged neighbors. Malleus, learning the full extent of Rubin's betrayal from a dying security guard, confronted the Overseer. But it was far too late to save Vault 92. The vault's maintenance crews were either dead or incapacitated, and the crumbling structure succumbed to the underground lake. What was once a sanctuary for humanity's greatest musicians became a tomb, filled with the bodies of its residents and overtaken by mutated creatures. Weapons, explosives, and remnants of Vault-Tec's failed experiment lay scattered throughout, serving as reminders of the vault's tragic moments. Now, Vault 92 may have been a hub for musical talent, but by the time we arrive, the upper levels of the vault are overrun by bloatflies, while the lower levels are home to mirelurks, and depending on your level, you might encounter tougher enemies like mirelurk hunters or even mirelurk kings. It's a nasty transformation for what was once a sanctuary for the world's greatest musicians. You can also find the Soil Stradivarius, which may be one of the last pristine violins in the entire wasteland. It's part of a larger quest outside of the vault. But objects like this may be considered one of the most rare things in the world now. Once a haven of creativity and promise, the vault is now dark, a decaying shell overrun by the creatures of the wasteland. The walls tell a story of brilliance turned madness, of a society undone by Vault-Tec's hubris.
The situation is getting out of hand. Over half the population of the vault is exhibiting savage tendencies. Can only assume our noise experimentation has awakened some dormant part of their psyche, brought their primitive nature to the surface. In essence, I feel that they are almost psychologically devolving. I was stupid for rushing these experiments. And now over 35 people are dead.
Unlike many vaults designed with sinister intentions or dystopian social experiments, Vault 94 had an ostensibly noble goal: to test how nonviolent ideological groups could adapt to post-apocalyptic societies. Can you guess whether or not this vault ended with a happy ending? Vault 94 is hosted on the border of the Savage Divide and Maya regions of the Appalachia, and was built on the principles of faith, nonviolence, communal living, and ecological harmony. Its residents, largely from an agricultural religious community led by Gabriella, were tasked with living in accordance with these values for a year. They were expected to help rebuild the world after their shelter period ended. Instead of a traditional overseer, governance was left to a community council where every resident had a voice. Vault-Tec, of course, had other ideas. The vault was deliberately stocked with high-value resources but lacked weapons or defensive tools. The residents were encouraged to open the vault to armed and desperate wasteland survivors, forcing them to either adapt their peaceful beliefs or face the consequences. A lone Vault-Tec employee, Tyrone Hayes, was stationed as a special overseer, tasked with monitoring the experiment while posing as a maintenance worker. He had no authority and was under strict orders not to interfere. The vault was equipped with advanced agricultural facilities and a vast seed bank to monitor and preserve Appalachia's ecosystem. A Garden of Eden creation kit was also secured in a special wing, requiring a council to vote to access. However, the vault's idyllic vision was shattered before it even began. On October 23, 2077, the Great War erupted. Tyrone attempted to delay sealing the vault to allow more of Salivar's congregation to arrive. However, the failsafe triggered, locking the door at 1:30 p.m. The second bus of residents arrived too late, leaving many locked outside to face the growing radiation. Inside, the survivors blamed Hayes for the loss, creating an undercurrent of tension that lingered even as the community adjusted to life inside the vault. As the year-long shelter period neared its end, Salivar proposed sending ambassadors into the wasteland to invite survivors back to the vault. Hayes, knowing the community wasn't equipped to handle the dangers of the wasteland, strongly opposed the motion and revealed his role as Vault-Tec's overseer. Despite his warnings, the council approved the plan, and the vault reopened on October 23, 2078. The ambassadors, armed with nothing but their faith and dreams and access codes, ventured into the wasteland. Many met brutal ends, tortured or killed by raiders, and left as horrendous decorations. One ambassador, Mariah Collins, planted a garden outside the vault to test the soil, but her efforts were overshadowed by the increasing hostility the community faced. In November 2078, a vault ambassador approached Harper's Ferry, claiming the vault could feed the town. Mayor Miranda Vox sent a group of survivors to investigate, but their suspicions quickly turned deadly. Believing the vault's welcoming nature to be a trap, the survivors massacred the council and stormed the Gek wing. Mistaking the device for a mind control machine, they destroyed it with a minigun, triggering a catastrophic meltdown. Complete moronic behavior. The resulting level 6 nuclear explosion released a radiation surge of 7,800 rads per second and transformed the area into a toxic swamp. The explosion also unleashed a dense fog that mutated the region's flora and fauna, leaving 94 and its surroundings a haunting wasteland. By 2102, Vault 94's door remained sealed, requiring an access code carried only by the ambassadors, most of whom had perished. In 2103, the vault was unsealed, now infested with mirelurks and other mutated creatures. Dwellers from Vault 76 eventually raided the vault, uncovering its tragic past and battling the strangler heart that had taken root within. As for the vault itself, I actually like the look and layout of the vault and the garden-esque vibe it has. Just outside the vault, you'll find an experimental garden established by Mariah Collins, one of Vault 94's residents. The garden was meant to test the viability of crops in the post-war world, a testament to the vault's original mission of ecological harmony. Nearby, a shallow pool of water, derelict vehicles, shacks, and crates paint a picture of life just before the vault's sealed doors open to tragedy. A cave covered in mutated mire vegetation leads to the vault's entrance, where the real journey begins. Interacting with the vault door controls grants access to the interior, where nature's reclaiming touch is evident. The entrance area is teeming with flora, including melon and carrot flowers, providing a hint of the agricultural focus that defined Vault 94. Across from the iconic cog door lies the security station, complete with a reception desk terminal offering insight into the vault's operations. The atrium serves as a central hub of Vault 94. Its large, lowered central area is filled with plants, a reminder of the vault's mission of ecological preservation. On its southern and northern ends, the atrium connects to the agriculture wing and the reactor wing, respectively. The western side features the council room, which overlooks the entire atrium. In the council room, akin to an overseer's office in other vaults, is where the community council once met to make critical decisions. The agriculture wing splits into two main areas, the greenhouses and the seed banks. The greenhouses are overgrown with vegetation and include several research terminals, a chemistry station, and scattered loot. Meanwhile, the seed bank holds alphabetically organized machines containing various plant seeds. Scientific equipment and seed bank management terminals can also be found here, making it a treasure trove for those seeking supplies or lore. Accessible through the engineering hallway in the atrium or via operations, the reactor wing stands out with its distinctive red-colored walls. The first floor houses essential facilities like pressurization, voltage regulation, and condenser rooms, along with the primary and secondary reactors. A decontamination chamber lies just to the north, requiring Hacker 1 to access. The second floor offers a reactor control and monitoring stations, each equipped with terminals and overlooking the reactors below. Hayes' room is also located here, providing more context to the vault's story. The northern end of the atrium leads to operations, which houses a weapons workbench and connects to the security and GEC wings. The GEC wing is particularly notable, with a radioactive central room holding the device surrounded by a green mist. While the GEC itself is non-interactable, the area is rich with workbenches, terminals, and of course, more lore. Though the residential area is inaccessible in its current state, removed content gives us a glimpse of its original design. This section featured multiple levels with everything from nurseries and classrooms to workrooms and common areas. It would have offered a detailed look into the daily lives of Vault 94's residents, but now it remains a shadow of what could have been. Vault 94's residents are long gone, their tragic stories scattered throughout Appalachia. The bodies of 12 vault dwellers, still wearing their jumpsuits, can be found across the region, a sad reminder of the vault's fate. Its overgrown halls and mutated inhabitants tell a story of hope and kindness being trampled in a world lacking knowledge and kindness.
Vault 95, tucked away on the northeastern edge of the glowing sea, tells a tale of hope, betrayal, and chaos. Designed as a rehabilitation facility for those battling chem addiction, this vault wasn't just another of Vault-Tech's cruel experiments. It was a ticking time bomb disguised as a sanctuary, a vault enshrouded in false hope that mirrors its surroundings. Vault-Tech marketed Vault 95 as a haven for those seeking to rebuild their lives, free from addiction. Residents adhered to the Vault-Tech rehabilitation program with daily support meetings and strict rules overseen by an elected leader. Overseer elections took place annually on October 30th, ensuring a rotating leadership that fostered community trust. By all accounts, the program was working. Residents were cooperative, bonds were forming, and people were overcoming their struggles. Jane Myers, the elected overseer in 2082, was tasked with ensuring the program's success. But, you guessed it, there was an evil twist. Among the residents was a planet agent, tasked with observing their progress and when the time was right, unleashing chaos. 5 years after the vault sealed, the agent opened a hidden stash of drugs and alcohol. The results were catastrophic. When the stash was revealed, the bonds that held the community together unraveled almost instantly. Some residents succumbed to their old habits on the spot, while others resisted longer, only to break down as violence erupted around them. Friends turned against friends, and the vault descended into chaos. One resident, realizing the deliberate nature of the setup, recorded their outrage, condemning Vault-Tech's manipulation. The experiment's outcome was devastating. By the time it was over, the vault was left a shadow of what it had been, a monument to Vault-Tech's unnecessary twisted curiosity. By 2287, Vault 95 has been repurposed by the Gunners as a heavily fortified base. Approaching the vault is no small feat, with guards, assaultrons, turrets, and even a Mr. Gutsy patrolling the entrance and interior. Once inside, an elevator takes you deeper into the vault. The entry corridor is laden with laser tripwires and traps, leading to an advanced locked door that controls turrets in the nearby atrium. The vault itself branches into 3 main sections. The facilities wing, which is located to the south. This area includes a cafeteria on the lower level and a research room, clinic, classroom, detox facility, and a clean room on the upper level. You can also find a trunk in the detox facility. Then you have the residential wing to the north. This heavily trapped section leads to the living quarters, where the hidden stash of chems is located. The living quarters also house an armor workbench and several rooms, each with haunting reminders of the vault's hopeless history. The atrium is the central hub of the vault. It includes the gunner's bunkhouse and a reactor room below. Then you have the overseer's office and a makeshift hair salon above. The overseer's terminal provides insight into the life of the vault before its fall, including a nod to One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest in the form of resident named Randall. If you're curious or a junkie, the hidden stash of drugs, a catalyst for the vault's downfall, can still be found in the living quarters, behind a broken wall near the restrooms. Skeletons in vault jumpsuits lie scattered around the stash. These are also reminders of the chaos it unleashed. One skeleton clutches 2 doses of Psycho in a restroom stall, and one room features a tea party setup complete with a mannequin and jet. What began as a place of healing became a crucible of destruction, all for the sake of research. Today, the Gunners have claimed its halls, but the huffs of its past remain. From the skeletons of its former residents to the Overseer's records, every vault tells a story. And this one is a story of betrayal and the fragility of trust.
I've marked Vault 96 on your map. We don't know what we're walking into, or even how we'll get in, to be honest. We'll need to be cautious.
Like the other vaults, Vault 96 was sealed shut when the Great War happened in 2077. Built around 2074 and finished by August 2077, Vault 96 called itself an Ark for the Atomic Age. It was one of the biggest cryogenic storage facilities ever, holding about 10,000 animals inside. The vault's public mission sounded noble. It was supposed to monitor how the post-war world was doing, check how radiation messed with animals, and help bring back species to restore balance. But once the vault was locked, the real mission turned out to be way more complicated. The residents found out they were supposed to do genetic experiments, study mutated creatures, and create ways to fight against them. Their findings were sent to outside facilities. Every week, the vault's mainframe gave out quotas, which the Overseer would assign to the residents. The Overseer also had to keep track of progress and make sure they hit their goals. The vault was meant to run for 250 weeks, and after that, all residents were supposed to be killed, leaving only the Overseer alive to leave. One more secret was added to the vault, Cryogenics Bay 86, which held something called X001 that could only be accessed by automated systems. Vault 96 had just 5 human residents: Overseer Eric DeMarcos, Janet Higgins, Hans, Nina, and Molly Cooper. They were all super talented and highly trained for their roles, most coming from top jobs or fancy teaching gigs. But during their first initial meeting, the others immediately hated Eric. They were creeped out by the unethical experiments and the looming threat of being killed if they didn't meet their quotas. Over time, they adjusted to their roles, but it was obvious that only the biologists were really needed. Everyone else just felt like a backup team with fancy titles. At first, the biology team earned just 4 credits a week. To keep up with the quotas, they had to run experiments, forcing mutations on animals and making them fight each other to see which traits were strongest. Over the next 3 years, the team kept documenting mutations, starting with natural abilities like electrogenesis, venom, and regeneration. By week 100, they'd moved on to crazier stuff like chameleon-like camouflage, pyrokinesis, and even cryokinesis. In week 142, things got extremely weird. The biologists accidentally discovered a new mutation while working with specimen X001's DNA. When they put it in a petri dish, it spread to all the other dishes, perfectly copying their abilities. Nina tried to learn more by studying specimen X001 directly, but she didn't have access to the super secret Bay 86. One of the abilities they found, called shifting, let creatures teleport when stressed, but it could go horribly wrong. Sometimes they'd teleport into another creature, fusing together into a nightmarish mess. By week 148, Nina couldn't meet the insane quota of 568 credits because she couldn't stabilize or improve the shifting mutation without access to X001. As a result, the mainframe killed her. The rest of the team was furious and blamed Eric, the overseer. But Eric revealed something shocking after he turned off the mainframe's monitoring in his office. For over 2 years, he'd secretly been working on a way out. Eric was just as trapped as everybody else. He developed a computer virus called Seraph, originally meant for the DIA, that could take down even the mainframe. The plan was to use Seraph to shut down the system and escape the day before the quotas reset. When the day came, the residents went through with the escape plan. Everything seemed to be working until the mainframe activated superseding Protocol Omega, sealing the vault and killing all of them. Even though the residents didn't survive, the virus succeeded. The mainframe shut down, leaving the vault open. As a result, animals began escaping, and the vault triggered its emergency management system to call for help. Around 2103 or 2104, Edgar Blackburn took over Vault 96, using its advanced research equipment to develop a stronger strain of FEV that he believed could help humanity survive in the wasteland. Sounds familiar to me, but his methods were brutal. Blackburn's team ran deadly experiments on kidnapped, unwilling people like Cassie Holloway.
Nutjob was dosing me with diseases, though. Said he was testing incubation and immune response times.
His cruelty didn't stop there, however. He once electrocuted a mole rat with thousands of volts. To keep the vault secure and bring in human test subjects, Blackburn hired a group of mercenaries called the Hellcat Company.
Research log, Dr. Edgar Blackburn, number 112. My work's demand for human subjects has increased dramatically as I make ground toward my ultimate goal. To this end, I have contracted with a group of mercenaries calling themselves the Hellcat Company.
They didn't care about the ethics of his work, and in return, Blackburn promised them the right to salvage anything they wanted from the vault. At some point, Tally Lang and her gang of Blood Eagles followed a group of Hellcats into Vault 96, hoping to loot the place. Her crew, which included Needles, 8-Ball, and Dillo, caused chaos inside, leading to the death of Woods and several mercenaries. Unfortunately for them, they ended up trapped inside the vault. While tracking down Blackburn, Odessa Valdez and a Vault 76 dweller arrived at Vault 96. Inside, they found Woods on the verge of death and had to decide whether to let Tally and her crew go after freeing them.
Thanks again. Maybe we won't even shoot you if we see you again.
Later, Valdez and the dweller discovered Cassie and 2 others, Peterson and Wilkins, locked in a chamber. After rescuing the trio, they finally confronted Blackburn in the Overseer's office, where he was captured and his twisted experiments brought to an end. If all of this sounds like one big quest, that's because that's exactly what it is. This is part of the main quest for the Steel Rain add-on DLC for 76. So what happened to Blackburn? Well, Blackburn surrenders without putting up a fight. When questioned about his work on the FEV and his role in creating more super mutants, Valdez loses her temper, reminding him of the attack on Fort Atlas caused by his research.
After seeing what you've done here, I hope hell does exist.
Despise me if you will. I took no pleasure in what had to be done.
Despite this, Blackburn stands by his actions, insisting that his experiments were for the greater good, even if he deserves to rot in hell for the lives he's destroyed. Following earlier orders, Blackburn must be taken alive to face trial for his crimes. Pressing him further reveals a chilling truth. His FEV research is already complete, and it's too late to stop his plans from unfolding. Valdez allows the player to return to Fort Atlas while she awaits for medics to rescue the prisoners and take charge of escorting Blackburn back to the fort herself. This marks the end of the current mission and sets the stage for the final quest, the Catalyst. Blackburn, Steel Rain, and all of this are interesting, but we don't have time to cover those stories. Plus, this is still about the vault, right? I'm sure you're wondering what this particular vault looked like and its layout. The outside of Vault 96 features a raised platform with a helipad accessible by stairs. A broken freight elevator is stuck between levels, and the area below the platform is scattered with old vehicles. The platform itself holds construction materials, machinery, and a small booth with some junk items and glasses. The vault entrance, covered in ice, can be accessed via daily ops or by traveling directly to it. Inside, the entrance has 2 levels. The upper level with monitoring terminals and a staircase leading to a lower level with lockers, a weapons workbench, and icy paths. Moving north leads to a hallway, the atrium, and rooms like emergency ventilation filled with lootable items. The atrium, coated in ice, connects to multiple areas. The upper level accesses the mainframe wing, a workroom, and other parts of the vault. The lower level includes paths to living quarters, a cafeteria, and reactor monitoring. The lounge has a bar, pool table, and jukebox, while utility rooms leads to labs like the chemistry and imaging labs. The research wing, a large area filled with test chambers and utility tunnels, is designed for experiments. Each chamber simulates different environments, like railroads or rocky terrain. The tunnels connect chambers and hold machinery and junk. The upper level includes catwalks with notable items like a biology workstation terminal and a mysterious blue pod. The cryogenics wing houses dozens of cryochambers and workbenches, while the reactor wing powers the vault with reactors and consoles. The workroom links to living quarters and other sections with remnants of past experiments scattered around. The mainframe wing is heavily iced and spans 3 levels. It includes the vault mainframe, archive rooms, and robotics lab. The lab contains robot fabricators and terminals used by Vault residents, with items to loot and machinery throughout. Vault 96's design reflects its focus on advanced research and cryogenics, blending frozen environments with high-tech experimental facilities. Something pretty unique to vaults up to this point. Vault 111 has similar aesthetics, but we'll get to that soon. Vault 96's history is one of scientific ambition overshadowed by unethical practices and suffering, leaving behind a haunting legacy in the wasteland.
Vault 101, a classic and favorite among Fallout fans. But let's be honest, most don't even know what the experiment was in 101, what the entire purpose of the vault consisted of outside of James and the Lone Wanderer's tale. Vault 101 was built in the 2060s, along with the other vaults in Washington, D.C. Originally, the Vault 76 Overseer was supposed to take charge of Vault 101, but she turned down the role to stay in Appalachia.
Yes, experimenting on Vault residents was ethically wrong, but the goal of finding the most suitable people to repopulate, to understand humanity pushed to the extremes, what if that was the only way for us to survive? We can't save everyone. That's what they always told us. And I still think, they were right. Vault Tech found out that I knew. I thought I was going to be fired or arrested, but instead they confided in me. Vault 76 was going to be a control vault, no experiment. I was so relieved, but they told me I was going to be assigned to Vault 101 in Washington, D.C. I had to leave West Virginia, my people, behind. I couldn't let them do that, no matter what it took.
The vault's main purpose was to stay sealed forever as part of an experiment to study how an overseer would lead a community that never opened its doors. Despite this plan, Vault 101 opened multiple times, breaking its original rules. These breaches allowed rad roaches to infest the vault, making it vulnerable to even bigger infestations over time. One of the main jobs of vault security became dealing with these pests. The vault was equipped with everything it needed to keep running long term, like spare parts for its water processor. However, it didn't receive a GEC, a device meant for people living on the surface. Right after the Great War in 2077, Vault 101's first overseer made sure no one would ever leave by convincing everyone the outside world was a lifeless, nuclear wasteland. To sell this idea, they used fake radio broadcasts recorded before the war, making people believe survival was only possible inside the vault. The first overseer died of natural causes in 2127, but left a successor ready to continue the experiment. The second overseer stuck to the isolationist rules, and even tried to get senior vault residents to help with the experiment. The vault's mantra became, "We're born in the vault, we live in the vault, and we die in the vault," reinforcing their sealed-off way of life. Before 2241, a different overseer took a bold step and supported contact with the outside world. They formed a survey team led by Ann Palmer to explore beyond the vault and study potential mutations. The team ventured out, reaching Megaton before February 10th, 2241. When they returned, they analyzed their findings, including a giant ant they killed, and then adjusted their plans based on what they learned. Two members of the team, Lewis and Agnes Taylor, stayed in Megaton to keep communication open and survey the area further. Agnes came back to the vault around 2258. The overseer before the current overseer, Alphonse, disappeared after another expedition into the capital wasteland went wrong. Alphonse Almodovar became the overseer of Vault 101 sometime before 2258. turning it into a strict police state with a hardline policy of isolation. Around 2258-2259, James and his child, later known as the Lone Wanderer, arrived at Vault 101 seeking refuge. James offered to work as the Vault's doctor in exchange for entry, and Alphonse agreed. To keep their origins secret, James raised the Lone Wanderer to believe that they had been born in the Vault. During Alphonse's rule, Jonas Palmer became James's assistant in the late 2260s. Alphonse hoped that Jonas would provide a balance to the Vault's strict system. We also have a bunch of events that took place in the next few years that we gathered throughout the Vault terminals. They aren't super important, but they're kind of interesting, so we'll go through those quickly. Between 2265 and 2267, a girl escaped Vault 101 and made it to Megaton, where she left her armored Vault 101 jumpsuit with Moira Brown, but then never returned to retrieve it.
I'm pretty sure I remember a girl coming into town with that about 12 years ago. She didn't know a thing about the wastes, and I knew she'd get herself hurt without some sort of protection, so I offered to armor her vault suit. Never saw her again. Probably died out there, poor thing.
In July 2268, the water purifier broke but was quickly repaired by Stanley Armstrong. The next day, Butch Deloria, Wally Mack, and Paul Hannon Jr. began brainstorming names for their gang, eventually settling on the Tunnel Snakes. In 2272, another resident escaped to Megaton and shared with Colin Moriarty that Vault dwellers were brainwashed to believe the Overseer was the only source of truth.
Ah, I see. You know, I heard about the brainwashing that goes on down there. From some other fella, escaped, 5 years back. All hail the Overseer, we're born in the Vault, we die in the Vault, and all that other assorted lunacy. Kid, you've got better programming than our own Deputy Weld. You'd best wise up quick. Wouldn't want anyone taking advantage of you,
And last, on August 17, 2077, James used a radroach infestation as his chance to escape Vault 101. During the chaos, several residents died. Agnes Taylor had a heart attack, Floyd Lewis and Vicky Hannon were killed, and Paul Hannon Jr. was severely injured. Jonas Palmer was then interrogated about James' departure and was later killed by Stevie Mack. The security team was ordered to contain the infestation and capture the Lone Wanderer for questioning. Mata Almodovar, the Overseer's daughter and the Lone Wanderer's best friend, woke them up and explained what was happening. As the Lone Wanderer tried to escape, Tom and Mary Holden debated leaving too, while officers fought off the radroaches. Butch Deloria, in a panic, begged the Lone Wanderer to help save his mother, who was being attacked in their room. Meanwhile, Amata was being interrogated by her father and Officer Mack. The whole thing is a little chaotic. At the Vault's entrance, Amata said goodbye to the Lone Wanderer just as Officers Park and Wolf arrived. The Vault door opened and the Lone Wanderer stepped out into the Capital Wasteland for the first time in their memory. After James's escape, the Overseer became even more oppressive, but the incident revealed to the dwellers that life outside the Vault was possible. This realization caused division and unrest within Vault 101. A rebellion led by Amata and a group of younger Vault dwellers formed within Vault 101. They took over the clinic and pushed for the opening of the Vault, interacting with the outside world, starting limited trade, and making trips into the wasteland. On the other side, the Overseer insisted on keeping the Vault sealed forever, sticking to the original experiment. Meanwhile, Butch Deloria wanted to leave the Vault entirely and live on the surface. During this standoff, the Vault received a radio transmission from the Enclave. They claimed to have had access to the Vault before, but said that their password was no longer working. The Overseer, committed to isolation, refused to let them in, worried about exposing the Vault to outside dangers or losing control of its mission. With his focus on stopping the rebels from opening the Vault, the Overseer ignored the Enclave's demands. In response, Amata sent an emergency broadcast to the Capital Wasteland, calling for the Lone Wanderer to return and help resolve the growing conflict.
This is an automated distress message from Vault Tech. Vault 101. Message begins.
It feels like you left home a long time ago, but I know you're still out there. I just hope you're still alive to hear this. Things got worse after you left. My father's gone mad with power. If you can hear this, please stop looking for your dad and help stop mine. I changed the door password to my name. If you're hearing this, and if you still care enough to help me, you should remember it.
Whatever happens in this conflict is unknown. We don't know what the canon is beyond this point. In reality, the experiment that was supposed to take place in Vault 101 never really occurred. People were leaving and coming back to the Vault constantly. 101 essentially became another control vault in a way, but the events that took place really changed the landscape with the residents forever.
Vault 106 was completed in just 5 years, from March 2064 to December 2069. It was built to house 107 people, 95 test subjects, and 12 researchers, with a planned operation of 12 years and 3 months. The vault ran on a Think Machine 2800 computer and was powered by rock-solid geothermal energy with backup from a General Atomics nuclear plant. If you're confused on what a Think Machine computer is, then I don't blame you. We have barely any information on them, and the only thing we have is the company being referenced on the Citadel terminals. The company called Think Machine made computers for both Vault 106 and 112. Anyways, I thought that was interesting. Sorry for the tangent. Dr. Albert Laris, head of Vault Tech's Psychological Research Department, was appointed overseer. To maintain secrecy, all information about the experiment was strictly controlled by Dr. Laris. The experiment itself was horrifying. 10 days after the vault was sealed, psychoactive drugs were released into the air circulation system. This process, called Control Sequence 46-2A, involved careful preparation by the vault's security and medical teams. At 3:30 p.m., the drug was released, and by 4 p.m., the emission was complete. The residents were never told about the drug, and any unusual effects were blamed on filtration issues. The results were catastrophic. Many residents fell into a dreamlike hallucinatory state, while others became erratic and violent. The security chief tried to manage the chaos and urged unaffected residents to find safety, but the security team was overwhelmed. The vault descended into madness, and its population was lost to the effects of the drugs. For the next 200 years, Vault 106 became a death trap. Travelers and scavengers who entered fell victim to the lingering effects of the drugs, wandering the ruins in a daze, convinced they were the vault's original inhabitants. When the lone wanderer comes to the vault, they see doubles or triples of their father and Amada in 2 separate occasions while they are affected by the drug. Butch, Wally, and Paul are also seen as apparitions at one point. Killing the apparitions results in the loss of karma. If you try to talk to your dad as an apparition, he disappears. Not much else can really be said about this vault. Its collapse happened so early on that events never really took place after that. The effects of the drugs persisted for centuries, turning the vault into a haunted, surreal trap. Anyone who ventured inside became a victim, reliving the same madness and hallucinations as the original inhabitants, effectively becoming part of the vault's cursed legacy.
Haha, Gary!
Vault 108 is located in the Capital Wasteland, notable for being the only vault in Fallout 3 without a functioning terminal. Located south of Canterbury Commons and northeast of the Corvega factory, construction of Vault 108 began in March 2061 and abruptly halted in December 2069 due to a work stoppage. Designed to accommodate 475 residents for 38 years, Vault 108's experiment centered on leaving most standard positions unfilled, with only 3 roles explicitly assigned: Zachary K. Jameson as Chief of Staff, Jarek Maddox as Chief of Security, and Nathan Oregon as a morale officer. The experiment also included an intentional power failure. The primary power supply was set to fail after 20 years, halfway through the vault's intended active period. The backup power provided by a steam whistle mini geothermal unit was insufficient to sustain the entire vault, a fact known by the scientists. Additionally, Vault 108 was fitted with 3 times the standard amount of defensive weaponry and lacked entertainment facilities. The chosen overseer, Brody Jones, was selected specifically because he had a genetic predisposition for a rare type of cancer, with a projected life expectancy of just over 3 years from the start of the project. As the scientists noted, these 2 events should combine to allow a proper catalyst that allows this project to continue as planned, whatever that meant. In addition to the power and leadership experiments, the Vault scientists conducted a series of cloning tests. A corrupted holotape found in the cloning lab describes their attempts to repeatedly clone a man named Gary. Unfortunately, each clone immediately turned hostile toward non-clones, with each iteration becoming more violent. After the 53rd clone showed no improvement, the scientists faced the problem of an overcrowded observation area. Shortly thereafter, Gary 54 displayed the same aggression, even injuring Dr. Peterson during an examination. The staff then decided to destroy some of the clones to make room for many more tests. When the lone wanderer finds Vault 108, only Gary clones and a few creatures remain alive. The vault itself is in a state of severe disrepair, with water leaks, rust, and collapsed sections. Upon arrival, the door is found ajar. There are 3 main areas to explore: the entrance, the living quarters, and the cloning lab. The living quarters and the cloning lab are occupied by a dozen hostile Gary clones, each speaking with varying vocal inflections.
Gary! 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 Gary!
Most of them are unarmed, though Gary 1, Gary 25, and Gary 32 wield knives or lead pipes. The clones can also pick up weapons found throughout the vault. The reactor area is blocked by debris, making it inaccessible, and the Overseer's office remains sealed off. Notably, the Overseer's office has a rectangular window, unlike the standard vault windows found in other regions. The entrance area is also inhabited by a colony of mole rats. But let's get back to the clones, the Garys, the true stars of Vault 108. Although they mostly only say Gary, I have my own theory that they might be smarter than they let on. For instance, upon death, they're known to shout no in protest. If you remain hidden and listen closely, you can even hear 2 Garys exchange greetings like morning or hey, similar to regular Wastelanders. And then there's also a cut holotape that tells of a Gary being interrogated, seemingly playing dumb, which leads to a brutal death.
Gary? Listen, son, I know Muriel was rough on you. I'm sorry, I really am. Gary? And Gary? Right. You can drop the act now. I'm not here to hurt you. Gary? Look, just remove the pit boy and we can part ways. Gary! Gary! You know what? Fuck this. Hand me that saw and turn off the recorder.
Additionally, Gary 23 was abducted by Outcast member Defender Moral, and was then taken to an Outcast outpost near Bailey's Crossroads. They wanted Gary's Pip-Boy to access a simulation pod inside the facility. Initially, they tried to convince Gary to enter the pod voluntarily, but soon realized that they couldn't reason with him, leading to the cut holotape that I mentioned before. Specialist Olin eventually attempted to forcibly remove the hermetically sealed Pip-Boy, but failed, resulting in the decision to amputate Gary 23's left arm. Sadly, this led to Gary's death from hypovolemic shock. His remains can still be found in an easy locked room across from Proctor McGraw, wearing his Vault 108 jumpsuit. Unfortunately, Gary's Pip-Boy was rendered useless upon his death, as these devices only function when worn by a living individual. The Guardians of Vault 108, the Garys, never stood a chance in the unforgiving Capital Wasteland.
Aw, Gary.
Vault 109 is an abandoned, sealed-off vault surrounded by radiation and filled with it as well. Before its current state, Vault 109 had a comfortable trading relationship with Vault 84, exchanging supplies regularly. The cause of the radioactive contamination remains unknown. Vault 109 was once a very high-class vault filled with luxury goods. Many of the products inside are from Mary May, a pre-war company known for its cosmetic cases, not to be confused with Mary Kay. Other notable brands include Ticknor and Fields, a prominent American publisher that operated during the mid-19th century, publishing works by notable authors like Charles Dickens, Ralph Waldo Emerson, and Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, and Fallon's, one of Massachusetts' biggest retail brands known for selling expensive jewelry, clothing, and other luxury goods. Despite its upscale appearance, Vault 109 also housed an armory containing a Fat Man that can be acquired if the player decides to break into the vault's armory while playing Fallout the board game. Additionally, a set of T60 power armor can be obtained here. The Vault 109 tile is marked by a red tile on the board and is surrounded by radioactive terrain. When the Vault 109 tile is revealed, a monster is spawned.
Now, I can't wait for the world to end.
That's the spirit.
Ah yes, Vault 111. Maybe you've heard of it. Located overlooking Sanctuary Hills, Vault-Tec designed Vault 111 to observe the effects of long-term cryonic stasis on unsuspecting test subjects. Vault 111's staff consisted of an overseer and a small team of scientists, security guards, and facility maintenance personnel employed on a short-term basis. Test subjects were lured to Vault 111 from the nearby neighborhoods of Sanctuary Hills and Concord, once sold on the dream of safety. On the morning of the Great War, many of the residents had known that America was being bombed, causing a group to flee to Vault 111. However, a security team prevented unauthorized residents from entering, even the Vault-Tec rep who advertised the vault.
I'm reporting this! If
you're in the program, step forward. Otherwise, return home.
A batch of survivors waited on the platform to descend, including the parents of an infant named Sean. A nuke on the horizon caused a blast all the way to Vault 111, with these particular survivors barely making it inside. Soon after, the residents were given their jumpsuits and were placed in stasis pods after being told deceitfully that the purpose of the pods was for decontamination. A Fallout 4 loading screen even states, those who reserved spots in Vault 111 had no idea that they would be cryogenically frozen. In fact, almost every vault was actually a secret social experiment conducted by Vault-Tec. According to Vault-Tec's standard operating procedures, Vault 111 was to remain sealed for a minimum of 180 days, after which the vault could be opened upon receipt of an all-clear signal from Vault-Tec or at the Overseer's discretion. However, after the 180-day mandatory shelter period elapsed, Vault 111 received no such signal, and its staff faced dwindling supplies. Despite requests from the security staff, the Overseer refused to unseal the vault door, concerned that the radiation outside the vault had not declined enough to be survivable. Shortly after, a faction led by the vault's security and support staff engaged in mutiny against the Overseer in an effort to unseal the vault door and leave the vault. In response, the Overseer placed the vault on lockdown and demanded all staff to hand over any food, weapons, and medicine. There is no further account of events to be found, as the logs end here on both the security terminal and the Overseer's terminal. In 2277, an elusive society based in the Commonwealth known as the Institute discovered the location of the vault, along with the fact that it contained an infant whose DNA would be completely uncorrupted by post-war radiation. Seeking a source of pure human DNA to form the basis of their Generation 3 synths, they sent their agent Conrad Kellogg and 2 scientists to retrieve the infant. However, the infant was in a cryostasis pod with one of his parents. When that parent wouldn't relinquish their hold on their son, Kellogg murdered them while the other parent watched helplessly, trapped in their own pod before being placed into stasis once again. After witnessing the murder of their spouse and the kidnapping of their child, the sole survivor awakens in Vault 111 after being held in cryogenic stasis for 210 years, with the Vault Dweller's survival guide offering a tongue-in-cheek approach by mentioning, "Vault-Tec calling, we are pleased to reveal your new home underground." Despite an initially chilly reception, you may find this location to be the safest around, especially as the population has thinned out quite considerably since you were frozen. Upon accessing the Vault 111 monitoring system, they learned that all of the other subjects that had entered the vault, except for themselves, their spouse, and their child, had died of asphyxiation due to life support failure. In the Dangerous Minds quest, where we get an opportunity to kill Kellogg, loot the cybernetic brain augmentor, and delve deep into his memories, the sole survivor discovers that Kellogg had been directed not to reactivate the life support for the other residents and not to release them. 60 years later, due to an error in Vault 111, the sole survivor is released from cryostasis and escapes. However, it is later revealed that the release was in fact a personal choice made by Sean, now director of the Institute, and not a Vault-Tec system error as initially thought. Shout out to our boy Sean. Unlike other vaults, the entrance to Vault 111 not only has an atypical pneumatic hole, but also acts as a hatch which gives way to an interior elevator. The inner door opens first, followed by the hatch opening. While painted in the prelude, the vault door is rusted and dull after the Great War. There was also a security checkpoint, a feature that most other vaults lacked. Most of the other rooms in Vault 111 include a reactor room, a recreational area for Vault-Tec staff, and the Overseer's office. The vault itself is significantly smaller as compared to other Vault-Tec vaults, due to the nature of the experiment. After the release of the sole survivor, the vault shows obvious signs of neglect. Frozen mummified corpses are in the pods, skeletal remains of some of the killed occupants are scattered around the interior with signs of violence, and much of the machinery is no longer in proper working order. Radroaches have also invaded the vault and serve as the sole survivor's first encountered enemies. However, despite the complete lack of maintenance for nearly 210 years, the vault's interior is in good condition compared to other abandoned fallen vaults encountered in the Capital Wasteland, the Mojave Wasteland, and even some of the other vaults within the Commonwealth. There are a few fun facts to be noted in this vault if you take the time to meander around. For instance, Vault 111 is very small compared to other vaults and lacks many design features that are standard in other vaults. As dwellers were placed in cryogenic stasis, less space was needed for the additional supplies and amenities needed had the dwellers been awake. When opening the vault door, debris can be seen getting sucked towards the door, which seems to indicate a pressure imbalance. Vault 111 is one of 4 vaults to include cryogenic stasis pods, including Vault 96, 31, and Vault 4. The pods in 111 and 96 follow a different visual design than those in 31 and 4, suggesting a different engineering system helped render those pods. Or perhaps the game devs wanted to get creative. Speaking of devs, I also picked up on the fact that the cryogenic experiment for Vault 111 was first conceived by a dev that had worked on Fallout 3, 4, and 76, visited the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and saw a cryogenics lab with giant cryotanks in a side tunnel. He sent selfies to Todd Howard posing with them, and described that this is the point where the story started to take a life of its own. Despite Vault 111 ultimately being a failure alongside countless other vaults, it sets the stage well for Fallout 4 and queuing up what would arguably be the best game in the series. And I say arguably because I know others will say 76 or New Vegas deserve that crown. Kidding on 76.
Enjoy your return to the surface, and thank you for choosing Vault Tech.
I'm off to Vault 112 to search for anything of Braun's that might help me get this purifier up and running. All I know is that it's west of some place called Evergreen Mills, and it's well hidden in some sort of garage. But I'll find it. I have to. It's so close. But that's the story of Project Purity, isn't it? An eternity of almost theirs. Let's see if Braun has the missing puzzle piece.
Vault 112 is one of the last vaults to be constructed, and it's located underneath Smith Casey's garage in Fallout 3, just west of Evergreen Mills. Keep an eye out, there are some mole rats and rad roaches when nearing Vault 112, but it's nothing that can be dealt with. After proceeding past the counter and into the workshop, there's a large hatch in the floor just to the left. It can be opened by activating a switch on the wall beside it. Below it is a short passage that leads up to the Vault 112 blast door. Vault 112 houses an entrance similar to all the other vaults, which serves as the airlock decontamination area and the only connection to the outside world. A single passage in the entryway leads down to the main hall, which uniquely contains 12 Tranquility loungers plugged in and arranged in a large mainframe, each connected to a terminal which monitors the respective conditions of the subjects inside the loungers. There is also another Tranquility lounger found in the Overseer's office, located south of the main hall. Since it cannot be maintained by the human inhabitants as they're all in the Tranquility loungers, Vault 112 is instead maintained by a group of special caretaker robo-brains. The robo-brains are non-hostile, even if you attack them, as they also lack combat inhibitors. When the Lone Wanderer enters the vault, they're told that their arrival is 202 years behind schedule. Due to the indefinite duration of the Vault 112 experiment, the vault uses geothermal power exclusively. This is provided by a Sure Power geothermal unit and backed up by an extra Sure Power geothermal unit. The geothermal turbine level can't be accessed. A Think Machine 3600 mainframe is housed in the main hall. As well as performing the functions of a normal vault computer system, it functions as the simulation control computer, running the main simulation program and synchronizing all the different Tranquility loungers. It appears linked to several small computers, one handling each lounger's graphics processing and its occupant's medical status. The construction of 112 started in November 2068, the same year Vault 92's construction ended and finished in June 2074, which is the same year the United States forces invaded mainland China, despite claims of fighting a purely defensive war. It was intended for only 85 occupants, all suspended in a virtual reality world for the indefinite duration of the vault's experiment. The vault was built to house and tend to the needs of its overseer, Dr. Stanislaus Braun, creator of the Garden of Eden creation kit, aka the GECK. If you recall, Dr. Braun was a former member of the Vault-Tec Corporation. And if you also recall, the GECK is a terraforming device created by FutureTech, which is a division of Vault-Tec, so it makes sense how he got his hands on one of the world's most coveted devices. Within the vault, Braun installed a virtual reality simulator and Visiontron loungers, initially containing several simulated utopias, the last of which is the Tranquility Lane simulation, an ideal pre-war American suburb neighborhood, where Braun himself appears as a young girl named Betty. Kind of weird if you ask me. The system should have permitted a select few to live a perfect life virtually, if not practically forever. As Betty, however, Braun can freely alternate between speaking like a preteen girl or his normal accented voice in this virtual realm.
Yay! I knew you could do it!
Perhaps not the most inventive approach, but persuasion can be quite powerful. Well done.
Most of the residents of Tranquility Lane are unaware of Betty's nature, though a trapped resident named Timmy at least knows that she's mean. Old Lady Dithers is the only person fully aware of the simulation and Betty's real identity due to her lounger suffering a malfunction, though she's still unable to escape this fictitious utopia like the others. She was though able to learn of the existence of Braun's failsafe and its ability to end the simulation for good, yet everyone around her thinks she's nuts. And why wouldn't they? Would you believe an old lady next door telling you your life was a lie and that you're really just linked up to a lounger? What most of Vault 112's occupants did know was that once they entered the virtual reality pods, Braun would exercise complete control over the simulation. They had no means of leaving on their own. They became his playthings, completely at his mercy. Dr. Braun, after becoming bored with various simulated worlds, would proceed to virtually kill each of them. Each time after killing them, he would wipe their memory and resurrect them within the program. For the past 2 centuries, Braun has been repeatedly creating and exploring new simulated worlds. At least 3 of these, which were Toucan Lagoon, Slalom Chalet, and Tranquility Lane. However, he used his special access as its creator to directly manipulate the simulations to impose cruelty and agony on the Vault's inhabitants, as a means of alleviating his boredom. In his psychopathic hubris, Braun commissioned the inclusion of a Chinese invasion program, loaned and sourced from Virtual Strategic Solutions, in-house Anchorage reclamation simulation by General Chase, intending to use it as a means to permanently end the simulation once he was finished with his experiments. However, Braun discovered that while initiating the program called the Failsafe, it would result in the permanent deaths of the simulation's inhabitants. Hard-coded safety protocols would not allow the program to end his life, in all likelihood leaving him isolated and alone in a simulated world. By 2277, Braun and the captive vault dwellers have been kept in their loungers for over 200 years, sustained by their life support machines to the point that Braun believes if any of them, himself included, tried to return to the real world, they would crumble to dust. Part of this belief is based on science, and the other is based on ignorance. After all, why would he want to return to a hellscape when he can continue to play God in his personal utopia? A little-known wasteland doctor, James, entered Vault 112 looking for the Gek, brought there on Braun's orders before the war, in order to use it as a jumpstart to Project Purity, which was a water purification project in 2278. Having expected to find old notes or data stores instead of the man himself still alive, James unwittingly entered an unoccupied lounger and was trapped in Tranquility Lane, where he was forced by Braun to play the part of a dog named Doc. A short time later, James's child, the Lone Wanderer, aka You, enter the vault as well, trying to find him. We find ourselves entering an unoccupied lounger and meeting Braun as Betty. She asks us to commit a series of heinous acts like making a child cry, breaking apart a loving marriage, all culminating in going on a killing spree of all the inhabitants, all to continue entertaining him. The Lone Wanderer either complies with Braun's requests and is eventually allowed to leave along with James while the others are left trapped at Braun's mercy, or they discover and activate the failsafe, ending the inhabitants' tormented lives and leaving Braun trapped by himself in the simulation.
Do you realize what you've done? You've triggered the failsafe, ruined everything. The subjects will die and I'll be stuck here in this hell alone.
You ruined everything! Everything!
Because of 112 being maintained by the Robo-Brains, and being better hidden than many of the other vaults, 112 is the only intact vault other than 101 in the Capital Wasteland. The outcome of this particular experiment is ambiguous. If Braun intended the simulator merely to satisfy sadistic urges when he designed it, then it fulfilled its purpose completely. If, on the other hand, he sincerely intended to create a virtual haven for the residents to live eternally, the fact that his godlike position subsequently drove him insane and made the other residents' existence an eternal hell. That would mean that the experiment was a failure. If you enjoy the plot of this vault, I would recommend watching Black Mirror episode titled USS Callister, as both the game and the episode revolve around narcissistic antagonists taking out their frustrations on innocent bystanders, with the plot being get out alive or live in an infinite hell of the narcissist's design.
Access through Park Street Station, Vault 114 was primarily intended to house Boston's upper class and their families. Only high-ranking members of local and state government, local luminaries, and business people were accepted as part of the social experiment. Future members of the vaults were also made aware that they would be cohabitating solely with others of similar wealth and power. Even though the initial residents were of upper social status, the luxury aspect of the vault was highly exaggerated to the future residents. Multiple families chosen randomly were to live and sleep in single-room apartments. Dining and bathing would be in shared quarters, and amenities would be minimal. I would say this was akin to the disastrous Fire Festival in 2017, but on a much more detrimental and long-term scale. Vault 114 personnel interviewed individuals for the overseer position with the goal of finding someone with no supervisory or government experience and strong anti-authority bias. Human Resources indicated that the interview process had vetted many viable candidates for the position. With this being by design, Vault-Tec encouraged their populace to not undermine the new overseer's authority at all during the experiment, even and especially if it may cause physical discomfort, embarrassment, or harm to other residents. And these mixed reactions by the populace of the vault were highly anticipated and warranted for studying, since the wealthy were having their luxury and authority being revoked from the life that they had when dwelling on the surface. Us players get to experience Vault 114's overseer hiring process by reviewing transcripts of interview number 3, where Vault-Tec stumbled upon Benjamin Beasley. He was asked how he'd settle a disagreement between two Vault residents, to which Ben tells the interviewer he would obviously take it through the proper channels, assuming neither of the requests were against the law, of course. This, of course, assuming that the conflict had already gone through all the other members of the Vault's Residence Council that he planned on organizing. An incredible answer to a standardized question, but not what Vault 114 needed because Ben was too perfect, too structured. By interview 21 with candidate Kimberly Weiss, before even getting to the first question, she introduces herself by saying,
"Just the thought of being able to organize and run this small group, to show them a better way, to lead them to a future so bright that they..."
My goodness. Looks like we're out of time.
What? We just started!
Vault-Tec proceeds to tell her they're out of time, which is just hilarious. Ultimately, an anti-authority overseer was chosen when the interview process dredged up a man known only as Soup Can Harry. After 87 interviews among varying candidates, I can confidently say that Vault-Tec did its residents dirty with this guy. He refused to provide his legal name, which he referred to as a rank and number, because he believes the government branded individuals with ranks and numbers to remove individuality, and believed the government used taxes to fund Illuminati Freemason sex parties. Fortunately for Harry, he didn't opt to pay taxes. Soup Can was presumably homeless, as he implied that he slept in dumpsters. He also appears to have eaten Abraxo cleaner before, as he is recorded as saying,
"I seen the back of them Abraxo boxes, not for consumption. Don't you tell me what to do. I'll eat what I want."
As Soup Can so perfectly exemplified what Vault-Tec desired in an overseer for this vault, his interviewer offered him the position on the spot, stating,
"Sir, you may just be the perfect candidate."
Soup Can accepted, but cautioned that he ain't wearing no goddamn tie or pants. Respect. By 2287, the vault had been taken over by a mobster named Skinny Malone and his crew of triggermen. There is a lack of terminal entries or journals or holotapes that detail what went on during the Vault 114 experiment, unlike in every other vault. This, coupled with the fact that the construction of the vault was incomplete, indicates that the residents never entered Vault 114 when the bombs fell, and so the social experiment never took place. However, in the room right before leaving Vault 114, there is a check-in terminal that indicates 10 families had registered and been assigned to 4 of the residents in the vault. And during the pre-war beginning of the game, the TV news anchor notes that there are still openings in Vault 114. Entering from Park Street Station, the first hallway leads to the vault's atrium, separated into 3 tiers. The entrance is on the 2nd tier. A staircase in the southwest corner connects to the 3rd tier, which hosts the Overseer's office, where Nick Valentine, you know, the synth that is a potential companion, is imprisoned. Another staircase through a door in the southeast corner connects to the 1st tier. The west end of the atrium's 1st tier leads to a hallway with the vault's communal showers and lavatory. A stairwell to the north past a key-locked door opened by Nick during the quest ascends to the residential quarters, including the laundry and cafeteria. Beyond to the east are more stairs leading to the vault's nursery, advanced lock depot, which contains a master lock safe, and finally the exit, which leads through a key-locked door opened by Nick to the vault entrance area in the Park Street Station. During the quest, unlikely Valentine, one can overhear a couple of triggermen discussing the origins of Vault 114. One of them remarks on the impracticality of installing a vault inside of a train station, as it would be the opposite of airtight. The second remarks that they were probably never planning to actually use the vault, and that it was simply a scam to keep the workers on payroll while a different site was prepared for vault construction. The second triggerman, who is a ghoul and was apparently alive before the war, points out that this is similar to a scam that used to be pulled in pre-war times.
Vault 118, an unfinished vault buried beneath the Cliff's Edge Hotel on Mount Desert Island in Fallout 4's Far Harbor expansion, was pitched as an ultra-exclusive hotel tucked away in a secret section of the main building. The goal? To attract wealthy, high-status individuals who crave privilege and exclusivity. Perfect test subjects for Vault-Tech's latest social experiment. Originally, the plan was to open the vault to the public if the Great War ever broke out, filling it with members of the local working class. These folks would be brought in through the luxury areas to get a taste of what they could have had, only to be crammed into the second wing of the vault with little space or comfort. The ultimate bait and switch. Once inside, the vault would stay sealed until the experiment played out. Test Group A would consist of 10 ultra-rich residents, who'd have every whim catered to by a robotic staff. They'd also have full legal authority over Test Group B, up to 300 working-class residents stuck in a cramped, uncomfortable condition. If anyone in Group B broke the rules, the rich would judge them and the robots would carry out their punishment. What could possibly go wrong? Vault-Tech's operations manual even spelled it out. Due to the potential for extreme social interactions, only the Overseer and select researchers would be Vault-Tech personnel. All security, maintenance, and service roles would be handled by robotic staff to ensure safety and experimental integrity. But here's the twist, because there always is one. This twisted class experiment never actually happened. Once the luxury section of the vault was finished, construction on the second wing just stopped. Why? Well, Ezra Parker, a con artist and the vault's main financier. He cut off funding, claiming he was having trouble collecting payments from the guests. Vault-Tech, of course, wasn't about to cover the cost themselves. But here's where it gets interesting. Ezra was the one who got the rich residents on board in the first place, starting with his first investor, Keith McKinney. And that wasn't random. Ezra knew McKinney was in love with him and would do just about anything for him. There's even a dialogue option where McKinney straight up confesses his feelings, putting his heart on the line. McKinney managed to convince Gilda Brosco to invest in the Vault project, making them the first backers. Both were big-name movie stars with legendary careers and solid reputations among the elite. With their support, they roped in Santiago Avida, a well-known painter working on commission for Gilda, getting him to invest as well. But the biggest financial backers were Dr. and Mrs. Riggs. Mrs. Riggs came from old money investments in natural resources, while Dr. Riggs was a top researcher at General Atomics, working on none other than the RoboBrain project. Dr. Riggs and his wife had a wild idea. With global tensions rising, the best way for their wealthy group to survive the war wasn't a luxury bunker. It was immortality. So they convinced the rest of Group A that the only way to truly outlast the chaos was to have their brains implanted into RoboBrains. And shockingly, everyone went along with it. When the bombs fell, the vault was sealed. No outsiders were let in, and with that, the Overseer became the only remaining human inside. A lone test subject trapped in a vault full of robotic aristocrats who had willingly given up their humanity. We learn about this horrifying reality through the Overseer's logs, where he slowly pieces together what's happening. At one point he writes, one of the subjects from testing Group A is apparently a researcher for General Atomics on some sort of advanced robotics program. He and his wife have convinced the other members of Group A that with the international situation becoming tense once again, their best chance to outlast the war is to have their brains inserted into these robots. And they're doing this voluntarily. It's absolutely insane. I've tried to convince my superiors that this will completely discount the test results, but they seem more intrigued by the idea than appalled. And honestly, why wouldn't they be? Vault-Tech was already running sick experiments. This was just another level of insanity. The Overseer's nightmare didn't end there. In another log, he describes the moment he realized he had lost control. We received the activation notice from Vault-Tech to begin the test, despite the second wing still being incomplete. However, when I attempted to trigger the recruitment protocol for Test Group B, the system informed me that I had been locked out. Someone from Test Group A seems to have overridden the system to prevent the admittance of the local population on the island. They've been pounding on the door for days, and there's nothing I can do. And just like that, the entire experiment shifted from a class divide study to something far worse. a vault filled with insane immortal robo-brains and one very unfortunate human overseer. At this point, we witness the overseer's descent into full-blown terror as recorded in his logs. Oh god, it's been weeks now and I've realized that today I have become the test subject. Instead of testing the social interactions between the locals and this group of rich assholes, it's just me, trapped in here with them. They're going to live forever and I have to deal with them for the rest of my life. I can't take it. For years, these robo-brains existed in total isolation, completely cut off from the world outside. That is, until something unexpected happened, a murder. With no idea how to handle it themselves, they decided to call in outside help. Enter you, the sole survivor. Unfortunately, you don't get the option to break the news to them that the war they were so desperate to outlast, it only lasted a few hours. And it ended 2 centuries ago. Once you step out of the hotel basement elevator, you'll come across the sealed Vault 118 entrance. Activating the door controls will trigger a conversation with Maxwell. He'll immediately ask you if you're the detective he requested, and just like that, Vault 118 becomes a full-on murder mystery quest. Answering yes prompts Maxwell to open the vault door, revealing the entrance area where he'll be waiting for you. If you arrived with Pearl, the modified Miss Nanny who runs the gift shop, she'll step in to make introductions instead. Beyond the entrance is a grand hallway with a massive fountain. Straight ahead, the atrium, where the murder you've been called to solve took place. To the right of the fountain, you'll find Pearl's gift shop and the Purple residential area. This section contains a small museum dedicated to Ezra Parker's pre-war exploits. Because, believe it or not, the con artist had some impressive achievements before screwing over his fellow investors. Despite Parker's reputation as a con artist, these relics suggest he wasn't always a terrible person. Or at least, not entirely self-serving. As you investigate the murder, you'll also get to explore Keith McKinney and Gilda Brosco's personal stage, complete with their connected bedrooms. There's also a classroom turned laboratory, where Burt Riggs keeps his tool and chemistry station. It's a cool touch. Each space in the vault reflects the personality of its residents. If you keep exploring Vault 118, heading left from the fountain will take you to the security office. It's a small room with 4 Protectron charging stations, a couple of desks, small lockers, and a staircase leading to the upper level. Keep going and you'll enter the green residential area, home to some of the vault's more unique spaces. Here you'll find Santiago Avita's massive 2-story art studio. It has a central generator and an entrance to the upper level, and oddly his adjacent bedroom, which looks completely abandoned and untouched. Then there's Juliana and Bert's room, which is absolutely overflowing with random junk, making it clear that they're not exactly the tidiest vault residents. Finally, there are the showers, which are connected to the artificial beach. The water here is safe to stand in since it's radiation free, but if you try bottling it in survival mode, it still counts as dirty water. Because, of course it does. Beyond a door in the entrance area, you'll find a short hallway completely packed with trash, leading to what looks like an old parking garage. A Corvega is suspended from a crane in this center, surrounded by 9 garage doors, 3 on each level, accessible via catwalks. This area also contains the massive vault elevator, the same kind you'd find in Vault 111. Which you might have noticed on the surface outside the hotel. If you look carefully, there's a hole in the back wall of the central garage, on the right side. This leads to a hidden cave. The upper level of Vault 118 is in complete disrepair compared to the lower level. In the right corner of the atrium, you'll find the Overseer's office. Inside, a desk dominates most of the space, and slumped over it is the skeleton of the Overseer, still wearing a Vault 118 jumpsuit. Nearby, his terminal remains, holding the last records of his doomed time in the vault. With Protectron guards and RoboBrain residents surrounding the crime scene, the sole survivor is tasked with investigating clues, including a broken brain incubator, a bloodied baseball bat, and a red paint can. Maxwell identifies the bat as belonging to Keith McKinney, but before making accusations, he suggests questioning all vault residents. The investigation leads to several colorful characters, each with their own suspicions and secrets. While Juliana Riggs offers little insight, her husband Bert, a key developer in the RoboBrain project, reveals how the vault residents ended up in the robotic bodies. Questioning Keith and his partner Gilda initially seems promising when they're caught rehearsing what sounds like a confession, but it turns out to be a misunderstanding. Santiago, the reclusive artist, suggests looking into an argument between Juliana and Ezra, which Gilda later confirms involved financial disputes. The trail then leads to the Overseer's locked office, where a holotape exposes Ezra's embezzlement of vault construction funds, ultimately preventing the completion of the lower class wing. Further digging reveals an even bigger twist. This is a big spoiler for this quest, just in case you care. Anyways, Juliana is actually Ezra himself. After being confronted, he confesses to killing the real Juliana when she discovered his crime, faking his own death, and modifying his voice modulator to impersonate her.
Give it up. I know your secret, Juliana. Or should I say, Ezra?
Well, Detective, that's quite the claim.
It's a shame. I thought I could keep the ruse going a little longer. Oh, well. Had to end eventually, I suppose. This doesn't have to end in more violence, Detective. Just walk away. I'll leave, and you can tell them I escaped.
The sole survivor is then faced with a choice: accept a bribe and let Ezra escape, or accuse him, leading to a violent confrontation. If the bribe is taken but later rejected, Brain Dead Part 2 begins, opening another layer to the mystery in Vault 118. If Brain Dead 2 is started immediately after completing the original Brain Dead, the sole survivor has two options. They can return to Maxwell in the theater right away and expose Ezra as the murderer, prompting the other RoboBrains to take matters into their own hands and eliminate him. Alternatively, they can wait for Ezra to leave the vault before informing Maxwell. In this case, you can then choose one of three lies: claiming Ezra escaped, saying they already took care of him, or simply stating that the situation has been resolved. Regardless of the response, you'll be rewarded by Maxwell, officially closing the case. And like so many vaults on the list, we have no way of knowing the canon outcome of this vault. It's up to you. But this is a wild one. It's a good example of what the world was like before the bombs fell and how screwed up it all got. At least it wasn't Vault-Tec's original plan, but maybe it was worse. Vault-Tec wasn't just about survival, it was about control. To sell spots in their vaults, they created attractions designed to lure customers in by making them feel part of the Vault-Tec family. Brochures like mutations it could happen to you fueled fears, while hidden monitoring rooms revealed a darker purpose. This was Project Consumer Guidance, a series of experiments conducted on visitors and staff. Louise Bateman, the project leader, oversaw 5 sinister experiments. These included brainwave disruption using electromagnetic fields, subliminal audio suggestions, airborne toxins from modified plants, and radiation exposure from a tampered reactor. The final experiment combined all these methods and targeted the staff themselves, leading to severe psychological and physical effects. The experiments caused chaos. Jay Hodgson, an operations engineer, reported strange behavior from visitors before suffering headaches, nosebleeds, and memory loss. Theta radiation technician C. Grunner, suspecting Bateman's intentions, locked himself in the monitoring room, only to then shoot subliminal suggestions technician R. Langston in a panic before taking his own life. Vault-Tec's methods highlight the lengths they would go to exploit fear and conduct unethical experiments, revealing a corporate legacy defined by manipulation and disregard for human well-being. Vault-Tec Among the Stars was designed as a concept for a vault built on other planets, offering visitors a futuristic tour of this vision. However, true to Vault-Tec's nature, the attraction secretly exposed visitors to theta radiation and subliminal messages as part of an ongoing experiment. The tour begins with a walk through a vault door outline, leading to a display of a planetary surface featuring an animatronic in a spacesuit. Visitors move along pathways where exhibits light up and play automated dialogues. The vault entrance is marked Arcturus 1 instead of a typical vault number, emphasizing its fictional nature. Inside, many doors lead to concrete walls, showcasing the vault was an incomplete concept. As visitors progress, they experience radiation exposure that causes blurred vision. The atrium on the second floor includes planted trees to simulate an Earth-like environment. From there, the path descends into a residential suite with access to a generator holding a fusion core and a dimly lit reactor room full of radiation. The walkway continues past a hydroponics room, spraying green mist into the air, and leads into a research area featuring chemistry stations and science supplies. Visitors can view the reactor room through a window and a door frame. The final display showcases large planetary models and ends in a lower level room with exit options. Hidden employee-only areas contain terminals monitoring experiments, reinforcing Vault-Tec's experimental agenda. Vault-Tec Among the Stars was less about showcasing innovation and more about conducting covert experiments on unsuspecting visitors, blending futuristic spectacle with Vault-Tec's signature unethical practices.
The Los Angeles Vault, originally a demonstration site by Vault-Tec, served as a symbol of security and hope during the Great War. When the bombs fell, it sheltered survivors who later emerged to shape the Angels' boneyard, forming factions such as the Regulators. Others ventured into the wasteland only to fall under the watchful eye of the Master's scouts. The Master, later known as Richard Gray, was the founder and leader of the Unity, a mutant-led group with a vision to transform humanity in the post-nuclear world. Revered by the children of the Cathedral with names like the Holy Flame, Dark God, and Father Hope, the Master was a hybrid being, a fusion of dozens of humans, mutants, and the Cathedral's computer network. His eerie ability to speak in multiple voices added to his terrifying presence. The Master's ultimate goal was to use the forced evolutionary virus, FEV, to create a new race of supermutants. He believed his unified species would thrive in the harsh conditions of the post-apocalypse and eliminate the differences that led humanity to war. His supermutants became a lasting symbol of his attempt to reshape humanity, leaving a permanent mark on California and the surrounding regions. In Fallout, the Master is the main antagonist, residing in the Cathedral. Meeting him in person is optional, but destroying him is essential to stopping the mutant threat. The Master's legacy remains as a reminder of his vision to force humanity into a new, unified form, no matter the cost. The Vault became a dark centerpiece in post-war history when Gray discovered it. Gray fused with the Vault's central computer, his body and mind permanently integrating with the system. This transformation turned the Vault into a hub for his grotesque vision of unity, with the Cathedral above acting as a sanctuary for his cult. The cult claimed the Cathedral, spared by the war, was designed to facilitate the Master's rise. The entrance to the LA Vault is hidden in a small cave connected to the Cathedral's basement. Once inside, it's clear this vault isn't like the others. The airlock is smaller. The EML2 room has extra windows, and the main hall is just one huge chamber. During the Master's rule, 2 Night King guarded the entrance at all times. The second level has a different layout, with the elevator off to the side instead of in the center. It's possible the super mutants changed the original design. By 2161, this level had a chapel, barracks for super mutant guards, a large research lab, and cells for psyker test subjects. The third level is where the Master took control. He merged with the Overseer's command chair and surrounded himself with elite Nightkin led by Vicious. If you walk through this area unprotected, you might experience hallucinations, like hearing voices or seeing the face of someone you thought you'd forgotten. The deepest level held the Master's ultimate weapon, nuclear warheads. These were a last resort, ready to be deployed if Unity ever faced an unbeatable enemy. The key to activate them was kept by the Lieutenant, ensuring maximum security. This vault was more than just a shelter. It became a stronghold for the Master and his army, filled with experiments, horrors, and devastating weapons.
The Museum of Technology in the Capital Wasteland also held a demonstration vault similar to Arcturus. The difference is that this vault didn't have some secret gas or beta waves used to experiment on tourists. It was literally just a vault to showcase life in vaults. Nothing more and nothing less. On the second floor of the facility, the Vault-Tec Corporation model showcases what life in the vault would be like. This exhibit highlights the technologies used in vault construction, offering visitors a glimpse into the various vault sections through hallway windows. The rooms displayed include a bedroom, kitchen, and classroom. One display boasts a self-cleaning floor, claiming that dwellers will never have to sweep again. Ironically, a skeleton holding a broom near a cleaning cart is found further down the corridor. It's a quick one, but we definitely wanted to bring it up. This vault is found in Fallout Brotherhood of Steel. This game is absolutely not canon at this point. The idea of the game not being canon was reiterated by Todd Howard, who mentioned that the events of the game are not considered to have occurred in the continuity of Fallout 3 in a GameSpy interview. What makes it absolute in my opinion is the timeline that we spoke about before in Vault Zero, where Emil tweeted an official timeline and Brotherhood was not on that list. Anyways, just keep that in mind. The Vault-Tec corporate vault, located northwest of Carbon, Texas, beneath the city of Los, was one of the secret Fallout shelters built by Vault-Tec. It served as the company's private haven and hub for its most advanced research. The main entrance to the vault is hidden in the basement of a Vault-Tec warehouse, guarded by turrets. While this is the only known entrance, an underground monorail connects the vault to the city outskirts, hinting at additional hidden access points. This vault, also known as the Secret Vault, was designed as a sanctuary for Vault-Tec's top personnel. including executives and scientists, where they could survive the Great War and continue their work in secrecy. Unlike standard vaults, this one wasn't part of a larger experimental network, or even under Enclave oversight. Instead, it functioned as a cutting-edge research facility, focusing on biological and technological advances. Among its projects were a specialized version of the forced evolutionary virus, and efforts to cure sterility caused by mutation. Vault-Tec's decision to create this private facility stemmed from its close ties to top-secret military research. As the company grew, it became deeply embedded in government projects, effectively operating as a division of the US military. However, Vault-Tec retained elements of independence, and its leadership had access to the full scope of Vault-Tec experiments. Unwilling to trust their fate to the flawed designs of other vaults, the company built this exclusive, self-contained facility, keeping it hidden even from the US government. The Vault-Tec corporate vault symbolizes the company's obsession with control and secrecy, showcasing its refusal to rely on the systems it created for the rest of humanity. The Vault-Tec corporate vault wasn't just a refuge. It was a hub for cutting-edge research designed to benefit humanity after a nuclear apocalypse. Unlike the government's experiments at places like Vault 87, this private facility worked in secret, even hiding its forced evolutionary virus research from the government. The modified FEV aimed to meet its original goals while avoiding sterility, though it ultimately failed. Vault-Tec also developed projects exclusively for themselves, including advanced robotics, energy weapons, biological weapons, and medical techniques to repair radiation-damaged tissues. They even worked on their own versions of Tesla and power armor. These experiments produced one Tesla suit and two power armor models, but they weren't as protective as the government's T-51B or the Enclave's designs. Robots were one of the few major successes, controlled by a specialized AI named Calyx, which managed the vault's systems. However, their experiments extended beyond machines. Scientists also tested on animals and humans, pushing the boundaries of ethical research in their pursuit of post-apocalyptic advancement. The inhabitants of the vault lived safely underground while studying the new world above. They captured Brahmin for food and experimentation, attempting to adapt to the post-nuclear environment. But peace didn't last. A civil war erupted between Vault-Tec scientists and Blake, the chief security officer, who believed the experiments on living subjects, including humans using FEV and radiation, were deeply immoral. The conflict escalated into violence, leading to a massive explosion in the biological center. This destruction allowed species like rad roaches and deathclaws, native to the vault, to escape into the wasteland while also letting rad scorpions and rats invade the vault. During this chaos, Calyx the vault's AI malfunctioned and lost control of most security robots, making the situation even worse. The vault's population split into factions. Many retreated to the garden, while others remained scattered across different sections, including the main residential area. Monster attacks claimed many lives, leaving the community in ruins. After the defeat of the Master, remnants of his army, led by a former commander named Addis, came across rumors of the vault. Addis, driven by the hatred for the Brotherhood of Steel and a desire to uncover new FEV advancements, led his group to Loss, the ghoul city where the Vault-Tec corporate vault was hidden in search of its secrets. In 2208, Addis and his army arrived in Loss, attempting to negotiate with the Church of the Lost, the cult controlling this city. The talks failed and chaos erupted when the Brotherhood of Steel Paladins, led by Rhombus, arrived. A three-way battle broke out between the Brotherhood, the cult, and Addis's forces. Taking advantage of the chaos, Addis's army infiltrated the secret vault, killing the residents in the main area. However, they couldn't access the lower levels, which were locked behind a keycard system. In 2209, the Initiate arrived in Loss, dismantling the weakened Church of the Lost and killing Blake, the cult's leader. Using a keycard hidden by Rhombus, the Initiate entered the vault to stop Addis and destroy the facility. After battling through super mutants, the Initiate confronted Addis in the Residence Hub. Refusing to hand over the keycard, the Initiate fought Addis, who wielded a retractable arm blade. Despite losing, Addis summoned two Nightkin who stunned the Initiate, cut off their arm, and threw them into a pit leading to the ruins. In the ruins, the Initiate met Mary, who guided them to the garden, where the vault survivors had taken refuge. There, the survivors provided the Initiate with a prosthetic arm using advanced organic restoration technology. The Initiate eventually activated a nuclear warhead, destroying the vault and wiping out its research, experimental creatures, and Addis himself. Only a few vault dwellers escaped through an auxiliary vent shaft, which the Initiate had disabled to ensure their safety. Using a secret monorail in the lab, the Initiate fled to a hidden exit in the mountains, leaving the vault's dark legacy in ruins. The secret vault was a hidden refuge for Vault-Tec's elite, designed to continue secret research and protect its most valuable personnel after the Great War. Divided into specialized sections, it housed advanced labs, living quarters, and self-sustaining gardens. But it also became a hub for unethical experiments, including modified FEV and advanced weaponry. The Vault's dark legacy unfolded with internal conflicts, violent takeovers, and catastrophic experiments that led to its eventual ruin. In the end, the Vault's destruction wiped out its dangerous technology, mutated inhabitants, and its sinister past, leaving only a few survivors to carry its secrets into the wasteland.
In a similar vein to the other demo vaults, the Vault Tech training had a similar purpose, except this time it was used to train students on how vaults worked, their different aspects and purposes. I think that Vault Tech University deserves to be covered in our series because it's so intrinsic to the vaults and Vault Tech overall. Vault Tech University, or VTU, was created when people started freaking out about the possibility of nuclear annihilation. Vault Tech came in with their innovative vault system, claiming they could help humanity survive in a post-apocalyptic world. They turned the university into a hub for teaching survival skills, making sure every graduate was 100% ready to prepare for the future. Pretty dramatic, right? Originally, VTU was just a regular college in Morgantown, but in 2031, Vault Tech took over, slapped their name on it, and started transforming it. Over the next few decades, the university shifted from traditional education to being more like a training center for Vault Tech employees. Most of the professors who taught regular subjects were fired, and only the ones teaching stuff Vault Tech cared about got to stay. Despite this, Vault Tech hyped up VTU as the best university in the country, which is honestly kinda bold. Vault Tech went all out, turning VTU into the ultimate vault training center. They offered fast-tracked medical programs, leadership training, and even classes on survival psychology. There was also a crazy simulation vault built into the university's basement. It was packed with cutting-edge tech like military-grade robots and compact fusion power systems. The university also had a free clinic where students could study radiation therapy, family medicine, and neurological conditions. But not everything was overboard. Some of the faculty knew about Vault Tech's darker side. The university kept detailed records on all the vaults in Appalachia, including their secret experiments. VTU had close ties with the US government and military, and shady meetings often happened in the restricted wing. Naturally, students were super curious, and rumors were everywhere. Oh, and here's a fun bit. In 2077, a frat called Pi Kappa Mu stole the head of the Vault Boy statue from the campus. They stashed it in their basement, and it's still there. Meanwhile, the statue on campus magically has its head back, so make of that what you will. The simulation vault at Vault Tech University was basically a fake vault designed to feel like the real deal. It let students experience what living in an actual vault would be like, including all the weird tests Vault Tech planned for their vaults. Overseer candidates had to come up with experiments and even run them during lockdowns, acting as if the simulation was legit. Meanwhile, Vault Tech monitored everything, collecting data on the students' behavior. One of the most infamous tests was based on Drew Collingsworth's experiment. He wanted to replace regular food with the food paste he invented, but Dean Elliott convinced him to take it further. He secretly added a chemical that would cause major heart and circulation problems. The whole thing wasn't about food anymore. It was about seeing how people would react when things went horribly wrong. The experiment kicked off on October 15th, 2077. The vault was locked down for 4 weeks, and the food paste was all the residents had. Almost immediately, students created a black market to trade for alternatives because the food tasted disgusting. When the Great War started on October 23rd, the simulation just kept running. Everything seemed fine until October 26th, when a maintenance worker died from the secret chemical in the paste. That's when things spiraled. The overseer realized what was happening and tried to switch back to regular rations, but the black market had already drained their food supply. By October 31st, the Vault Dwellers figured out they were in deep trouble and turned on Drew. He tried calling for help, but obviously, the real world outside had bigger problems by then. On November 2nd, the Dwellers stormed Drew's office. He locked himself in his bedroom while they tried breaking down the doors with whatever random stuff they could find. In the end, no one made it out. People either starved or took their own lives, and the experiment ended in complete disaster. Sometime after moving to Fort Defiance, the Brotherhood of Steel sent 2 people, Danny and Squire Montgomery, to use the university's automated research terminal to study scorched DNA. Unfortunately, they didn't make it out. They were killed by feral ghouls inside the facility. But before they died, they left behind instructions so others, like us, could continue their work. By 2103, a guy named Gilbert Hobson had set up camp outside the main university building as part of his quest to visit every famous school in America. Meanwhile, the university's leadership had technically been passed to Professor Bott, an old teaching robot that was still trying to pump out graduates like nothing had changed. That same year, the Vault 76 overseer and a bunch of Vault dwellers visited VTU. They were trying to get into the university's restricted wing to follow up on rumors about treasure in Vault 79. Professor Bott agreed to let them in, on one condition. They had to pass a Vault simulation exam and graduate from VTU first. Once they nailed the test, they got access and found out Vault 79's secret. It was a massive storage facility for America's gold bullion. VTU was far more than just a school. It was Vault-Tec's experimental playground and training hub for its ambitious Vault program. From turning Morgantown's local college into a cutting-edge facility, VTU became a center for survival education, secret experiments, and shady government connections. It blended high-tech innovation with morally questionable practices, producing overseers and data that shaped Vault-Tec's future. Even after the world fell apart, VTU's legacy continued, leaving behind mysteries, experiments gone wrong, and even a chance to uncover America's hidden gold. It's an indication of how far Vault-Tec was willing to go to prepare for the future.